questions. Like I was actually somebody important, and what was funny is he's the kind of guy that debunks everything, like, calls out fakes for fakes, and this is obviously fake, and we were all just kind of we were smart enough to keep silent, okay, when he started yapping, because I was like, oh shit, he actually thinks I'm legit. And then somebody else typed me on the side in the side chat, he thinks you're real or whatever. So I reached down to the keyboard there and I typed down, yeah, I'll play along, And we had him going for about 15 minutes till we let him in on it. And somebody went, that's Agave, you dummies. And he was like, oh, you bastard. And he, thought it was pretty funny after that. But again, I mean, that's not even funny. I mean, I had a shitty camera, though, at the time. I was using a shitty webcam and the grainy picture, and I had a good setup, a better setup than that behind me, like a lab setup. And he thought I was a legit scientist guy, man. It was so funny. You'd have to ask Dave Hinkle. He was probably around for that.
That's amazing, dude. Honestly, that's where I would break if a flat earther was starting to grill me. I would just start laughing. I think because there's a lot of bad actors that join the VC. Not you guys, but like trolls who try to pretend and stuff like that. They're bad at acting. Now, I think some people are better than others. And then when it comes to my acting, I'm all right, but I will break character if I get pressed by like a flat earther. I'd probably start laughing. So I don't know, dude. I give a lot of credit to people who can hold character like that. Shout out to you, Agave.
Oh, back then, dude, we were just, at that point, I was frustrated. I was like, everybody you're talking to, you're trying to tell people, and you're like, check this out, man. And they're like, oh, you're crazy, whatever. And you're like, dude, you're not thinking about it correctly. Look. And they're like, oh, no, man, you're just indoctrinated. Whatever bullshit they were coming up with. I was getting so mad, though, at some points, and I was like, that's enough of this. Now it's time for some mockery now. We're just going to have to start mocking these NASA boneheads, because Shah is simple. It means to deceive greatly in Hebrew. And that's what it means, and that's what they do. Again, just right in your face. There's no abbreviations in between it. There's no, what do you call it, the dots in between the letters, right? Nothing in between the letters. It's a one word, not NASA on purpose.
Yeah, I mean, I've always found it very difficult to, let's just say, play the global, because the positions are so illogical that I can't even understand why they would come to those conclusions. Like with some people, they'll say something that's like illogical and it'd be subtle, and you point it out and they'll be like, oh yeah, fair enough, I got that one wrong. But like, I don't even understand how they form their conclusions. Like the first step is believing the television. Now, why would you ever do that? Like, why would you do that? And then the second step is like believing everything that you read in all like science publications, and just like ignoring all dissenting views. I just don't know why you would do that either.
Yeah. And funnier is I get two demographics here. Like I said, I'm in Quebec, so I got these French zombies around me, but I was also in Ontario for many years, and I was out west in Canada for many years. So I have a lot of different opinions and views, and I talk to different people in Canada all the time. These two provinces just next to each other, okay? Ontario, Quebec is a perfect example. It's literally perfectly English, perfectly French, right next to each other. And the programming on the television it's close to identical as far as, the crisis, pandemics and other things, but science, news, and all that other stuff, the Frenchmen got their own little sector of guys, like their little paranormal astrophysicists or whatever. They're not the usual English guys, because obviously they don't speak French. But man, it's just to listen to either language and listen to the fantastical arguments about it, and just imagining this and just imagining that, and trillions of light years and billions of this and trillions of that, and it's like, you guys are all mad. All living in fantasy land. I don't know what to say. You can't see that far down the ocean there because of your curve and whatever, but you can see a trillion zillion miles into space and shit. No problem. Yeah. And radio signals out there. We got remote control cars on Mars. 5G shitty cell phone. Does it work on the fucking Hangouts? No. Roboting. No. We got the best technology in the world, but the piece of shit still don't work.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be driving down the motorway, or I suppose you guys would call it the highway, and every kind of couple of miles I'll disconnect for a second and then reconnect, and that's obviously the handover between towers. But the Globals will swear till they're blue in the face that it's going to space and coming back again. It's like, no, that's clearly not happening.
And you can't even find a person in the telephone business to this day still that will admit that there's any 5G going to your telephone at all. It's 3G system still. The 5G has nothing to do with your damn phone or your fucking movies. Don't say too much or a drone will fly over your house. I think I need some flat earth coffee. That's what I need.
Well, I mean, all coffee is flat earth coffee because the the liquid is perfectly even on the top. So.
You know, I made a big wide coffee cup 2 feet long and I still can't get it to curve. I don't know.
Just a heads up, that coffee we gave you earlier had fluorescent calcium in it so we can track the neuronal activity in your brain.
I believe that.
5-gallon cup of coffee, and I still can't drink it all.
Instant coffee probably has all that in it.
Yeah, do you know why they call it instant coffee?
Say that again?
Nothing.
Do you know why they call it instant coffee?
Oh. What? Why?
Yeah, because you have to go to the toilet instantly.
I've never had these issues. I don't know. Some people just react differently to things. Me, I drink coffees all day long, all night long. I drink them right up till midnight, and then I go to sleep. It's not a problem. I've never had an issue with it. I don't know.
Yeah, because you ran out of stuff because you drink too much coffee.
I don't know. I think I just have to be tired to sleep too. It's just one of those things, you know. And after being a bar owner for like 10 years, trust me, listen, you go to sleep at 4 a.m. and somebody calls you at 9:30 to open the fucking door at whatever. You just don't sleep. You're lucky if you get a nap in the day.
I heard that.
I got burned out, baby, for many years. Yeah, now I'm taking it a lot easier. But that's because I don't strive for the money and the success anymore. And you know what? It's a lot happier. There's something to be said about staying on the lower ladder of the snakes and ladders game. Just stay down in the bottom 2 squares there and the 2 bottom rows. Don't try and go up to the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th row there. You'll get in trouble. More bills, more expenses, more problems, more arguments, more everything. Why won't people listen? Flat Earth. It's flat. It's fucking flat. I want to tell people, listen, I got something to tell you. Want to buy an S?
But yeah, being a Glober, you guys should practice it. Work on your baller. I think you guys should have a baller alternative. But yeah, it is difficult.
Somebody's got to play the part every night in the chat. We'll pick a different person. Okay, you play the Glober tonight.
Dude, I don't know why we haven't done that more. I've tried, but it is difficult. It's hard.
It is, but we know all their little arguments now. But I'll tell you what, I gotta give it to some of them. I mean, some of these guys that are hardcore now, they come up with, I don't even want to glorify their names. They come up with the most incredibly scientific bullshit. They must be digging. Well, they've been at this for long enough that they've been able to talk to enough people to direct them to the correct books to find some fancy wording stuff and big worded this and that to try and convince you of something that's not there. And it's like, no, dude. You can come up with all the fancy crap you want, but you're arguing against yourself almost every time because, like you said, they either have refraction, either works in their favor or it doesn't. You know what I mean? The vanishing point works in their favor or it doesn't, depending on their mood or their example or whatever they got. And then they give you this, look, here's a picture of Chicago. Here's this new example on this BitChute video that's been coming up here recently. Everybody's been copying it and resharing it, and I've been thumbs downing every one of them. It's a fake picture. Somebody's got that Chicago skyline from across the lake there with a huge fucking wall of water halfway up the building. It's like, no, shit. And there's no other picture in the world that anybody ever took that matches your picture. So that's a Photoshop, period. People will buy it and use it as an example, just like that Discovery Channel or whatever they did when they debunked Germanism or whatever. They pick out a piece and make it, see, there, he proved flat earth has proved there's a curve, and everybody buys it. Okay, case closed, let's go home, pack up the tent, them, it's like sticking bubble gum in the hole in the submarine. It's good enough to keep it going for a while, but it ain't gonna last.
Well, just if you ask Don Pettit, I mean,
It's called real good engineering. Okay.
I wasn't aware until I looked into it a bit more of what they're claiming the vacuum of space was. I thought there was just a gentle vacuum in space. All right, fair enough. But no. They've got the craziest amount there that'll crush like soda cans and shit. And it's like, what are you talking about?
10 to the negative 17 torr or whatever.
They'll crush a train car.
Like Buzz Lightyear. Like, my eyeballs could have been sucked out of their sockets.
That's a British measurement, so I'm not sure. But we'd have to look up that Mythbusters thing where they crushed the train car with the vacuum pressure and see what they got up to.
Huh. Wouldn't the vacuum pressure be increasing constantly if the universe is ever expanding?
Shut up. Complicated.
Can't complicate things with facts now, can I?
Just press pause and pretend it's still. But that's a serious question, because a small vacuum pump, I use a vacuum pump to bleed the brakes on equipment and stuff, okay? And it gets a pretty good pump on, you know what I mean? Like, you can like crush lines and deplete lines and stuff and actually ruin stuff with it if you leave it on there too long.
So if the pump's getting bigger and ever expanding in all directions, then it should be creating more of a pull.
Again, the point is, though, I mean, just here on Earth, if you have a little issue with something that's important, I mean, let's say you work on something underwater, just something stupid and small that you're only 10 feet underwater, not even scuba diving distance. Yeah. You had an issue like that, it's immediately surface this thing or you're toast. You know what I mean? There ain't no fooling around, let's put some tape on it or anything. No. The kind of trouble you're talking about there is big trouble. A leak. What are you talking about? A leak.
They try and tell everybody they went to the moon, and at that speed, with no understanding of any type of like micro meteorite type. Nope, and they didn't know about the Van Allen radiation belt, so they didn't prepare for that at all.
I'm gonna have to see some tests too on vacuum. What the effects are on metals and so forth, and how thick metal would have to be to resist the 10 to the 17th torr. I looked into the measurements one time, and there's different measurements of vacuum pressure, so it's a little difficult to understand.
Yeah. And then they do have explanations for withstanding the heat due to like certain types of paint coating, heat resistant shit or stuff that. Okay, that's believable, but how do you get past all the radiations with nothing but aluminum foil to protect you? Like it's literally a soda can, like you were saying. The first moon landing. Come on, man. There are some pretty horrifying things, though, that happened with their space launches. And, like, the last moments of the recording are, like, really disturbing. Like, they just kind of launched them out into oblivion, and they're just gone. Like, I don't know where the hell they went. They launched them in the ocean or something. I don't know. But I know that there's, like, weird... Like, there's one where it's, like, a Russian supposed astronaut, cosmonaut. And they're just gone. They drifted off into the nothingness.
I see too much fantastical stuff that's just like, now that you look at it, it's worse if you have a giant TV. Like, I don't have one, but when I've had the opportunity to put it onto giant TVs on people's places, it's even worse. It's like, whoa, this is even worse than I thought.
See, I wasn't even thinking about space or anything. I'm like, if they're launching rockets into the water or something, like, damn, it would suck if it just sunk and you're just sinking and sinking. Nobody can get you. You're down in the trenches and you're gone. Crunch. I That would just suck so bad. Like your last
Imagine.
moments, you're just drifting into the depths.
Yeah. It's like being on an airplane that's falling out of the sky. I mean, there's a lot of time to think about shit. I mean,
Yeah. That'd be horrifying.
in a way, but at the same time, it's like anything else. It would be like falling off your bike just very, very slowly. You know, you have a lot of time to think, and you know that you're probably going to get hurt, but you don't think you're going to die every time. I mean, sure, when you're falling in a plane, you're probably thinking about, oh, well, people have crashed the plane and lived, and
Oh no, I mean this particular one where they lost track of the person. Like the pilot to this ship they had launched is gone. Like they couldn't find them, and they basically lost communications with them. They drift out into the depths of wherever they landed, wherever they went. And it's just the last moments of that audio recording are really disturbing. Is all. So like if they're out in the ocean, that means they're sinking. Like nobody can retrieve them, and it's just weird.
You're weird.
Nope.
going into the ocean would be sucky anyway. I mean, if it's just one pond, it's not a big deal, but it's the majority of this place, and it's just infinite space. I mean, you fall into there, you're done, and that's it. Like those fishing boat people, whatever, you never see them again. That's all.
Hey CB, I take weird as the compliment.
No, I'm a big fan, AG. I'm just messing.
I think weird doesn't have too bad of a connotation in the dictionary either. Let me look.
It's also like being called crazy versus being insane. Like
Right.
if insanity's doing the same thing over and over again, then crazy is the people doing something different. And the insane people go, "Oh no, you're crazy. Stop, we don't do that." Yeah, you're insane. That's why you don't do it. Just happy being crazy. I'm fine.
You always post definitions and stuff. Do you have one for weird?
I can go ahead and look. Where did
I was
my
going to
mouse
say,
go?
I've looked it up before. It wasn't as bad as I thought.
I look them up, but then I'll look them up again and take a fresh screenshot every time the subject comes up.
Depends who you read, too. Merriam-Webster's or whatever, right? You got a bunch of sources. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple definitions, but since so many people use Google, I kind of stick with that because that's kind of like the catch-all for most of the noobs. But there are
Yeah,
plenty.
word.
The roots
Word.
get deeper.
I love the roots. Yeah, I love going down to the roots.
Yeah, you got to know because sometimes it's like a brand new word that they popped into the Urban Dictionary that we
Yeah.
invented.
They're trying to
Or-
say that level means curved now, guys.
Well, this is the problem with this, having control of the writings or books or anything, or not writing books anymore and putting it digitally, which is, I've always been warning people since the computer ever was invented. I'm like, when I'm editing something on a computer back in the day when the very first fucking junk pile was, made and you made Microsoft documents, I was happy because I didn't have to rewrite something for school or whatever and didn't have to rewrite the whole page because of a mistake. I could just edit it on the computer, and I was thinking, this is fantastic. And then at the same time, I was thinking, this isn't fantastic. It means somebody can just edit it.
Yeah, the last two dictionaries I've found at the thrift store, neither of them have equidistant from center as a definition for level. The one was printed in the 50s and one was printed in the early 80s.
Okay. Well,
But,
I take it as a great honor of being called weird, but I'm definitely not. But God is definitely weird. Like, Yah is definitely weird. Having the power to control destiny. Yeah.
Whoa.
the creator's pretty weird.
Cool.
I can't control anybody else's destiny, so I guess I'm not weird, but I know somebody who is.
Well, technically, you could.
Right, yeah.
You could end their life. I mean,
Anything that happens is canon to the story, right? And if it doesn't happen, then it's not true. Because it didn't happen.
and even if it did happen and someone wrote it down, someone might get rid of it and change it later or whatever. I mean, there's another problem.
Then
Better
it'll
make
just
a lot of
happen again.
Yeah.
Then it'll just happen again. Those who,
That's the
like,
key to making multiples. You've got to have a lot of witnesses. You don't want just one
Yeah.
person.
like this old saying, those who don't learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So if you destroy all the information of history, it's just going to happen again, and then maybe somebody will learn this time.
If it's one topic involving one person or whatever, and it's hard to verify and so forth. But when you have multiple witnesses, lots of people writing about something from the time period it happened and so forth, it's hard to argue with that, and it's hard to cover it up as well because you got a lot more sources of information
Yeah.
to get rid of at that point. down the biographies and whatnot. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you can't steal a person's memories out of their head. They might start talking about it again 50 years from now. Yeah.
You don't
Oral
have to-
traditions are important. Like, you ask Native people what their great-great-grandfather's name is, and they can tell you. I can guarantee
right,
you
yeah.
right now, not a person on this panel can name their great-great-grandfather.
Alexander. But I digress.
Yeah. Then you- and then-
Yeah, you're
your
right
mother's
though. It's
side-
rare. It's rare.
Yeah, then find your mother's side, your grandma's name, and her maiden name, okay? And then you're going to have to go back that way, because, again, your father's name being carried through is one way. But your mother's important, too, so it's very hard to track.
But no, like I was gonna say, I was kind of yes and like add to what you're saying. This is why I believe etymology and the roots of our dialogue is so important. Because our history used to be spoken. There was no written literature for it. So if somebody said something, they meant it. And the word that they used, they chose for a reason. So repeating it verbatim was very important. Like if great grandpa's used this particular word, yep. Oh, that's what he meant. Yeah, that's why he used that word.
Exactly. And then there's
Now we're
old
like, we
English,
don't-
different Old English versus New English. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of differences just with the craft language of English,
Yeah.
should I call it.
I consider English to be watered down Neo-Babylonian. Like you can get the truth out of it if you know what you're looking
Yep.
for and if the Holy Spirit guides you. But if you don't, then you're trying to read it through chronolize, it becomes so much more difficult to see things because people have like compartmentalized American English away from all other languages, even though it's literally the grand sum of all of them.
And it's good to know a second language because you start making a lot of connections real fast. Even if you speak Spanish or French or anything
Yeah.
else for that matter that's European, especially Latin's good. Anything like that, then you can quickly make a connection, and then of course you figure out the broken telephone problem. You know, I try to explain it to people all the time. I'm like, look, you buy junk all the time from the store, right? You open the instructions and you've got some English, but you can tell the English was definitely translated from Chinese into English. It wasn't an English guy that wrote this. You can tell because you're reading it and you can't understand half of it, right? So you know somebody just Google translated this in some way or shape or form. So you can get the basic picture now, but you ain't reading it correctly. But if you found a Chinese friend and you said, come read it to me, Chinese instructions, it would make perfect sense.
Yeah,
So-
because sometimes it's like little subtle like things that you would only get culturally, and you have to have that explained to you, or you'd probably never get it either way. You
Right.
have to be raised around it.
Right. And just like when people argue about the Bible in Hebrew, and I throw the concordance in their lap, and the thing weighs
Yeah.
fucking 7 pounds, and they're like, "Oh," and I'm like, "There you go. There's 5,000 plus words to go study." And there's
I love studying
many
it.
similarities.
It's overwhelmed.
It's
But also
more than
the-
overwhelmed. It's like I said, look, dude, not only look in there, this isn't large print either, dude. This is small print. You need a microscope to look at it. I mean, this isn't even funny. This is
Here,
like
let
10
me send you
words in a
something,
row.
Agave.
Sorry?
I'm gonna send you something. Oh wait, I need to open up the message to do that.
So you get a bunch of words in a row. They're all the same word, and they all mean something different. It's like, how can that be? It's like, listen, I don't want to try and explain it to you, but it's like a lot of languages do that. You can even speak to it doesn't matter who and what language. You can find them, bring up 2 or 3 words, just like we
Here we
have
go.
your, there, 2, 4, 4, okay, things
So
like that.
I'm sure you know who McToon is. You've seen him around.
we're
Okay, so
watching-
this guy on his website, he's got a page up where he's trying to say that the Bible says that the Earth is a sphere, which is a complete lie. Like
He's
I
a
just
horse
sent you.
head.
Yeah, well, I just sent you like this. It looks chaotic, but it's like this meme that lists every verse, like all of them, and thoroughly debunks that bullcrap claim because he's a liar. But like,
Hey, look,
so,
you-
so to
you-
me,
you
these words
mentioned-
matter. Like just the
You-
dur and the chug. Like dur means sphere and chug means like vault, horizon, or circle. And so the verse he cited was Isaiah 40:22.
Yeah.
And it uses the word chug. It does not say dur. If it said dur, then it'd be okay, he's above a sphere, he's above a ball. But they knew the difference between a ball and a circle because they're not stupid.
But again, even when the person brings that up and they like my pastor said or whatever in 40:22, and you go, okay, what about 22:17? So you're saying Isaiah is a total idiot? Isaiah doesn't know the difference between a circle and a ball? Yeah, and then they shut up real fast again because they don't know their Bible. They know nothing. They know what their pastor told them. They know what some friend told them. So and so. I said, when you're standing in front of Jesus and he asks you a question, you're going to say, "Well, my pastor told me," okay, and you're going to get a slap upside the head. I guess I don't know.
Work out your own salvation with fear and trembling, and study to show you thyself approved.
Do it now. Do it now.
It's on you. That's the thing. It's like it's on each individual person. You can't be waiting for somebody else to go find the truth for you. You dig for it.
Yeah, man.
You've got to go dig those holes.
This isn't the testimony channel, but I'll tell you, all you men listening to me right now, humble yourselves and pay attention. When God shows up, you'll know it. That's all I'm going to say.
See, and the imperative thing is digging for truth, because the truth will lead you to the one who created truth. I'll digress from there, but that's it. The truth is the most important thing. It will set you free.
Spinning water balls in outer space and 10 to the 17th tour of... Shut up!
Applying etymology to every religion, every scripture, every bit of history, that helps clarify everything. Like, it doesn't matter what book you pick up, just apply etymology to it and see where it came from. Look at those roots. Get the bigger picture. It's important. And like he was saying, like Agave was saying before, don't listen to what some pastor dude says or some friend or whatever. That's bullcrap. Read it for yourself. Study for yourself. I don't care what book you're picking it up. You study for yourself. Ain't nobody gonna put it in your head but you.
Listen, God's listening to your thoughts right now inside your head. I guarantee it. Trust me. That's all I'm going to say. You want to know? Go look.
Like just looking at general propaganda and how all that stuff works. If you are not actively controlling what you put into your mind, then whatever goes in enters your ears and your eyes, you're just going to let it go in. And then that becomes part of how you think now, because you're not actively paying attention to what you're allowing into your head. And like, so many people don't realize that. Sit there, watch the boob tube all day, or get online, chatting away like keyboard warriors over some bullcrap. And they're not actually digging. They're not actually studying. There's no scholarly articles being read. There's no like actual equations being like experimented with, or out there in the field, like going out on the ground and experimenting with things or going to different locations. Nobody's doing that. Very few. And usually the ones who are doing it happen to be of the side of like the flat earth side. And they began trying to freaking debunk the flat earth. And they never stopped. They kept on doing experiments. Yep, flat. Yep, flat. Yep, flat. Where is that curve? Like, I've been looking for it. It's elusive, like a freaking unicorn or a Bigfoot. Where's it at?
But you know how hard it is? You know what? Like, because from my perspective, it's the language. Everything you said was right, and yet and still, you said science in the wrong, you said experiment in the wrong context right after that a number of times. And trust me, this is not, I'm not saying that to come at you at all. I'm saying, look at the language, like even with the language, like just like you said, like what was I watching?
We can't even help it,
somebody
can
was
we?
talking about and somebody was talking today. They asked the question because they took a picture of the moon in its orientation out their window, and they were like, look at the orientation. Like, if the Earth were flat, how on earth could the angle of the moon's light be what it is out my window? And I'm thinking, but you haven't considered that you basically just asked a rhetorical question. Because in your mind, the angle to the sun is the thing that causes phases. You think that the sun is a ball, you think that the moon is a ball, and you think that the light shining from the sun is being cast on the moon physically.
Like, if that's the starting point.
And so you ask, and then you ask the question based on that. It's really no way to answer that. It's kind of a rhetorical. So it's like with the language where it's hard to tell people that that's what's wrong.
Loaded question.
You can make two examples for everything. Like, you know what I mean? Is it close and big, or is it far and small? You know, you can make an example and a visual representation of two things math magics anytime you want. I can absolutely produce two things and say, which is it? Again, the moon, a simple question. Is it a moon rock in the sky in space, in your opinion? Oh, yeah, it's a moon rock. They landed on it with a moon buggy and everything else. Okay, so how come you can see blue? Well, the shadow of the moon is blue. Well, shouldn't it be dark? I've never seen a blue shadow. Start with that, and then we can move on to something more complicated. But again, they just don't process. The processor is just damaged.
Hey, Elijah, since you brought up the moon, did you happen to catch it last night? Did you see it? Did anyone see the moon last night?
I fell asleep.
Maybe 2 nights ago, there's a sliver there. It's a waning.
Well,
right?
last night the moon was something else. It was low. Yeah. Well, what? It looked. It was pretty something to behold. Was it not?
Yeah. It was high up. I mean, it was during the day. It started. It's moonrise or whatever, and the moon set was huge and pointed downwards, like the shadow was up above it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it looked eclipse-esque. It was strange looking.
Yeah, it did. It was huge, and it was.
For me, it's the position jumping around. Because your house doesn't move, nothing moves. When you step out the door, you should see things in the same kind of relative place. I mean, if you did it every morning, you would see the progression of the system, if you will. But if you miss a few days with clouds, you kind of miss out. But anyway, I've been out there a couple nights where it was clear, and suddenly the moon was like really high early in the night where it shouldn't have been, and I was just like puzzled, And the next night, there it is over there. It's like, what's going on here?
Well, that's why.
What kind of what happened to the moon?
You're breaking up, Elijah. You're breaking up.
I had blanked out. What did you say about the moon? Are you talking about?
Well, you just mentioned the moon. I just asked you if you happened to be able to get a glimpse of it last night.
Oh yeah, because with the other guys talking about it being like in a different position, I talk about that a lot in the sense that from the position that it is rising, quote unquote, right? So it's like one night you can see it like rising above like a certain tree line, and then like it'll be that, and it'll incrementally move little by little each time that it rises, and then all of a sudden. One day it's like, whoa, how did it rise over there?
Yeah, and not only that, backtracked. I mean, I would usually see it, let's say I'm looking straight ahead of me, okay? And then I remember the next night or whatever, instead of it being low and straight ahead of me, it was way up high and to my left, like at about 10 o'clock, you know what I mean? Instead of 12 where I would see it. It was really just bizarre. To me, it just jumped out of place. And the sun as well. I've seen a couple times too where I'm just like, in the morning, I'm like, the sun just very gradually changes its declination and stuff. So it shouldn't be too crazy. Like if I go out at 8 every morning, I would expect to see, a progression throughout the year, but not a huge sudden jump one morning where my coffee, I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, don't forget, you can't exactly go by time either, because the whole construct of man's time is nothing compared to the actual intricacies of the sky. That's why I said we need to go back to sundials, because that's the only true clock.
I wouldn't time. I would say the sun rising. Like you said, the sun when it's low in the sky in the morning, and normally I would get up around the same time, not being the time of day clockwise, but for me it's the sun rising that makes me get up.
Right. And when you do track it, it definitely does, it's always rising in the east, setting in the west, but it always does head northerly, for our summer and southerly for our winter, compared to due east.
But not a jump in one day that's just right out of place. You know what I mean? Like it just seems totally bizarre.
Sometimes the extremes are there, and if you try to track moon elevations, even it should be traveling a certain set of degrees per hour. but sometimes it seems to jump like 2 or 3 degrees where it's only supposed to travel a half a degree. And sometimes if you just stare at it, it doesn't seem to move until you look away, and then you look back and then it moves. It's very weird. The moon is weird.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, that's different. I would call that like illusional, if that's even a word. It definitely moves at the degree it moves. Like, even though when we look at it, we think, oh, is it going faster? Is it going slower? I would assume it's definitely like a perfect timepiece would, moving in some sort of, fashion that makes sense. Like, not speeding up, slowing down. Like, it's not doing that even.
Telescope. You can watch on your telescope.
But what the other guy was talking about is something entirely different. Like, this what we're talking about is not an illusion. It's literally the debunking of the heliocentric model. You can't have the moon like incrementally. These movements are specifically, supposedly, because of the turn of the Earth. So because of that fact, you can't have it end up in an entirely different place the next night.
Yeah, like a massive tilt. The declination is way up.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you 100%. The jumps appear to be further than what they should be, according to the heliocentric mechanical orbital model, for sure. But what I'm saying is, not only is it illusional, which I would agree, like a lot of time, like the moon follows you when you're driving down the road, but I'm saying we have actually tested it with measurements. I'm sure you all know Zachary Zabala, Good Times for All. Him and I, in 2 different locations, were measuring the angles of the moon and trying to track it in its alleged, angular change due to speed, and it doesn't line up. It never lines up, but it always catches up. So at some places it appears to be slower, and then other places it appears to be faster, but it always catches up to rise and set at the designated times. But I'm talking about actually using, measurements, angle measurements. And if you stare at it too long, the degrees don't seem to change. That's what I'm saying. It gets weird. The moon is weird.
That's interesting.
There's optical factor. No matter what people say, there's definitely an optical factor, and it's hard to understand because the eyeballs can fool you. It's simple.
As far as illusions go, I'm under the illusion that the lights that we see in the sky are designated specifically for the individual to observe, not mechanical balls floating in space by any means.
That's still why I think the first question you can ask anyone who comes in here is say, do you believe the moon, the Apollo mission narrative? If yes, what? That's what substantiates the moon as being a rock floating in space. And if that's what's in your psyche, then where can you go from there?
And how come all these flags have a star and the crescent moon? Why?
Yeah, the other things, I mean, let's face it, the moon is weird. But we don't have the gradient shadowing that we should have. It's pure light to pure darkness. There's no distinctive marks within the dark portion of the moon ever. There are some fakes out there where they say that they change up the, what is it called? Anyways, like they're letting the light bleed through. But you cannot get it to where you can see traders on the dark side. Ever. That's a false narrative. So.
What's interesting, this is just observation of retail stores and things sold online. They still sell globes, but all the illuminated moons they sell are all wall-mounted disc.
Yeah.
Not flat,
dish.
Convex disc things.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're self-illuminated. I'm just saying, though.
Yeah. They plug into the wall, but it's weird that they won't go floating sphere disco ball moon. They could sell loads of those.
I mean, maybe they just don't trust the Chinese picture of the back of the moon in front of the Earth picture.
Yeah,
maybe they don't trust that surface.
Mysterious.
Hey, look, I had a big ass telescope, and I would look at the moon a lot. And trust me, it looks. I gotta agree, it looks like land. I'll agree, but at the same time, there's technology right now that you can look at that just looks real too. So it's very difficult to say that something from the past is actually not quite advanced. Something is very more advanced than we think it is. I mean, a little more to this. Moon moves along nice and slow. You've got it in your telescope. You got to keep moving your telescope to keep up with it. And it's nice and trackable, and it's very predictable. It doesn't prove any globe, but once you think about it, umbra, penumbra, and that. I've always told people too, like in a spotlight or something, I put my hand down when I make a shadow on the ground. I'm like, make my shadow of my hand smaller. Tell me how you're going to make the shadow smaller of the object that's creating the shadow. Okay, go. And they're like, they think about it and they put it close to the floor. It's like, I said, that's as close to the floor as you're going to get. So that's the same size as your hand or the ball or whatever it is you're holding. Now you pull it away and it gets larger and larger. It never gets smaller. It'll never get smaller. I don't care what you do. There's no way you're going to cast this. And billiard balls have to be in a row if you're going to have a line of sight shadow situation. You know what I mean? Can't be both straight above your head. If two things are directly above your head, then you can't be casting the shadow between them, can you?
I'm still here. I see Flatterday is with us. Elijah. What's up, gang? Jack?
I'm just shouting to Flatterday.
I'm just chilling.
I had to get some cookies. The only reason they're shaped like that is because of gravity, you know.
FYI, there's stories of a lot of people testing positive for such and such recently. So they're amping up the testing again, and who knows what they're going to do with it.
I was telling my buddy the other day, I said, did it ever cross your mind that maybe that the test itself is just got the results already included with it, and that they have their number they want, and that's it? They're just random?
There have been, video I don't want to say it's evidence because that would be the wrong word. There have been people who have gotten the home test where they opened it, resealed it, sent it in, and it tested positive. So
I've seen majority of those videos and many more than that. And yes, there's something fishy going on. So to me, it's a total lottery. It's a random thing. It's like lottery tickets. I don't think that this is what we think it is.
Well, the test that they use, which is called PCR, the inventor said never to use it for this purpose, by the way. And if you had ever had any bronchial infection whatsoever, you will test positive with this test. It doesn't test specifically for a specific whatever. Okay? It tests for bronchial infection. So if you've ever had a bronchial infection in your life, they will again and again until the numbers are high enough to call it a positive. So it's nonsense.
It's passe anyway. That was a while back, and they don't even use it.
This is a hot topic, so just make sure you're speaking code, or we got to move on to the next.
Yep, I'm being very careful.
I know you are, Jack. I know you are. I'm just saying.
Hey, Creation Bear.
Yo.
Hey, I went to my doctor's to take an AIDS test, and he told me to think positive.
What a nice guy.
They destroyed all the film, and it's a painful process to get it back again.
Yeah, it is.
It's all gone.
Yeah, I'm going to my wife's. She's a bartender. I'm going to her restaurant right now, and they closed an hour early because a bunch of people tested positive. And it's like, yeah, that extra hour is really going to fix things.
Right. Yeah, I'm seeing it in the media a little bit more. It seems to be ramping up a little bit.
Yeah.
Are you? You sound like you're in a place where it's not a big deal. Were you in Texas or something?
South Carolina, upstate.
Oh, okay. I'm in Ohio. We're not messing with that stuff anymore. Ohio's like
we were one of the states where our governor said that he's not going to do the same thing that all the other states are doing, type of thing.
Sweet.
So, but yeah, it's still, you know, you still have, you know, the scary boogeyman can't go out at night, or the scary boogeyman comes out at night, and the scary boogeyman doesn't like, you know, dining room tables, and you know, we still have all that agenda. So
if you sit down, it's fine. If you stand up, you gotta, you know, it's really good. But yeah.
You've seen Quebec videos. I mean, we got a lot of people that protest in Quebec, and it was kind of funny to watch.
If people are at bars, sitting in patios, looking up at and talking about lunar phases and how it doesn't add up, then no, that's no bueno.
right. We can't have people observing, you know, reality. Go inside.
All right, y'all. I'm tapping out. Talk to you later.
All right, Jack.
Mask on.
That was just Jack, everyone.
I noticed a bunch of people in the grocery store wearing masks, and I was wondering what's up. So yeah, must be something up. Well, round 2 coming up.
Yep, exactly.
It's only a 2-round fight.
Round 2.
Well, we got some people in the lobby. A gentleman named Fueler of the Flame.
Send them into the ring.
I'll send a message. Oh, we're losing people.
Word.
Word is word.
Bird is the word.
I can see who left though.
Microsoft Word for writing letters and shit, yo. Remember that one?
We lost Tony and Glatt. That's it. Oh, Tony's back. Hey, Tony. Tony B. Hey, Tony. All right, he's gone. What else is going on, folks? I broke my back. Spinal. What made you think to post that, Old House?
Someone said something about a 2-round fight.
Oh.
It was a stretch, but yeah, that was the reason.
Oh, I love that clip, though. I broke my back. Spinal. It's too good. I love a good boxing reference. All these people in the YouTube chat are just like people in the nosebleeds trying to comment on Mike Tyson's fight. Like,
Yeah, the YouTube. I saw a video recently. It was a guy getting kicked out of a Dodgers game, but as he was getting dragged out, he took his hat off and sat in a row and started clapping. That's kind of the YouTube chat, it seems.
I saw that. That is a good way to put it. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. You're right. Because they're here every day. We try to, all right, guys, get out of here. Go somewhere else. Go enjoy your whatever. And they like just blend back in with the crowd. Now I want to sit and watch. Oh, man. Just let me know when you're ready to step in the arena, folks. Because that's where all the action happens.
Come on, the vacuum's nice. 10 to the 17 door.
I'm gonna use that one. FE Batman just joined.
Everything is nominal. Should use that word more.
Anyway, welcome to my planet. Man, I'm so heavy here. Well, because of the small size of my planet, the gravity here is much more intense than that on Earth. That doesn't make any sense. Shut up, Gregory. Alright, fine. How's this for a reason? I have an unbelievably powerful space pirate locked within the depths of my planet. That's why the gravity is so heavy here. Yarr! Get me out of here! Shut up, Bojack! Anyway, what are you here for?
These guys, this gravity, the core might as well be a freaking pirate, like this little clip that I found.
Walking on the moon.
My favorite part of that is the background character. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, he's saying the planet is small, therefore the gravity is so much stronger. It's like what a baller would say. I think the makers of this skit, the show, I think they knew some stuff about space and being ridiculous. That's why they poke a lot of fun at it. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we all know. That's great. That's fantastic.
Try to explain that to university students. Like I said, I got McGill University, got the smartest people supposedly in the world around here in Canada. I talked to some of these boneheads. I'm like, tell me something. This magical gravity that sucks everything to the iron core of the ball. And they're giving you these crazy description of, well, it's because of mass and this and that. And they got the thing down pat as far as what they were taught. And I'm like, but does that make sense, dude? Do you know what I mean? I understand you recited what you were told.
Juan posted the other day at Dilbert comic from 1999 throwing attracting mass under the bus. I think I screenshotted it.
You can't appeal to common sense sometimes. It's just like, especially if you're indoctrinated and you're in university and you're paying big dollars to be there. Then I tell them, look up the history of McGill University and Ravenscraig and MK Ultra.
Oh my god, dude.
Mm.
The lobby. Somebody else.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
He said, I just saw the message. Why isn't anyone falling off? Why can't you see the end? Why can't you see Tokyo from New York? Dude. What's holding in the fog, genius? What? He says gravity holds fog.
It's the same, I don't know. It sucks because it's repetitive. You got to go through it over and over and over again. There's a lot of people in the world. Well, I mean, it's frustrating, but that proves every time when they ask stupid questions like that they've done zero research. They haven't even found the Flat Earth Society's nonsense yet. Never mind the real truth. I'd be falling off the edge of shit. Again, I got 400 videos on my Flat Earth playlist on YouTube. Go through all 400, then come back after that if you still got a question. You shouldn't have any questions after that.
See, now this is with those types of people. Now I'm just gonna start pressing hard. Is it basketball? You press full press court or whatever, full court press. Yeah, you're not gonna get away with that. That you said take people down a peg. Exactly, Agave. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm about to do.
You gotta eat your own shoe once in a while. I mean, we've all done it. I still make mistakes. I'm 53.
Be back in a few, guys.
Still here though. All right, just had to drop the hammer in the VC or in the chat for a minute. People come in with they ride in on a high horse, and I'm just gonna friggin' drop kick these dudes off the horse.
Oh yeah, it's more than a high horse. It's one of those damn bicycles with the really tall bicycles that those freaks were in the circus ride. You know, it's really tall. It's better in person, you know, because then they can't back out. I like talking to people face to face personally. I don't like fooling around the internet too much, but
I know, dude.
Get better results in person because you don't get any back talk in your face, or people, you know there's consequences. Bottom line is they don't answer the questions. Again, how big's the Earth? No. How far's the moon? No. How far? Every 2 seconds, no answer. It's like, dude, you don't know shit. Basically, you don't know shit. Can we agree on that now?
Whoa. I'm being blown the hell up. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, dude, I think you should join VC. That like, people always want to run their Twitter fingers. Like, why not just talk like a man? Put your voice behind your words. Why do you need to hide behind the technology?
Yeah, we don't have to. The forum days are over. I used to type like a madman. I'm sick of reading and typing now. You know, we got this technology there. You got your fancy little smartphone thing. I don't even own a smartphone. Okay, I'm using a desktop. So get your ass in here. Let's yap. We're not here to beat you up. We're here to tell you we all got scammed. Everybody got scammed. You know, we're not special. I don't know why people think there's some special club or something. It's like, dude, I'm trying to tell you, we got scammed, man. Wake up.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, led astray, run amok, and flat out deceived.
Yeah, we were bamboozled until we grew the fuck up. Here we are.
Started to care. I mean, it depends what you do. If you're busy in the circus, this life, and you're happy with doing whatever you're doing, you're not thinking about a lot of this stuff. It just doesn't matter to you. Now more than ever, because now you just got to dye your hair pink and change your clothes to a woman's clothes and make a YouTube channel, and you can make a living, apparently. Wish I would have known that sooner.
Is that like a personal attack or something?
Oh, God, man.
I got to get a polka dot dress and a wig, man, and get online and start making some bucks here. I got screwed.
Well, I don't know how much you're into the webs or whatever, but you'd be surprised there actually are guys that do that.
I just see the little videos people send me, these horror shows of these, you know, whatever they are, and it's like, dude, how can you be so confused? Who fucked you up so bad? I mean, this just didn't exist even 25 years ago. I don't understand what happened. It's like they're making the frogs gay. You know, yeah.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
Just like that.
He barely got through saying that. What was I gonna say?
Hey,
shit. Hi.
Welcome, buddy. Welcome. When you remember, let us know.
What?
What was it? You can remember.
Remember what? Oh, hang on now. Shit.
I'm sure.
I got a song stuck in my head, and it's like interfering. Hold on. Just stay tuned for more of my nonsense. Coming up next.
How do I get one of those little O's with the nice axis line through it, like in your name there, Glatflobe? Got a perfect 23.4 degree axis line through your O. How do I make one of them?
You want to make it as accurate as possible, so...
I know. Measured it. It's the keyboard stuff, I don't know.
Oh, yeah. Well, one thing I wanted to say, this wasn't it, but one thing I did want to say is I wanted to repeat what someone had said earlier about people being nicer and you get more done in person. I said something like that way earlier today. I couldn't agree more. When you just start talking, people think you're goofy. People think you're nuts. But I haven't had one person, and I know a lot of people do have this happen to them often. It just depends, I guess. But I haven't had anybody react in any sort of way other than you're crazy or that's interesting. And that's it.
Yeah. They're polite, some of them, and I know what they're thinking in their head. At that moment, I know what they're thinking in their head, and I'm okay with that. But the seed's been planted. It's kind of like when you're behind me in your car, and you're reading it on the back of my vehicle, and I can look in my rearview mirror, and people are either on their smartphone laughing, taking a picture, or they're looking at it and talking to each other, and I can actually see people in the passenger seat lean over to the guy in the driver's seat and read their lips. Is the world flat?
Something about the nice factor that does go a long way. It does go a long way. You can see it in the chat. You can see it in the VC. Just a little bit of being a little bit of niceness will soften up even just the harshest troll. So.
And nobody gets unnice with you in person unless they're looking for a fight. And that's pretty much how it goes. So it's only the internet you have to deal with this nonsense. No, none of these people we're talking to in the chat room or whatever would stand in front of me right here and say what they're saying. Bottom line.
They also don't have the endurance to go long. Sorry, that sounds.
Well, they wouldn't make it the three first questions I asked them, they wouldn't be able to answer, and that's Humble Pie 101 right there.
Hey, CB, as off color as that might have been, you might not be wrong about that.
Oh my.
Yeah, no. It's like even a troll, they don't have the endurance to keep it up very long. That's kind of what I mean. Or someone pretending to be a certain way, like acting a little bit. They just can't do it very long. So you just be nice a little bit and they'll break character. You know what I mean? So.
And even the ones that showed up at the meetings in the first, like some of the very first meetings that I wasn't involved in the States or whatever, but people would live stream on Hangouts. And I tell you what, some of these Globe people showed up there and they sure were a lot more polite in person. And the only one that wasn't was quickly physically removed and taught a lesson. So that was about it. I mean, everybody's much more polite in person. They don't act like an idiot.
That is true, man. People want to people get the Twitter finger.
Well, you kind of got to be, you know what I mean? Like, I'll just put it to you this way. A guy like me comes up to you, you're going to be nice to me. That's all there's to it.
Yeah. I feel that. I feel you, dude. Yeah.
You might just meet the person that you're pissing off online there. You know what I mean? You think you're all safe at home, and then one day suddenly it's like, "Who are you?" And it's like, "Oh, I'm so and so," and then you're like, "Oh,
yeah, exactly."
Then so, I was just joking, by the way, about this or that. That's how quickly, they literally. I've seen a couple good ones like that, and it's like, hang on a second. Somebody was at a Flat Earth meeting. They're like, "That's so and so," and I'm like, "Hang on a minute, that's so and so." I'm like, "Go over and talk to him." He's like, "He's already been over here to talk to me." I'm like, what did you say? Well, he came over immediately and apologized and said, "Oh, it's just online banter and blah blah blah." And of course it is. Otherwise, you'd get knocked out.
It's funny how that works out, huh? You look someone in the eye, and all of a sudden, it's man to man. Now what's up? Now what are we going to do? You're going to be nice to me? I'm going to try to be nice to you. You're going to be nice to me? All right, let's go.
And a couple of these guys are like big beasts too, man. And it's like suddenly the person they were arguing with online meets them in person, and they're like, "That's so and so." It's like, "Oh crap!" Yeah, you're about to get your head squished like a grape. Yeah.
Yeah, man. What happened? Like that's such a lost thing. People just talk so much online. It's crazy.
Yeah, you'll never hear someone say Eratosthenes IRL.
Yeah.
How far were those sticks apart again? Oh yeah. Mm.
We FaceTimed, bro. 500 miles apart. 200 BC.
He got on his cell phone and called the other guy, right? Mm-hmm. Right, the shadow's pointed over there. Let me get on my horse and ride for 4 weeks, and I'll meet the other fellow.
That's hilarious.
The shadow was pointed that way. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it was that way. Hold on, I'm going to ride back, and I'll let you know. Idiots. Please. Maybe aliens and UFOs helped. Yeah, exactly. Go back to space.
Yeah, they forgot. Like, it's not us that believes in these outer space aliens. It's these guys. They always want to pretend like we're the crazy. It's like I'm just here saying the room that I'm in doesn't move. Okay, so you guys are saying it does, and then proceed to say I'm crazy.
I got a nickel. It's been balanced on my desk here for a long time on its edge, and it hasn't moved.
Right. Oh, but you're crazy if you don't think it's like no. I don't think we're the ones with the crazy position here, guys. Almost on every topic too, like the water, the gas pressure. It doesn't matter where you take it. The flat earther has the same position.
You want to laugh? Get yourself a chalkboard like I do, and then have them try to describe the solar system to you on the chalkboard in some way or shape or form. Then show them the video of the spiraling super duper 3D animated one that goes through space there, and it's like, well, that doesn't look anything like the little, mobile over the crib that you just drew that your teacher taught you about. You forgot that whole thing is shooting through space at 670,000 miles an hour, bud.
I think it's crazy that people skirt around. They skirt around and claim things that they've never seen with their own eyes, like it's just the absolute truth.
Did you go to school?
Crazy thing.
You didn't get educated?
Just what on earth is this world that we're living in? Oh, let me guess. Flat.
It's Planet of the Apes.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they told you. I mean, that's just it. And even my own mom, who's super Christian, I tell her, I said, Mom, the minute that I came home and told you that I was come from a monkey, what did you tell me when I was 5 or whatever? I can remember being young, and I'm sure I must have come home and told you something along those lines, because I remember being taught that crap. And she's like, yeah, whatever. And I said, well, doesn't that disagree completely with your biblical views? And why didn't you dispute that? Or go to school and ask them why they're teaching this. You know what I mean? Like, you just let it happen. So I don't understand. Like, which is it? No, we'll just meld those two things together there. Gotta make it all work. It's tax exempt that way. Yeah, I thought so.
I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's even funnier is when I whipped out the exact numbers of the church figures, and she's the secretary accountant. She thought I looked at her books at her house or something. Like I snuck in her fucking house and looked at her accounting books for their church or something. I said, no, you missed the point. It's a tax-free corporation, and it's a public entity. Therefore, all records are online, available to anyone at any time. So it didn't take me 30 seconds to find it. And she was just totally fucking offended that somebody could know those numbers. I was like, yeah, well, your monkey ball doesn't work, so you better review it again.
They haven't even reviewed it once. I think that's the problem for most people.
Right.
They've never even taken one good look at the damn thing.
No. They look
I mean,
at a
to
monkey
be honest,
and they say, I feel like a monkey. Look like a monkey. I kind of act like a monkey. It's possible.
I mean, I believed a lot of stuff on face value as well when I believed it. I think the problem is just when you start to investigate. That's when you start to undo the programming. But you have to do the review, like you said, Agave.
Yeah.
If you never take the time to look at what you believe in, then you're just going to be stuck believing in things that
I'm
don't even
lazier.
understand.
I'm lazier than most of you people. I will not want to dig into the library and find some crap on anthropology or whatever and go dig it up. No. The internet allowed me to literally, like you said, go look things up and not just pick the first Google result or whatever, and now doesn't compare. I mean, forget it now. Forget searching for anything right now. Forget what I just said, because those days are over. There's no more finding the truth on here unless someone's absolutely got it recorded, saved, or whatever from years ago, and you won't find it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, there's not much.
You can even look up whole books online now, so you can read like whole books.
That's the best part.
Cool.
Audiobook, you don't have to read it. You can listen to it. Somebody will narrate it for you. I appreciate that. Yeah, Enoch, Jasher, Jubilees, all those books you didn't want to read, you should let them play in the background so you can listen. More importantly, again, just information. You know, when you're just on a binge of information and you want to know the Christopher Columbus's boat, how big was it, or whatever the hell, I mean, you can find out real quick. A whole day at the library just to find out 3 questions answers. You know, now it's like you can freeze your brain with information.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool part about it. But yeah, they're censoring the heck out of it now.
Yeah, I like to be able to dig up 4 or 5 things on something and go, hang on a minute, there, like these 2 guys don't agree with these 2 guys, and then this other guy's got his own opinion of it. So that's 3 opinions on one subject matter, you know what I mean? And that's where you get to measuring stuff and testing things, and not just saying, okay, well, this guy, I like his tie, and he seems credible, or he's got a PhD, or whatever bull crap, and then I'll accept his nonsense. No. Sometimes the crazy guy's got the answer. You know, these online Alex Jones shills, everybody else, they all have a piece of something you should listen to. There's nobody out there hardly that doesn't have some little bit in their crap that's important. Could be 95% garbage, could be 5% garbage. Hard to say. It's like hunting for scrap metal. Okay, it's unusually warm here, so I guess climate change is an actual thing. It's above 0.
All right, let's check back in. Anyone new? We have a Thelion. I don't think we spoke, so welcome. Let us know if you have any questions or anything. Love to hear from you. Yes, 9 also. Those seem to be the only 2 VC verified. So, guys, if you have any questions or want to raise a point, we definitely would love to hear your 2 cents. So, chime in.
Those lobby people made it.
That other guy. Let's check back in and see what happened with him.
They're just
he got yeeted for 30 minutes into timeout.
So they don't want to know.
Oh, now he's telling people to kill them. So well, he's gone. So
yeah,
I mean, to have such a vile reaction to something that you don't understand at all. I mean, what's going on there?
Mm-hmm. Oh, here's a good one from today. NASA mulls using SpaceX to rescue astronauts after Russia's space station leak. I saw that recently, but now it's a thing, eh? Okay, let's look. Well, the picture's fantastic. I got to give them that. Let me just link that.
Telling people to hurt themselves is grounds to actually have your account like kind of messed up. Like
he was reported.
Discord. What I'm saying is Discord will shut down somebody's account if they're telling people to hurt themselves.
Yeah, he was definitely reported.
He shouldn't be doing that crap.
Well, the day's coming where it's going to be bad news for everybody online, and we're going to have to be literally verified or some crap. I mean, watch.
Yeah, but like Discord tries to keep a safe environment when it comes to certain things like super harsh bullying or like telling people to hurt themselves, and they don't stand they will definitely remove somebody's account over that.
It's young people usually.
I mean, it's 48 minutes past the hour. The guy joined at the top of the hour and didn't even make it
another account.
Didn't even make it 1 hour.
It's young people.
Dang.
And it's an ugly watch. But let's see. It's good to see, though. I'm looking now that we have access to the seeing who has joined and what time. A lot of people join the server, guys. Like, for me, today alone, I mean, I couldn't sit here and count. You'd be like, dude, just stop counting, because like, there's a lot of them here. People join the server at a frequent rate.
Yeah.
Oh, entertain me, because I'm not aware of all this. But if a person comes on to this, because this is mostly a gamer thing usually. So in other words, they've got to search Flat Earth to find this particular little live stream deal here, right?
Or someone sent them a link, but yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much.
And how many channels or things are there on Discord compared to other platforms? Hundreds, thousands,
unlimited.
Million?
It's like unlimited, bro. You can have you can make one. I have one. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
no, but does anybody know like how many are actually there, or what? Is it just a variety of everything? And
yeah, it's like a variety of anything you can think of. Just like
So there's a skateboarding one, or a swimming one, or a whatever, right?
Is this the only server you're in, bro?
Yeah, man. Somebody sent me this thing because I'm not into downloading too much shit to a computer unless I'm going to dedicate the desktop to the actual.
Yeah.
I've lost a few systems along the way, and then now I dedicate the system to what I'm doing. I don't have all my other info on anything other than external drives now, because all my videos, everything I'm saving, I got terabytes of shit on purpose. So when somebody's looking for that video they can't find, or whatever's been censored or whatever, they usually give me a shout. You know what I mean? Like, you got just by chance? I'm like, you damn right I do. Just a minute.
Yeah, there's a Discord for just about anything. You know, this YouTube channel you like, he's got a Discord. You know, you watch MMA, they got a Discord. You like football, Discord, 5 of them. So
I wouldn't even know where to go back and start at the home page. Like, where would I even search right now if I wanted to go find something new? Wouldn't even know what to do.
I think there's a thing called Disboard, and that's a place where they just, you can search up different categories, and they'll show you how many servers, talk about that topic or whatever.
Yeah, well, somebody sent me the link, I just got the link. They got invited to it. That's it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool on here. I'm on a couple now, and actually, Owl is my virtual BF, guys.
Owl? Perspective Owl?
Yes.
Cool.
I'm just a little suspicious of this because to me, the fact that you have to download it, number one. Number two, I mean, who knows who's keeping it, okay? I'm just saying.
Right.
But Hangouts was working perfectly fine. There's no reason they had to get rid of it. The only reason they got rid of Hangouts is because A, it was easy to make a community. B, it was easy to link up with other people. C, it was I could go on and on here, okay? But we were having a good old time making friends, getting like-minded people, and easy to communicate, and all of that, right? And they just ruined it. I mean, completely ruined everything. The ability to just meet other people, like that you want to talk to and make friends with.
Yeah,
Why don't you
crazy how things change.
Yeah, Twitter, TikTok, whatever. I mean, I don't have a smartphone, so they want it all through the smartphone, right?
Yeah.
The old Hangout links work, by the way. I still use old Hangout links. Like, I save some, and you can still run them. If you have a person on a desktop, it doesn't accept it on the phone anymore. But if you have a desktop, you can go on old Hangout links and start up old Hangouts and have your buddies on there. And, it's probably just completely unmonitored at this point. You're using old Hangout links. It works good. When I want to have a private call with somebody in a video call or whatever, I don't have to use Google Meet or whatever else there. We use the old Hangout link. It's kind of funny. It's better, too.
Yeah, it's crazy how things have changed over the years. MySpace, Facebook, all these things.
Yeah, and I don't even use those. So, yeah, I've shut them all off. Shut everything down. I never even had a TikTok or an Instagram or anything to do with the phone, for that matter.
You're probably not missing that much, to be honest.
No, I know I'm not. I watch other people zombified all day by it, and I'm like, put your fucking phone down and get back to work. Fuck.
Yeah.
Seen some injuries. I've seen all kinds of shit. No, the phone is not popular with me, especially around people with machinery or equipment or anything like that. You just put that piece of crap away, man. Distracted
all this
by
old
that.
fart. Sorry, go ahead. I think the owner of the Indianapolis Colts, he's been talking about, he's an older guy. He's like, well, they told me when I was young that the future would involve flying cars and that kind of thing. And now it's just on the phone.
Yeah. And it'd be easier.
I never really thought of it like that.
Free, easy, all this stuff. And no, nothing's gotten easier or freer, I'll tell you that.
Everybody was promised the Jetsons, and they got like a weird zombie apocalypse.
Yeah. The worst part is that they know it. They have energy. It's free. They could make everybody happy right now at home with your own personal equipment and devices, and you could probably even make it mostly yourself with the do-it-yourself kit. I mean, it's literally that easy, but they know that can never happen, or their system's over. Can't have a castle and shit and a fleet of Rolls Royces and horses unless you got some people under you. I don't know. Give me $1 billion. I'll show you what I can do. Start with a safety meeting right now.
I'm still here, though. I'm just looking through the chat, seeing if there's anything's up. I'm just pinging new people. Anyone that joins that's new, I'm just going to give them a ping. What's up? You there? Because I've seen some people just join and leave right away. Like, this dude left in 5 minutes. Join and boom, gone. So, I mean, that's probably fine. People poke their head in. They see Indio posting this freaking... this stuff that goes over my head. They're like, yeah, I don't know what that is. Just like leave. So I don't know. I'm sure that happens. see here. Matt Will East just joined us.
Breaker, I think I see the curve.
Oh, and hey, Cayenne, or Cyan. Good to see you again.
Oh, it's my mistake. I had my Coke bottle glasses on. That's another stat you guys should pay attention to. People with thick glasses. No, I've seen the curve. It's like, hang on a second. I hate to sound rude, but I don't wear glasses, and you got these pretty thick lenses there that are pretty concave on your face. I'm starting to wonder. Like the flat Earth guy, he's got 2 fucking quarter-inch thick lenses on his face, and he's wondering why he sees a curve. Just saying.
Yeah, the Coke bottle glass.
Bobby.
Say again?
I said that's real funny, man. Had me laughing on it.
It's true, though. I mean, it sucks, but it's true. Some people don't understand optics, and then, of course, if you're wearing thick glasses, I mean, I hate to be rude, but I mean, how long have you been wearing those? Since you were a child? Okay, so your eyes aren't very good. All right, so we can't rely on your eyeballs. Can we then go on to some physical measurements? Would that be acceptable? Because a blind person can use physical measurements. I mean, I don't know. I can't win this one. I mean, common sense is hard to find. You got to dig deep to get it. I mean, you need a good shovel. An excavator, I still can't get that low. I've gone down till I heard Chinese, and I still didn't find it. Until then, we'll eat some more cookies and wait. Why are your cookies flat? How does that work on a flat Earth?
I think we're about to get another one in here. That's undecided.
Cool.
Undecided is honest. I don't know is the best answer you can give in this place.
Honesty? Yeah, honesty is always the best policy.
I used to be a smart ass know-it-all too, but I mean, honestly,
India is so funny. Checking out the lobby. Are you on fucking drugs?
That's another problem. The definition of drugs. Oh, it's the devil's weed. No, not that whole store full of chemicals over there. No. It's this plant over here. It's got a problem, this plant.
Drinking that wine too, aren't you? Smoking them tweeds and everything.
Look at those weed.
Keep in mind, you can derive chemicals from the plant.
Right.
So it's not to say. So what I think you mean to say is just because something's a drug doesn't mean it's inherently bad.
Right, but the fact that you got to process like a ton of something to make a little amount of it means, again, it wouldn't happen normally, naturally, or nobody would have thought of that until somebody knows who came up with it.
Prescription drugs are probably always bad.
Yeah, sorcery in general. I mean, you just no person would be stumbling through the woods and find anything that you'd find in a pharmacy. It requires a whole bunch of intervention and / equipment or whatever else. You couldn't have a concentrated enough amount. Like cocaine comes from cocoa leaves, and the people that live in those countries chew that shit while they're working all day long, but they don't get high off it. And you'd need to chew like a 500-pound barrel of it in order to get the amount you'd get high off of or whatever. It's crazy, It's not. It's
actually they do get high off it. It's just not the cocaine kind of high. It's a relaxing high.
Right, but again, what's the purpose? I mean, it's a plant, so it's not something that's going to kill you dead. You're not going to overdose on it, and this is their problem. Is they demonize these things to the point where it's like, oh no, you're going to die, you're going to go to hell, whatever it is that they claim. And of course, you don't have to be a dummy. You can eat something bad and have a bad tummy ache and know not to eat it again. Something in a bottle, though, these little pills, and what's in there? It's like, oh, you can't even read the ingredients on that thing. That's just a whole bunch of letters put together. It's not even a word. Somebody had a pharmaceutical catalog thing one day, those dictionaries. Shit, man, the thing was 4 inches thick.
Anyway, what's up, Orion? Good to hear from you. Been doing some flat smacking on the streets. We also have Professor.
Not so much. Just working mostly. But I'm going to just tell people whenever I see them, you know.
Do you ever go up to people with, like, you ever see somebody with a NASA shirt and just have this, like, feeling like, I need to go talk to him? I've definitely got the feeling sometimes with the NASA gear, NASA swag.
Yeah, a couple times I've, like, stepped a few steps one direction rather than another just because I wanted to say, here, this flat to someone wearing a NASA shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's always the NASA merch. I'm like, but I never do, dude. I need to take your, I need to follow in your footsteps a little bit. Maybe do a little bit more talking to people out on the streets, on the highways and byways. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think it's great. The few times that I have interacted with people that, like, I was just, in my car on, red light, somebody on the corner, I was like, yeah, you think anybody's upside down underneath us? And he was like, nah, man. Yeah, me neither. Just, like, kept it moving. But,
if you want to find NASA shirt, just ask any Tesla owner.
You might be right about that. Just go to your local mall. There's going to be 3 or 4 stores in there with some, NASA merch, NASA swag. Hot Topic. It's always like Hot Topic, Forever 21.
Most popular size is 4XXXL.
Dang. That's cold.
That is cold.
Yeah, you don't ruin office chairs in a month for nothing. Yeah.
Professor H, I don't think I've seen your name before. I sent you a message in the chat. If you want to say hello, I'd love to hear from you. I'll give you a chance to say hello, but otherwise you'll need to join the VC check-in. Somebody will give you a pass to speak here. But if you want to say hello real quick, I'll give you the chance. What's up, man? You Team Globe? Are you Flat Gang?
All right, then. Keep your secrets.
Is that soundboard thing fed right into this program, or are you actually playing it through the microphone somehow?
Through the microphone.
Really, eh?
So funny.
What's funny, though, is I was on this thing with somebody, and we were talking, and I was trying to play something in the background for them off of the system, like off of my other screen. It was playing through the speakers, like, like it in the room, just like I'm talking to you now. It should be easily audible. He couldn't hear it, and it not at all. It was like it was blocked out.
I'll tell you why. The Discord
it wasn't the cancellation. It wasn't the background filter. No, I changed every setting. You listen, I tried to send him the link to the item, okay? And it was blocked in his country. I was like, hold on a second. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, I can understand if it's blocked from you clicking on the link and not seeing the video or whatever, but I'm trying to just play the audio in my speakers over here, and Google somehow knows that you're not supposed to hear it? And I'm not kidding. It's you know who Flat Earth Dude is? Kenny, Flat Earth Professor Dude, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kenny, you got to ask him about it. It was the most bizarre thing we've ever done. And you've seen his setup. He's got a full setup. He knows all about that crap audio and everything. He used to do that for a living or something.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he and I, we know our setups over here, okay? And normally, like I can play something in the background and he'll hear it. But anyway, most bizarre thing I've ever dealt with. Yeah, AI all the way. I was like, okay, now I'm disturbed.
Yeah, that's kind of creepy for real.
It was creepy. I was like, if it can pick out the audio and identify that show or whatever it is, that you're Americans or Canadians are not supposed to be seeing this content for whatever reason. No, that's just cuckoo, you know? Copyrighted, whatever. As the world turns.
That is really creepy.
What was that shitty fucking soap opera that was on it? As the World Turns. Yeah. I remember all the housewives used to watch that every day. And that was what, 80s, 70s? Shoot. A long time. As the world turns. They got us good, man. Okay, you got me. You got me.
Oh, we appreciate you, Agave, man. I've always preferred just, people like to gather around a warm campfire, and when it's quiet in here, people will stick on the buy, and we appreciate the people that will do that, because I'm sure people listen on YouTube, but I always appreciate people who spend time like talking on the microphone. So we appreciate you, Agave.
I don't like dead air. I've seen you guys are on there, and I mean, there's a lot of smart people out there that are just sitting there thinking to themselves, I would love to talk to somebody about this because it's in my mind or whatever. And it's like, yeah, if you're thinking that right now, and you can get on this silly Discord machine, get your butt in here. We'll fix it for you. I don't know how to work it. I mean, I ain't going to tell you how to work the whole darn thing, but you probably got one of those fancy smartphones, and it should be easy. So get in here.
I mean, people are
roboting voice. Yeah, it's 5G. It's fantastic new technology. Try it.
Yeah. I mean, there's times when I don't feel like speaking, but there's times when I do, and I'm sure people get in the mood. Like, jump on, don't be shy. Like, you can spend 5 minutes and talk, and then next thing you know, 5 other people are gonna want to join in. So that's what happens every time. So you see the VC, we've got 16, 17.
Don't get me started now. You get me started, I'll talk the ear off of a brass monkey statue. I mean, just melt the thing.
Well, you don't need any advice, but there are some other people I'm sure out there who maybe shy or whatever, but people hang around here all the time. So
hey, look, if you again, all these people here, whoever's in charge of all this stuff here is offering the service, and it's not a prick place where everybody's going to get shit on. I mean, obviously, and anybody with a reasonable question that's honestly looking for hey, you know what, this world is a little screwed up, and I kind of want to find people that thinking the same things I'm thinking. This might be the place for you.
Yeah.
Come on in. We'll chat about it a little. And of course, you can direct them to whatever other platform they're looking for, whatever other subject matter is included. Because again, Flat Earth is a tiny slice of the pie. It's like, oh, you guys think this is the end of the world? Blah, blah, blah. Hang on a second. This leads to a lot more topics, which you'll get to at some point. And Flat Earth might be the doorway, and Flat Earth might be one of the topics you're stumbling over as you're finding truth. Either way, it's just a little slice of the pie. But it all goes together, and it makes a pie. You got to find out what kind of pie you're eating. And it's deep. No question about that. Things we can't talk about on here. But I've probably been smoking too many of them weeds. You smoke the pot.
You're drinking that wine too, aren't you? You're smoking them tweeds and everything.
Yeah, you smoke that pot, and you probably not because you're really stupid. Yeah. Yeah, stupid guy. Trigonometry guy, you're so stupid. Like a troubleshooter, that's what I do. When something's broken and somebody else is like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with this thing, I'm the guy you call. Okay, and that's it. I can find your problem. Trust me, I'm going to track it down, frontwards, backwards, sideways, or upside down, one way or the other. I'll figure something out here. But you got to approach things at a whole bunch of angles and figure out what the heck is going on. Because there's no one answer to nothing in this world, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's why it's good to have all these people around. Everyone's looking at it from a different angle.
Yeah.
One of my favorite, it's like a story, I guess, from the Eastern world or whatever. There's like some story about three blind men trying to describe an elephant. So you've got one guy, he's trying to describe like what the leg feels like. Another guy is trying to describe what the trunk feels like. Another person is describing the tail. So one person alone isn't going to be able to provide the full scope of the elephant, and those three put together even still aren't able to tell you what the whole thing is made of. So it takes a lot of different perspectives sometimes to get the bigger picture.
Talking to a blind person will give you a lot of perspective on things, actually, as I knew a guy that was blind, and I'll tell you what, because I would ask him crazy questions like that. Like, I mean, when you're thinking of something in your head and you kind of got to, do you make a visual? Like, we make a visual because we see, you know what I mean? What do you see or what do you think of? And it's hard to describe, for a blind person to describe that to you. And again, like you said, to even say, and sometimes they have what they would call a visualization, I guess, and then they touch something and find out it's not what they thought it was. You know what I mean? Like their picture, if you will, didn't fit what their hands were touching now. It's like when our eyeballs see something and then doesn't match what we're told or whatever. It's just a mismatch, right? So you get a lot of get some interesting perspectives from a person that doesn't see. That's for sure. I tell you, they make you think different.
I had a girl in my first grade class, Abigail. She was a blind girl. I'm glad I got to experience that a little bit. It was cool to look, because I don't know. I'm sure most people aren't around a lot of blind people. So it's like, yeah, you're right. There's a lot you can learn from.
They're pretty incredible walking around. Like if you ever go to their own house or something, like they'll walk around the house, you'd swear they're looking. They could see you just because they know where they're going. But even when you're talking to them face to face, sometimes it's hard to tell. Sometimes with a person you don't even know, and they put their hand right in your hand when you stick your hand out. There's just no reason to think they're blind. They're very astute. Their senses are turned up. The rest of the senses get turned up somehow. They're always smart. So, I mean, I can see a lot of people potentially finding their way to this topic, or other topics will lead to this topic. But cool. A lot of intelligent people on here, though. I mean, the topics are covered well, and I mean, I've heard some crazy conversations on here that are way over my head, as far as certain topic, subject matter. When people get down to the finer details, you know what I mean? Like anyone can just fix something, right? But then there's the finer details of taking the carburetor apart. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm just focusing on the chat for a second.
I know.
See, in fact, I always got to cast my fishing rod out there. I'm trying to fish people in here. I'm sure y'all. My wolf packs are getting hungry in here, so we got to feed the wolf pups. So.
Driving angry in the YouTube chat room for sure.
What? This guy says he's just joined. I'm thinking I should start somewhere simple. I know I'm not going to actually convince anyone because it's only human nature to deny good evidence. Bro, what?
You sold it already. I'm buying. Go, keep going. Hey, you're a salesman, dude.
That is beyond ridiculous.
Well, that's a new tactic, though. That's just like literally like, yeah, man, take my money. Wow. He's convinced me before he even got to the question. Some wordsmiths out there. I'll give it to them for that, too. Most of it is just young people, man. I mean, it's just silliness. To me, it's sad because, I mean, everybody's been young. We all know how we were all smart asses when we were young. This is now pushing the limits of stuff. I mean, they're when I was that young and 14, 15, if somebody asked me the type of questions we're dealing with here, 20 years old or whatever, I would have been like, I have no damn idea, man. I'm going skateboarding. See you later. That would have been my answer. But now it's like, no, it's like it's a globe. And I watched Star Trek. You know what I mean? It's like, hold on, pal. Picture from NASA is my evidence. It's like, okay, all right, we got problems. This is beyond sad, man. I don't know what to call it anymore. It's like, you either find it or you don't.
Feel free to join the debate text. It's going down.
Still haven't figured this damn thing out.
Anyone out there listening, I'm sure. Some people would love to lurk and listen.
I'm clicking around here.
You don't have to.
It goes so fast sometimes. This is just like one sentence at a time. Here, let me put my glasses on. See what the hell's going on. Lunar eclipses debunk the globe. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Good luck. I can't type that.
What's up, Timbo?
Oh, I'm just saying in the text channels, I can't keep up. By the time I'm replying, there are 4 questions on.
I know.
Well, that's why it doesn't work. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because you say something, they say something back at you, and then you've got no room for explanation of what you meant because they're not listening. They're just throwing other stuff at you.
If you were talking audibly, it would take you 30 seconds to a minute. And typing, you're talking about 10 times that amount, plus attention span, plus, I mean, again, this is beyond. Maybe 20 years ago when people gave a shit a little more, but now it's literally emoji, I'm retarded, emoji.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't speak emoji, man, but I'm starting to understand the Egyptian hieroglyphic thing now. And the Idiocracy movie, when he walks in there to the medical place and he's like, my head hurts, whatever. And she's looking at the board and it's all little pictures. And that's it. She's like, stupid bimbo, going to push the button that corresponds to the problem he's having, basically. There's no more English or language or anything. No. It's just little symbols. Every new car you get in now, it's like all full of symbols. What the hell, man? I don't even know what's going on in here anymore. I just told it, Gabby.
Yeah, imagine the menus you'd have to print now, Agave. They would be phone books full of pictures of food.
That's not a bad idea. You have the little iPad. I actually knew a guy that had a restaurant in Toronto like that. He was one of the first people that did that. Brought the stupid iPad to your table, you scrolled through some shit, and you picked the picture of the meal you thought was looking good. There you go.
We don't even get service here anymore. We have these, those things you point your phone at, and it takes a photo and takes you to a menu.
QR
what are they called?
QR code.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, you go to a pub. Our pubs here are like restaurants as well, and they go, oh, the menu's on the QR code, and you go, what? What if I want to speak to a fucking human being? And you click on this thing, and then this menu comes up, and you pay through your phone. Yeah, because I'm a tradesman, so I carry cash around all the time.
The question is,
can I pay with cash?
Do you have to tip the robot?
Yeah, I was just going to ask that. Do you have to tip somebody? Yeah.
No, we don't.
They fucking back it on the bill automatically now.
No, we don't have tips here.
Really?
True.
So,
that's true.
Everyone who's working gets a wage, and you don't get tips. No tips.
Do you ever just like throw?
You can tip if you want,
or it's just like
it
not
depends
really
what the service is like.
do.
But if you go to a restaurant and you've had good service and it was $120 and you've got three $50 notes. Sometimes you go, yeah, keep the change. It was really good. Thank you very much.
Nice.
But, if the service isn't great, you go give me the change,
That's probably somebody from Canada visiting there.
That's great. That's funny.
Yeah, because it's not a requirement, It's not because your tipping system over there actually pays for the waitresses, like they share that money. Yeah, that's their wage.
Yeah,
is that right?
And you'll get people who won't. They'll just like do the bare minimum and expect the tip and stuff. Like that's not cool.
Yeah,
and I don't buy that.
But it's good.
Yeah.
Because it creates people to actually work for their money. Like you make sure the customer's happy. They're getting looked after. Would you guys like another drink? Or and people recognise it, and that's when they tip. But if you're just there, just going, yeah, I'll get you one.
I had many years experience, dude, in this, and I'll tell you right now. People that's sharing tips, F you, okay? There's shitty waiters and shitty waitresses out there, whatever, that don't deserve nothing, okay? That's it. They deserve to be fired is what they deserve.
There's restaurants around here that aren't full-service restaurants, but they're service restaurants nonetheless, where they want you to tip prior to service.
That's crazy.
It's worse than crazy. It's sick. And I told anyone that worked for me, I let them know on day one. I said, listen to me very carefully because I've learned this early and I'm going to stick it to all of you. Tipping is not mandatory. It's not required in any way. It's not even expected. Okay? Pretend that there's no such thing as tipping. And every tip you get, just think about it like a Christmas present or whatever you want to call it. Okay?
That's good advice.
Yeah, and then no sharing either, okay? If you suck, you suck. I used to prove it to people because they'd be like, how'd you make $150? I'm like, it's called being good. You have to be a good service, man. You have to go and treat your customers right and cater to them correctly. If you're just going to go running by there once, twice, 3 times in an hour or something and think that they're going to hand you a $20 bill, you're dreaming, buddy. I mean, most construction workers make $20 an hour. What are you talking about?
Right. Yeah, that's good advice, man. Yeah.
Hey, listen, I clean the toilet for you before I ask you to clean it for me, okay? I demonstrate. I'm not too proud to show you how this operates, man, and then you got to do the same thing. Same with my waiters, the other restaurant owners. You pay your waiters $10 an hour? I said, yeah. I said, I pay them $10 an hour because they're $10 an hour waiters. I don't have no crappy waiters. They get fired on day one, crappy waiters. They don't last a 12-hour shift here.
I like that, man. That's what's up. I've been in that industry for a while too, and yeah, man. There's some gems and there's a lot of garbage. So, yeah.
I stirred up the whole city. I'm the first guy to put a chrome Harley Davidson in the window of a motorcycle before Indian Motorcycle Cafe or any other hellhole. And just smart things like that. And other people are like, what's this number on the side of the menu? 4, 6, 9, whatever. I'm like, that's the price. They're like, oh. I'm like, that's tax included pricing too. And they're like, really? I'm like, yeah. They're like, you don't put $2.99 or whatever. I said, no, nobody's that fucking stupid anymore.
Right. $15.49. Like, dude,
stop wasting the ink in my printer, okay?
What do you mean? You don't have the tax included in the price? Like if you're charging someone $20.
Listen,
you just say $20 and then they charge the tax?
That happens a lot, actually.
Our tax has to be included in the price.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
A lot of times it's afterwards.
For cars and liquor, that's true here. But other than that, no. Everything else is a scam of marketing and everything else. $3.99, like we're stupid still. Okay, in the '60s that might have worked, but now it's $4. Like the scam can only go on so long. Now listen, smart people though. You see, I had a very exclusive clientele, of very intelligent people, and lots of couples. Okay, just single couples of people. And I'll tell you why. First dates and things like that, packed. I'll tell you why. I came up and told me right to my face one day, dude, you know why I like coming here with chicks and stuff? I'm like, why? Like, because I sit down, I grab this menu. It says, if the girl picks an appetizer, a main course, and a dessert, and a coffee or whatever, I can literally in my head in 3 seconds count up how much this is going to cost me before I even get started. You know what I mean? Like, I know damn well there's no way I'm going to spend more than $100 when I leave here, and it's not going to be a surprise at the end with a whole bunch of taxes and tips and this, that, and the next thing, and administration fees attached to the whole thing. You know? Numbers are there, very clear and simple. No pissing around. I don't want to mess around with change and try and find change or whatever. Fuck off. You know? Wasting my time here.
Wait a second. I'd never go to a restaurant that doesn't charge an administration fee. I don't know what's going on.
Administration fee.
Literally, they got the dishwashing fee and this, that, and who knows. What are you talking about? Just coming up with things now. Heard some real crazy crap. That's why I cornered the tequila market too. I was too pissed off with all the rest of the tequila places. Anybody that tried to sell tequila, I was the tequila man. Cornered the whole market. The guy's like, I can't find no good tequila. I said, that's because I bought them all.
I figured that you had something to do with that, based on the profile picture. Oh.
It was back just before the Cabo Wabo and Sammy Hagar and all that went crazy. So it was at a time when
he was just about to tell us that the film Three Amigos is based on him. Probably was the film Three Amigos based on you? Is that why they cut you off? You're about to
maybe. I used to get all the good tequila. You guys, if you don't know this, tequila plant, agave plant, takes 10 years to grow, first of all. Then you can get yourself some mezcal, or you can get yourself tequila, like white tequila. After that, you've got reposado and añejo. That's basically the aging process and where you get the expensive stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Something's sitting. So you got 10 years growing and 10 years of sitting in a barrel. Okay, you got a 20-year investment going on. Therefore, that is going to be more expensive. Now, here's the second problem. Like I just said, it's not instant. So if you've only got so much stored up in a warehouse, let's say, and suddenly Sammy Hagar turns into tequila madness, everybody runs out and starts buying tequila, clean out the shelves instantly. And then that's it. You're down to nothing. You don't even have any good high-end tequilas left because everybody bought it up and swigged it down. So it became precious at some point, to the point where, I mean, high-end stuff, guys were charging $30 a shot and stuff in Toronto. And I'm like, $30? Are you crazy? I sent out a whole fleet of minions with money. I said, go to all the liquor stores within 100 kilometers of this city and purchase every high-end bottle of tequila in this whole fucking city, because you only get so much delivered to each province or whatever. And, I mean, other bar owners were literally asking me if I could get tequila. I said, yeah, I've got it, all in my basement.
That's amazing.
You guys going to sell it $30 a shot? Screw you. Watch this.
Yeah. Corner the market, baby.
Yeah. I said, I'm not ripping no people off like that. That's just criminal, okay? I don't care. It's like when there's a bottled water has to be sold because of the water in your town. It can't be drank or anything. And the store triples the price or something. These people should be hung.
So is Sammy Hagar as cool as he seems on TV?
Oh, not at all. I have met him. There's a lot of celebrities downtown Toronto, and I happen to have a private lounge, so that didn't take long.
I remember when that whole Cabo Wabo thing, when he started talking about it and going nuts, there never seemed to be someone who loved tequila more than he did.
He didn't love it. He loved the money, just like Dan Aykroyd and anyone else. Okay, he owns Crystal Head, Skull Vodka there, and other satanic items. This is all a gimmick. It's all garbage tequila too. Anything white is just run-of-the-mill moonshine, and that's it. I mean, high-end stuff is, like I said, it's an investment, just like a high-end whiskey or whatever else.
The worm.
There's no worm, actually. that, believe it or not, that little device that they call a worm there, okay, it defines the region more than anything else. A person from Jalisco, for example, will be able to identify your tequila or mezcal because that worm is only in the region that you're in.
Mystery solved.
There's some bizarreness to it, put it that way, but it ain't what they say.
I never bought that too. I was like, I heard that a few times. I'm like, nah, they don't do that.
It has more to do with agriculture.
That would make zero sense anyway. You know what I mean? It's like a folk story.
Exactly. Anyway, if you go to Mexico, you can find high-end stuff that you'll never see in the United States or Canada because it doesn't have a label and a barcode and everything else that's required now to even import or export it. So you'd have to go to like a small batch place, kind of like small batch bourbon in Kentucky, let's say, or something, right? You can find some dude that can brew you some up, but you'll never find it in a liquor store.
Oh, wow, dude. I literally live... I go to Kentucky to buy stuff every now and again. I live in Cincinnati, so I never thought to do that. I should have done that.
Hey, you can't get it. I mean, even go here into the liquor store and ask them, you got any small batch bourbon or anything like that? Nope, no such thing is available.
Wow, really?
Yeah, you go down to the Kentucky, you can find some guy named Lou in his garage down the street. He'll sell you a bottle, and it'll be better than anything you ever drank, too.
Wow.
But they don't want you to know that because it's not about the drinking, it's about the gasoline. It's like moonshining wasn't nothing to do. We've mentioned this 100 times, and I'll keep saying it 100 more times. Moonshining has nothing to do with drinking it. They don't want you to make gasoline. Don't give a shit if you drink it and go blind or not.
Oh. Because they want to sell the gasoline, you're saying?
Yeah. But listen, if you had a whole field full of rotting potatoes or whatever, you could make high-end racing fuel, the same stuff you'd use in NHRA drag racing top fuel alcohol cars that make 5,000 horsepower. You know?
Wow.
E85 is what people are running now. It's up to 85% ethanol now. So they just shot themselves in the foot because they just proved that moonshining is exactly where fuel comes from, and that your dirty diesel gas at the gas station that's a byproduct of refining the dirty crap diesel. And that dirty shit goes from the crude stuff they pour into a boat, the stuff you might see in a train, the stuff you might see in a diesel truck, the stuff, and it goes down and down to the refining process until you get to us in a car where it's kind of gasoline-y. It all comes from the same crap. It costs more, it's just more refined, you know what I mean? But a boat or something that burns like a bazillion gallons of that dirty, pathetically black, gross goo, I mean, that shit's, you talk about pollution, you're not going to stop that thing. It's your fault.
Remember all the planes that they used when they went to that meeting about the climate, about the environment? Hypocrites.
And then again, environment. Nothing wrong with the environment. The only thing wrong with the environment is us screwing it up with our stupid ideas. Fake snow is bad enough. Anybody that's got snow outside right now, go outside, get a snowball, and bring it back in the house. Stick it on a plate or a dish and watch it for a little while and see what happens.
Wait, what's going to happen?
Snow's not real.
Wait, what do you mean?
The only time the snow is actually real snow right now is that when you see those lovely big flakes, like when you were a kid, when they came down, like they're supposed to be pictured in the cartoons, you know what I mean? Like nice patterns, beautiful snowflakes. That's real snow. Anything else is almost not real. I mean, you see it coming down, it seems real, but then you pack it up. You can burn it with a lighter, you can burn it with a torch, you can try and put it in a pan and melt it and everything, and it just disintegrates. It doesn't turn into water like it should.
Huh.
Yeah, well, that's been years though now. I mean, I started doing that back in the beginning when I first saw someone else doing it. I was like, what? I got to try this for myself. And of course, after a couple tests, one time it worked, one time it didn't, because it was a really nice snowy day one time with beautiful flakes, and it was real snow. But then other days, you could just tell, you could feel it in your hand. There's something greasy about it. There's some glycol in it. There's something, you can just feel something wrong with it when you're packing it in your hands as a snowball. Or funnier yet is that I had a black melamine counter, and we were on live hangouts and stuff, so I had like the webcam focused right on it, and I stuck it on the black melamine counter underneath a hot lamp, I think, and it sat there, and it barely made any water at all. It literally evaporated.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was funny as hell. And everybody's like, well, that's not normal. I'm like, no, but everybody's been doing this, and this is what's going on. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You're spraying shit in the sky, dude. What do you want me to say? Affecting it. Chemicals.
Dude, that's so interesting. I've heard about that, but I never tested that. I mean, it snowed here, but it got pretty warm recently, so it went from like -7, like 54, 60 degrees. So
yeah, it just snapped up here in Canada too. It was the other day, my car doors were frozen shut. I couldn't even open the car door. And now it's like you said, it's above zero. It's, oh my God, climate change. It's like, no. That's us messing with shit, man. It has nothing to do with a natural cycle of nothing or anything else. I mean, natural cycle, there's nothing wrong with it. CO2, my ass and stuff. Shut up. People and their stupid ideas. Like, you watch too much TV, And again, I got a sister and a brother-in-law that both work for the Canadian Brainwashing Corporation, and they think everything on their freaking thing is real, no matter what handed to them. What are you going to do? They get their paycheck from there. What are they going to say, right?
So what is that snow? Where does that come from? Like what?
Dude, whatever's mixing in the sky with all the crap, and then the combination of the two together comes up. I mean, I don't know what to call it. Some days it's worse than others, and some days it's downright. I mean, it's not even funny. I mean, some of the videos on YouTube, just look them up, or you BitChute, or whichever way you go. You'll be able to find a bunch of good stuff. But snow's not real, fake snow. Snow doesn't melt. Any of those keywords will probably get you there. I'm not the only guy. You'll find dozens and dozens of examples all over the continent. Again, we were on Hangouts with people from all over the world, man. It's not like we tested it in one place either, It's like some people found the same results, some people don't. Depending on where you are, what storm you're in. Oh, coffee. Coffee down.
I know there's people who don't believe that anybody would spray anything into the sky or do anything like that. And it's quite obvious that they are. Like, Bill Gates is pretty open about his intention to do various things. There's other agencies with agendas who also wish to do similar things.
You're a little low there.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, thank you.
I was just saying, there's a lot of chemtrail deniers, and Bill Gates is pretty open about his intention to do similar things, so it's pretty obvious that it's already going on.
And that's not even the guy. I mean, again, we're talking years ago, and people used to think I was joking when I was pointing up at the sky, and I'm like, you got a phone right in your hand, right? And they're like, yeah, I got Google. Okay. Type in David Keith, Harvard University, and see what it says. I didn't even put chemtrails in the search. And they're like, okay. And they bring it up, and they start reading. And I'm like, okay, that was the first thing you brought up, and started reading, and there it is. I mean, and this is from years and years ago. It's not from yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, and at the time I was telling the person, it was from years before that. I said, so I'm not even telling you fresh news. This guy's been doing this since the 80s, man. Are you stupid? Yeah. Okay, that's not a conspiracy. You just looked it up yourself, And then, of course, whoa, why? Of course, then it's, it's like now you just ate your own fucking shit sandwich, and now you're gonna ask another stupid question right after that. It's like, at that point, you should have been horrified that you were wrong and shut your pie hole and went home and looked up the rest of the questions you were looking for.
Yeah. They've been messing with the weather for a very long time.
Yeah, man, it's not a secret. That's the funniest thing, man. I love it. And look at these French boneheads I talk to here. No, baby, no, it's just un contre. See, no, it's just frozen water in the sky. And it's like, fuck, I want to slap you up into your head. Oh, fuck. It's 30 degrees out, you idiot. It's 30 degrees. You can't fix stupid. There's no fixing this. The first thing to admit to, hey, we were all in the same shitty canoe. Trust me, I know. The canoe's leaking and it's sinking. I know. We were in it. But come over here into the bigger raft. I don't like being lied to either, man. I'm not smarter than anyone else. It's not, you know what I mean? You don't have to be the smartest guy in the world here. A little common sense will do it. Have any kind of trade skills or whatever, this should be easy for you, you know? I'm thanking God right now as a machinist, I had the skills to do the math and the things that were important at the beginning of this, so we didn't look like a total dumbass. And again, this isn't our measurement. This is the globe theory, what they're telling you. Okay, let me check. Let me see. You know what I mean? I build stuff, man. I make a lot of things in this world. They give me a blueprint and I build it. If it doesn't match the blueprint, then it isn't right. And if there's a curve on the blueprint, then I know exactly how much curve there is and how far I've got to deflect something or bend something or move something or whatever I've got to do to make it exactly as the blueprint shows it. And that's a mathematical, scientific measurement, physical thing. It's not stupid. It's real. If I was building a strip mall 5 miles long, I would have to take into account this magical factor.
Sorry, I'm just monitoring the chat at the moment. We've got some people spiraling.
I can imagine. I can just imagine.
Some donut earthers and stuff like that.
Toroidal field, I'm down with the toroidal field as far as magnets, the magnetical system and all that goes, electromagnetics and what have you. I'm down with the toroidal theory of the actual, I don't know how to describe it in English, but that's it. I mean, I'm okay with that theory. I'm good with that. But that's not the shape of the gland. Water's flat, everything's flat. That's it. Canal's flat, Suez Canal's flat, everything's flat. No bend, there's no hump.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, of course.
What do you guys say about the dome? I'm actually just watching this video where they, send up, they being some amateur rocket propulsion people, send up a rocket. It's supposed to go to like 73 miles in the air, and then the rocket kind of just stops with the video attached, and so they were saying that they hit the dome. What's you guys' thoughts on that? I'm interested, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're talking about the Go Fast?
Yeah.
There's a couple of them.
If I could just I can get into it. I want to just maybe reaffirm that word dome. People would probably might critique that a little bit. Container is probably the word you're looking for. I know it's not really that big of a deal. I think people might critique that word dome because that's subscribing some sort of shape. We don't really know what shape the Earth is, of course. So I get what you're saying. Now, let me try to answer your question. What do I think about the Go Fast thing? Super interesting, right? I mean, Kiwi posts stuff all the time of these like things seeming to, like it's like looks like something's bouncing off the force field or something. I don't know, dude.
You know what's a trip is when it hits, you can hear a sound that sounds like water, like doo. On all the ones I've seen, you could hear that sound. I'm not saying it's legit. I'm just saying it's interesting.
Yeah, for
doesn't
sure.
sound like water. Doesn't sound like water to me.
Oh, really?
But yeah, I would just say this: like, if there's a container containment, which we know needs to be for pressure, I would say it's also more than 73 miles up.
When did the Go Fast rocket stop? How high up?
It was about 73 miles, I believe. So I think he was right with that. Something around there. But okay, just so like the sound could, because the official story from them is like the reason why it stops spinning is they have got this this yo-yo thing they call it. I forget what it's called. A yo-yo like whatever. It's supposed to. It's like a governor. It's supposed to stop the thing. That's like what its intention is for, I believe. It keeps that thing kind of like a rifled bullet. Like that thing was just spinning like the whole way up, and it stops that rotation. And so if you have something like a mechanism kind of break loose or whatever, like engage it, could be the sound. Now I'm not saying like it didn't hit, like for sure didn't hit anything, but I just I'm very skeptical that it is the story that a lot of flat earthers tell. I look at it more like this. So kind of like we know that we're in a contained system, but we have no idea what the size of the system.
Right.
The whole idea of like it's kind of tough for people to even think about it, but like, and it took me a long time too, but space, as they call it, like the vacuum of space, you got to get rid of that completely. You can't say there's like a dome keeping us from the vacuum of space. That's just the bullshit story that they've given you. There is no vacuum of space. There's just one closed system, and it could be very, very, very vast. It could encase everything that exists, which would include the moon and the stars and the sun, which are much farther than 73 miles away. We can be sure of that. That's the way that I see it. I don't think that there's two containers, a container within like outer space and inner space. No, there's just space. There's just, there's one closed system that we're in. So no, I don't think that they hit anything at 73 miles.
No, they didn't. That's ridiculous. That when it get at that such high altitude, you can't tell if it's still going up or not. You wouldn't be able to tell if it's going back down or not. It's spinning as well, right? It's spinning. Once it reaches a certain altitude, you're not going to know if it's stopped or not. It may appear like it's still going high. It could have just been starting to slow down, right? But it's still spinning.
Well, that's what it did. Yeah,
that's giving the illusion. I believe it is giving the illusion that it's still gaining altitude, right? It hasn't. It's not going up really, really fast and then plonk hits something and stops all of a sudden. That's just ridiculous.
If it would have hit anything, it would have been destroyed into rubble, like at those types of speeds too. I mean, unless it was like, unless it hit like a. I mean, I guess what you're saying, like water. Yeah, like if you got, I know where people go with that, where they're talking about the waters above and all that shit.
Right, but it probably wouldn't. Again, it probably wouldn't be water either. It probably would explode as well if it was water.
Yeah, exactly. If you hit water fast enough, it's going to go boom too.
What I believe is, like a dolphin dives out of, like if it dives, it like hops up out of the water. Like it can only go so far, and then it's going to go back in. If there's like a layer of gas type, then this rocket can only go so far before it jumps out and goes back into what it would be pushing against as strongly. Like it's a thinner medium above. It's the same buoyancy density stuff that we always go over. But I don't think there's a dome. Like the noise that it's making is it ran out of crap it's not able to push. It's just like if you're in the water, you have water to push against. You can't do that up here in the air. It's the same thing there. Things get a little bit thinner.
I think it also begs the question of what is underneath the ground material, earth, soil. It's like instead of gravity, we have density gradients, and that's why things fall to the ground. And then the electrostatic potential is why there's a downward bias, as they say. But then the question is, how come things don't just fall perpetually down? There has to be some kind of base layer medium that represents, in my mind, infinite density. Okay, something that is infinitely dense, and whatever that is.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as infinity. It's only a concept made up by man. There's nothing infinitely dense in the universe.
Yeah, it would be like infinite density, but no mass. So you're almost talking right there of like a spiritual quality more than a physical matter.
You might as well be Neil deGrasse Tyson if you're going to go there.
Right. Well, all I'm trying to suggest is, go. Okay.
I was just going to say, I can agree that there's denser mediums out there, that, like things that are so dense, that are so deep we've never reached before and we've not discovered yet, but there's nothing infinite. Like, you can't have infinite. And we don't need a replacement for what causes quote-unquote gravity. Things go down because they weigh more. Things go up because they're less weight. It doesn't have to have, like, the gravitational pull theory. Like, it's not like we don't believe in gravity. Gravity itself is weight and seriousness of a person, place, or thing. But then the extra theory of, okay, there's this magical force that draws this stuff together to make all of these balls float. We don't need that.
And gas goes in all directions.
Yeah, but then, like, I'm actually working on something, but it doesn't matter because it's just a freaking piece of art. So, but I digress. Never mind. But my main point before, I'm not going to chase that rabbit. My main point before is why would we need some kind of infinitely dense medium? I mean, if you're talking about the foundations of the universe, then yeah, it's pretty dense. It's probably some pretty solid stuff. But like the guys are saying here,
I would say it's like
nothing infinite.
Paraphysical. It's like not even a physical medium.
And if you think everything's subjected to a downward vector, then forget the container and give them outer space.
Well, no. It's just there's a bias downward, is how it's described, or how I
No, there isn't. Not for gas, there isn't. And if you think there is, then give them take away the container and give them outer space. Let them have it. It's a valid argument then.
It would seem to me that things more have a bias towards finding their balance, their like place in this world, whether it be up or down. Like to find its place in balancing things, whether it float or sink. You have something that would float and you hold it down here, you let it go, it's going to float up. You hold something up and it's like heavy, it's since it's going to sink beneath all of everything around it because it weighs more than what's around it.
There is no downward bias.
Yeah.
Like as mentioned, some gases go up. It's basically Archimedes' principle. They find their equilibrium at a certain density layer.
Yeah.
And some things, unfortunately, just can't really be answered. We tend to call these laws, like the law of gravity or whatever else you want to call them. But call it Lew's law. Here we go. But no, up is up and down is down. And that's just the law of it. Like this directionality. If density get low. That's Lew's third law. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. No, but yeah, like, so, the question then becomes like, well, why don't things go sideways? Well, if they did, there's no, let's say that was a law. Let's say everything wanted to fall to the left and rise to the right. Well, given a short amount of time, left becomes the floor and right becomes the ceiling. And you've got the same question. You just never know that. Like, you don't need to know the mechanism. Like, you'll never know the mechanism for some questions. Can't be scientifically proven. That's why it's a law. Like laws don't go through the scientific method. You can't test them. They're unfalsifiable. It just happens every time.
And it's why they only have these, quote, theories about why solid objects in a less dense medium go down. They're not scientific theories. They're just colloquial theories. They're just theories. They're just ideas.
Oh man, I love that Get Low clip. It's so funny.
I would say that there's like a bias towards buoyancy or like, finding its place. Like it has a bias to go up or down depending on what it's made out of. It's not a gravity bias, but there is a directional bias for something to find its place in the balance of things.
Solids and liquids, not necessarily gas. So.
A lot of things. One thing that a lot of people take for granted is that gas and fluid are both liquids. Like they operate in very similar fashions and can be regarded as the same thing, yet they're different.
I mean, gas and liquid are fluids.
Oh yeah, I might have got one of the words right. Yeah, but yeah. They're both fluid.
Similar properties. They have some similar properties, but they're not.
And they're not the same, obviously. But they flow.
Fluid isn't really a noun. It's a verb, really.
Yeah, but my point was just that they flow and they find a certain balance based off of things. Like there's that one thing with the fish tank, and they put the gas in there, and they float the aluminum foil boat on top of it.
Right, but they don't show you how long that lasts.
I really like the GIF of the. I really like the GIF of the anvil floating in mercury. That really helps to drive the point home about density.
Yeah, that's the same. Like you can pretty much make anything float in anything if you have something with the right, buoyant force to push up. You displace it and push it in the way. Gosh, I'm tired. It's already 11.
You don't have to keep entertaining us. You can get some rest.
I'm not sleepy. I'm like tired. I don't know what's wrong. Normally I'm like wide awake right now.
Double espresso.
Yeah.
Hey, I freaked a couple guys out with that Mercury video because I mean, again, these people that think they're smart and French guys I talk to that were pointing at the sky. Oh, the curve of the clouds proves the globe. I'm like, okay. Then I show them a video like the anvil in the Mercury. I'm like, what's going to happen here when this guy throws this anvil into this pool of mercury? Oh, ben oui, ça va aller au fond. It's going to go to the bottom. Guess again.
What's more is that the points of pressure, right, are horizontal, described as being horizontal and omnidirectional, and that's a problem for their ball.
But the mass wraps around the gravity, and yeah.
We get caught up trying to solve the mysteries of the universe when really we're just trying to find curvature.
Yeah, and it's no more difficult than XYZ axis. It's it. Up is up and down is down. That's all there is to it, boys and girls. There's really no more to it. What's that so difficult?
I know. Why does that have to be so? People are like, no, it can't be that simple. Like, no, it just is that simple.
Okay, I put them in this mindset. I'm like, okay, so I'll make you God for a minute. Okay, now you're God, and you feel like making a little environment, so you can make little creatures and have them live in your little environment. Okay, so you're gonna need to have a food source and an air source and a whatever. Okay, so what are you gonna make, right? To be able to make all the things I just gave you, all the criteria I just gave you, you're gonna end up with a terrarium, right? So this isn't too difficult to figure out, man. I mean, There's no side motion. There's no nothing crazy like that. You don't have to throw the thing around the room or spin it up and down with a bucket. No. It's just simple. How about that? Keep it simple.
Yeah, simple's good. Everyone points their arm up in the sky. We're all pointing in the same direction. Sounds pretty simple to me.
If it wasn't for these Star Trek space movies and everything else, none of this would even happen. Okay, 100 years ago plus, whatever it was, if you could just go back in time right now, find your great-grandma or whoever, and see them sitting in school or whatever it would be, you would know damn well that nobody back then thought such a thing. I mean, nobody spoke of these retarded things. We're literally regurgitating someone's fantasies over and over.
Mm-hmm. They think just saying it over and over again is going to make it come true.
It does. Look how dedicated they are. I mean, some of these guys, really, I won't make a YouTube channel for a good reason, never mind a bad one. I mean, God help us. Some of these guys are like so set against it. It's literally like you got the devil in you or something trying to pay you. You know, it's like you can't even come to common sense.
You get triggered.
Again, not splitting hairs here. This isn't a millimeters and you're seeing it wrong or whatever, okay? I'm a machinist. I deal in high precision. I guarantee you I know what I'm talking about. This is not a split millimeter thing. It is miles away from far. You got huge discrepancies in your tolerances here that would not be acceptable in any type of trade or skill in any way, shape, or form. You're building a shack. You know, you couldn't build a shack in the jungle is more straight.
We're only off by a factor of 10 to the power of 120. That's nothing.
I don't even know what that means. I have a chalkboard. It's the only way to do that because the calculator I own certainly doesn't do it. And, you need a special computer to even calculate that crap. That's the problem with this garbage. It's like people, we got smart people that figured it all out and whatever. It's like, I just want to slap you right in the head, man. Fuck, I don't know.
10 to the 120th power is around the same amount of, like, atoms they say are in the universe.
Right.
Okay, that's how far off they are.
Over in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
That piece of shit, that guy is gonna burn. He is the worst liar ever because he is pretty convincing. I'll give him that. Okay, a lot of people like that Kaku guy, Michio. He is a absolute sly little snake, and he just is a hypocrite, and he just completely contradicts himself constantly too. So,
Kaku, what a freaking name too! Michio Kaku. What the hell kind of name is that?
It's Mickey.
You kind of got to give it to him for being honest there in that clip. Like, yeah, we don't use the scientific method. Nobody I know does. In fact, we're
science,
way off.
We say that you make observations, you have a theory,
you hear how he talks,
make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process.
There you go.
Wrong. Nobody that I know of in my field uses the so-called scientific method. In our field, it's by the seat of your pants. It's leaps of logic. It's guesswork.
What the hell did you just say?
See, the funny part about that is, to us, we're like, oh, so you're admitting you're not a scientist. And it's like but he's bragging. He's like, no, we're above that. We're like, it's like
they use the same formula and theory for their science as I do with going off of a downhill ski jump, like you just said. It's literally like, you just go by the seat of your pants, man. That's it. I just see the jump and I jump off it. I mean, that's it. I mean, this is bad. I mean, he's convincing. The problem with this guy is he's got the way of speak. Okay, he's able to got that sing-song voice and that appealing factor somehow. I don't know what to call it, but it attracts those type of people, and they just like, yeah, oh yeah. Like he's got that something in his voice there.
Yeah, dude. One of my like smartest quote unquote friends from high school went on to like work for like Tesla and SpaceX, coincidentally. He was like telling, when we were in high school, he was like telling me, oh, Michio Kaku, I'm reading his book. He's telling me about, ancient civilizations and, potential civilizations in other galaxies and stuff.
Huh.
Like, oh, man.
Oh, here, I got a funny one for you.
I used to play Clash of Clans. There was this girl that was Furiosa was her name on there, but her husband was like somewhere big up at I forget what the name of the university too, but it's the same one that Jimmy Carter went to, or the university, and Michio Kaku also. I used to I'll be there all the time. She sat next to Michio Kaku for some of their events and stuff. I started asking her some questions and about flat earth. He's told her to ask him, and she was like, "No, he would get really angry." Blah 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 blah. I don't know. It's just pretty funny. She literally had conversations with Michio Kaku and with Jimmy Carter.
Mm-hmm.
It says he went to Harvard and Berkeley.
Like that Zahid.
Yeah, it must have been Berkeley. Because I think they were in. Where's Berkeley? Is that in
California?
Huh. No, I want to say it was somewhere on the East Coast though.
Carter says he was in the naval.
Well, whatever it was, dude, they were supposedly alum and giving speeches and stuff there. A lot of these guys go to more than one college, though.
Yeah, okay. Jimmy Carter went to Georgia Southwestern, then Georgia Institute, then the United States Naval Academy, and Union College.
I think it would have probably been Georgia then. Whatever. It doesn't matter.
New York. Yeah, I was just...
You have these crazy conferences here in Montreal once in a while if you look them up. This for some reason, this is Satan's armpit for having these stupid space conferences and crap.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but yeah. And what's his face? Obama was over here too recently, not too long ago.
Was Michael with him?
Probably. I don't know.
She got a big slong, mate.
That was the COP15 or something. I can't remember what it was, the most recent thing, but yeah, they always do their little top secret fucking important meetings. They don't even tell anybody, you know what I mean? They do it always in the holiday seasons or whatever when you're not paying attention. They throw around their NWO ideas.
Yeah, I think they all get pizza while they're there as well.
Well, hot dogs and pizza is free. Fucking right. Pasta with red sauce, as he said. Yeah, fucking sick pricks. It's a bunch of sick psychopaths we're dealing with. They're not even the same as us.
This is Sunday.
We'll find that out eventually. The X-Files are way more real than you think.
No, you know what makes those weirdos even worse is they are the same as us, but they're willing to sell their own kind down the river. That's what makes them so bad.
I'm promising you they're not. So we'll find that out one day. But yeah, we all look the same. I'll agree with that.
What do? They just breed the empathy out of these people, yeah?
There's two types of people here, and that's it. And it's not just good and bad, like they want to teach you.
I've heard both sides of that. I can see it from both sides. Shit, people dropping like flies.
In a world.
This thing's a piece of shit. I was talking to some guy recently that he's my boss's daughter's boyfriend. Now the guy's a programmer, so whenever I see him He's on computer, whatever, all the time, and his laptop and shit. Even if you're trying to go camping, this kid's on his computer, right? Anyway, I was talking to him because he's real polite and calm and all of that. And I was trying to talk to him about some stuff. Again, hard-headed. You know what his job is now? He just got hired in Montreal. He just got hired at Meta book, right? That's how much they're paying him. Young programmer.
How much?
$60 an hour?
A year. Give me a year number.
Oh, 24K a year.
325.
325.
And he's literally 20 something. He's a young guy. Okay, but anyway, I'm just saying. I was like, pardon me. And I'm like, I had to reiterate it 3-4 times for. I said, you understand there, dude, that the money you're making in 1 year is more than most people make in 10. Okay? Like, don't get on your high horse now and think you're some genius because you just got hired for that kind of money. You know what I mean? Like, and forget about the rest of the world. But anyway, he's a smart guy, but I get some good inside info on Facebook. I can tell you that.
Your soul goes for that price too.
Yeah, you got to do whatever they say.
I can't even imagine. Yeah, I don't
even in your private life too.
Was called out from another company. Even funnier that they dragged him away from another company with that salary draw. Yeah.
Bet you couldn't change a fucking car tire though.
No, not a chance. Not a chance in hell. He can pick a mushroom and not get killed eating it, and he's good at that. And he's also good at telling me about why outer space is probably more real.
More real than what? Than Earth?
That's just it. It's like, again, I've never seen the only times I've seen him outside is when he's picking mushrooms or when he's like, I've never seen him out in the camping situation or anything. So, yeah, don't know. But,
what, like psychedelic mushrooms or eating mushrooms?
Oh, he's like very adept at being out in the woods and knowing how to survive on stuff, believe it or not, which is strange for a guy that's programmer of a computer, you know what I mean? Like
if he's an outdoorsy type, he can probably change a car tire too. Then
yeah, I would say so.
No, he can't. No, I that's one thing I for sure can guarantee. It's just some people I know that, like you said, they could never mind changing. That's complicated, okay? Like in this day and age, I'll even admit it. I've pulled over for several people. I'll admit they were immigrants or whatever. I got a lot of immigrants in Montreal. So if you come from Somalia or whatever and it's winter and you got a flat tire and you're fucked on the side of the road, I get why you don't know how this all works. But if you're born here and you haven't figured this out, then yeah, you got a problem. You were sheltered or something.
Yeah, you get these kids going, what the fuck's this thing on my what's this nut on my nuts with a key on it?
Yeah,
it's a fucking lock nut, doofus.
What's this do? What's this knob for? What's this one? What's this 710 mean right here? No, turn that over. That says oil. Ever heard that one? The blonde come into the state. I need some 710 fluid. 710 on the cap. Watch the videos of people that can't operate the dial phone or simple things like that. I mean, cassette tape. You could give somebody a compass and throw them out in the woods right now and they'd be done.
I do that with my boys when we go camping. Like I'll drive them a bit away from the campsite, I'm not going to leave them there. I got trackers and stuff like that. But I say, okay, here's a map. Oh, the camp's here. You got to find your way back. Not too far. It's like a few k's, yeah. And there's a few kilometers or a couple of miles. No, they love it.
Oh yeah. Well, look, getting lost was part of the fun. As when I was young, I don't know about you guys, but I mean, I've been lost many a times on my bicycle as a kid, more bicycle older, motorcycle later, cars, whatever. I mean, I've just like turn left, turn right. I don't know. Let's go.
It can be pretty nerve-wracking, like in the dense woods. Shit, it doesn't even take that much room. Just a matter of a few acres, really, and maybe 6 acres, 8 acres, something like that. If you got a dense, thick forest and you can't see the sun, like you have no dude, you have no fucking clue which direction you're going, if you've been there before or not, how many times maybe you've been there. Like, they have no fucking clue.
Oh, you're done. I've challenged myself. Look, I have a friend's property I go to, okay? I ride the motocross there and stuff. And there's a big loop, like there's part road, part trail. And, it's like we'll walk through the woods. There's a little bit of a trail. It's not like a super worn-in trail or nothing, but it's a trail. You know where to go, okay? Like, in the daytime, no problem. You can find your way through the bush there, and you can get to the little dirt road and find your way around. One time I went there for 3 nights in a row, just like a 3-day camping thing to hang out there and just relax. I challenged myself one night. It was pitch dark. It was a new moon. There was no moon, man. It was dark. I challenged myself to just get up from the campfire, start walking towards that trail I'm used to walking on, and try to walk that trail all the way around back to the campfire in a loop the way it goes, okay? And trust me, I mean, it's pitch dark, right? I mean, literally. I mean, even once your eyes adjust, you're still pretty screwed. And I was off this trail several times. I had no idea where I was. I finally did figure out where I was because I had to turn on the flashlight at some point because I got lost. I was well far away from where I thought I was. I mean, I was nowhere near where I thought I was. You literally do walk in arcs or circles, and you're not making a straight line because you're trying to walk around trees. As soon as you change your angle a little bit, you've already changed your whole angle, where you're headed, and lost your bearing completely. I mean, forget it. I mean, you're just not making it. If you had a compass, yes, but I mean, without a light, just trying to fumble through the dark, trust me, it's the hardest thing I've ever done.
Hey, but
I got lost in my dad's backyard basically because like I said, I lost the path and just like shit. Like, all right, well, like I knew it wouldn't be bad. Like, just walk straight long enough, I'm gonna get to the road. Like,
I thought so,
dude.
too.
I was out there for hours, dude, getting worried. Like,
I was planning on a half an hour, and I was, like you said, about 2 hours before I finally broke down and turned on my pencil light. I had my pencil light on my head, but I was determined not to turn it on. I was determined. And I don't even like the dark that much, dude. I'll tell you, there's creatures out there and bears and everything else. Who knows what? But anyway, I was just like, I'm not turning this fucking light on. Like, I'm going to prove to myself I can make it around this thing. No, I ended up getting screwed, like you said. I was nowhere near the road. I was trying to go for the road, and I was nowhere near it. No idea where you're going. Never mind outer space. Trying to hit an asteroid with a missile.
dude, the worst part was once I finally did, like, all of a sudden, like, know where I was. Like you said, nowhere near where I thought I was, and extremely close to the fucking house. Like, I was, like, probably, dude. Like,
they find people dead. They find people dead all the time, literally 20 feet from where they were supposed to find their way to, or whatever. Like, the guy only needed to get another like 100 yards, and he would have made it. You know, it's happened. I mean, it's literally happened with the guys in like cabins, like winter snow outs, trying to get wood or something, and then they lose their way and don't make it back. You know, it happens. How did we ever survive before all of this? Eh? That's what's so funny, man, is when you talk to people now, and like you said, people can't put their car tire on or whatever. Never mind their car tire. How would they survive in general? Just if you just said, here's a chainsaw, and here's more tools than your ancestors ever would have had. Here's a whole load of stuff. Good luck. You got a gun there and everything you need to shoot animals. So you can make a cabin, whatever you need to do. You're here, go for it. No, they'd be screwed. You could hand it all over in a silver platter like that, and no. The first guy had to make the axe before he even cut the tree down. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to, like, you go out to try to get some game, right? And you gotta track it a little bit, and all of a sudden, maybe you didn't even go far, but yeah, you get your bearings off just a little bit. You gotta always be aware of like where you were, making marks, cutting branches or whatever else, like, so you can track your way back.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I think it's funny that people go hunting too, chasing things all over the place. Meanwhile, here we are smashing into them with our cars. It's eating the garden flower bed in your garden at your house or whatever. It's like, we don't need to go running around looking for the damn things. They're nuisance. They're all over the freaking place. Oh, but you can't shoot it here. My buddy used to say that. He lives in Edmonton. And I'm like, dude, where do you get your deer? He's like, are you kidding me, man? He's like, they wander around this property all the time. I'm like, so you just wait? He's like, I'm in the house in the kitchen, and I see it in the backyard. I open the back door, shoot it, and bring it inside. Exactly. That's how it does. It's simple as that. You don't have to go hunting.
Dude, hunters get mad about that. Like, so my dad's house, his neighbor, when he bought the place, the season before, I guess he was a bow hunter, and he did have a target like out there in the backyard that he would, shoot at from his porch, from his patio. The story goes like that. Yeah, he was out there just target shooting, and a 16-point buck came and stopped and stood in front of the target during hunting season.
That's God.
And he freaking
here. Because listen, as much as I'm not a big deer hunter, eater, or anything like that, but I mean, it's on the list, man. Sorry, pal. And it's not like they're rare. I mean, they're so abundant that there's like car insurance companies are pissed off that there's so many damages from them. That's how many there are. Never mind in the dense brush woods or whatever. If they're on the street and stuff, that much of a nuisance, then damn well the woods full of them. Every time I go in the woods, I see some everywhere I go. Pretty crazy. Yeah. I want to tell you how many you can do this or that. It's like, listen, what do you think? I'm going to start a deer factory or something? Like, you don't have to protect these frigging things. Like fishing or whatever. You can't take a fish without a license or whatever. Some fucking starving homeless guy wants to go throw a fishing rod in the river there and catch a fish. Oh, no. This is the funniest place in the world. This is like a freaking circus freak show of crazy psychos where we've got a bunch of authoritarian robot figures running around persecuting the people that are trying to just live a happy life. Different roles. It's a game. It almost is a game. I can understand why people think it's one of those silly simulation games because it seems like it is.
Yeah. And again, I mean, actually, we talked about that maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. Wasn't that long ago. But what I said was, I mean, and if this fits again, like the reason these games and people starting to think that maybe we live in one or in a simulation or whatever else, because they got it backwards. Well, simulations and games are made to mimic real life. Right. So, yeah, we play them and then go, dang, it's just like real life. Like you just maybe you haven't been out enough, or I don't know.
They condition you to be an NPC.
Yeah.
Once you break that NPC, I think that Free Guy movie, I just somebody recommended I watch it, and I don't watch a lot of movies unless there's some esoteric meaning to it. But yeah, that I can see some similarities to that Free Guy movie. And like it said, you're an NPC until you realize what's going on here and you wake up. and then you become a character here now. You know what I mean? Now, of course, that changes everything as far as your comfort level and your, again, what you perceive to be real and know to be real.
Right, but that's also just, there's different people do see the world differently. We live in the same world, but they see a different set of problems than you see, right? Like they just have a different colored lens on, and to them, you might be the NPC. You haven't realized what they have.
Oh yeah, well that's what they call not normal to them. Like we think, oh, you're just not normal, buddy. Like when you see somebody with crazy colored hair acting all freaky or whatever, that's just not normal. They can't decide if they're a woman or a man, or you're obviously going to call that out, and they're going to say to you like, well, how I'm not normal and you're the one that's not normal or whatever. It's like, well, dude, seriously? I mean, no. It's a freak show at this point. It's a conditioning process, an acceptance level. I don't know what to call it. I mean, it's a slow progression. I mean, that Bezunov guy there, Yuri Bezunov, whatever his name was, that he pretty much said it well. Subversion of the West. It's a very slow process, but it works.
A painful process?
Sure is. It's getting more painful by the day, literally. But it's just painful to watch is what the problem is. Like you say, it's like watching somebody put their hand in the fire over and over again. It's like I don't know why I keep getting burned. It's like, are you kidding me right now, man? I'm trying to tell you. You keep putting your hand in the fire there. It's like, no, but the book says, it's like, well... The book also says don't put your smartphone in your pocket, but you do that all day. And it also says don't do this, but you do that all day. And,
My phone's usually in my Milwaukee radio playing some jams.
I've got friends that it's just one guy with always has it on the stupid holder on his hip or whatever, and then he started complaining about hip problems or something, and I was like, are you joking right now, man? And again, these videos, I try to show them about what they show, the radiation, magnetic radiation, all kinds of stuff. Okay. I don't know. Can't sell it.
That's been a thing since when the flip phone even. I remember the phenomena, everybody talking about it when I was still in high school, man, freaking about where they were putting popcorn kernels on the freaking kitchen table and putting like 5 cell phones around them and having them all ring at the same time. And then the popcorn kernels were popping.
I still have a flip phone. I don't have a smartphone. And again, it's not even that. It's the instructions tell you right in the damn thing, recommended safety, whatever. But they don't even read that. I mean, you can't even, like you said, to even suggest that, you're already a crazy conspiracy guy. It's like all I've done now is pointed out the instructions that came with your telephone, and you're calling me crazy. Right? It's like pointing out the lines in the sky and saying that's new or something. It's like, no, dude, this has been going on since the 70s and 80s. Look, here it is. Google it up, and here's the guy responsible. Again, it's just facts. It's like the Antarctic Treaty you tell them about, and they're like, well, what do you mean you can't go to Antarctica? It's like, dude, you can't go to Antarctica. There's something called the Antarctic Treaty. They're like, no, there isn't. And it's like, yeah, Google it. And they're like, okay, but that must be because it's environmental, and, then they make a new excuse. And how much more of this are we going to do before you... I can't give you all my information in 10 minutes. I'm sorry. I mean, this takes years.
You East Coast guys are good at bitching. Fucking tripping me out, man. I love it.
Fuck it. And the problem, again, you get that, depending where you come from, you have a different viewpoint than this other guy, or let's say, and then somebody's got to be wrong, obviously. You know what I mean? Like, that's another problem. It's like measuring something. There's speculation, and then there's actual, physical, is this piece of wood straight? Yeah, I think it is. Let's look at it. It looks straight. Okay, well, let's get a piece of straight, something we know to be straight, and lay it on there and see if it's actually straight. And then we'll know, Well, no, we don't need to do that,
Yeah, the thing with being called a conspiracy theorist for talking about how you're not supposed to keep it in your pocket. Like, literally, next time, dude, try even just saying, all I'm saying is read the instructions or read the manual, whatever, wherever it is. Read the warnings, and they'll call you a conspiracy theorist for saying that. What's he trying to say? He must be one of those conspiracy theorists.
I'm telling you, because this guy literally came around at the exact same moment that I see this 2-minute video pop up on BitChute or something about cell phone radiation, and it's exactly that, showing just what we're talking about. And it's only 1 minute and 45 seconds, which is approximately the attention span of the individual we're dealing with. So I was like, oh, perfect. And it's almost like God handed it to me right at the exact moment. I'm like, oh, awesome. Just in time. Step in front of the monitor here and give me 1 minute and 45 seconds of your time and let you see something. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, who made the video? And then, of course, it's like, doesn't matter what you present. It could be from the manufacturer of the cell phone, the video, and they're still going to question it. Oh, anybody could have made that video or whatever. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, dude. I just want to keep eating this poison. Okay, well, then just keep eating it. Fuck, I can't stop you. I mean...
Yeah, most people, I think, actually you could literally have it admitted that what they're eating is poison, show it to them, and they'll look around and be like, well, everybody else is still eating it, so it can't be that bad, and they'll still eat it too.
Oh, yeah.
That's just...
The McDonald's people around here and stuff. Listen, I got guys, the employees and stuff, they'll jump sometimes in their car and go to the fucking whatever fast food place and bring shit back, to their shop. And I'm telling you, I mean, every time I just shake my head and smile and laugh at them, and they know my opinion of it all. And I'm only talking about it as far as the unhealthiness goes. I'm not even getting into the deeper parts of this, okay? And I'm just like, you guys, man, do you even know what you're eating? They're sucking down a Mountain Dew, a Gatorade, or whatever the hell it is beside it and everything else. I'm like, Google Cenomix while you're there eating your shit there, guys. And they're like laughing. It's just like, I can't even tell you. Hexafluorosilicic acid in the water, guys. It's like, oh, no, you're fucking crazy.
Yeah, at a time where we've paid more money into, say, healthcare and regulations, like making sure that we have the FDA or whatever else in place to make sure that our food's safe and to try to look out for our health. Everybody's getting less and less healthy, more and more sick, and dying younger and younger. The life expectancy is going down steadily. So our fertility rates. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm a troubleshooter. I'm a troubleshooter, man. I'm not no dumbass. When I see hey, the engine's not running good. Okay, so I check this, I check that, I check a bunch of things. You know what I mean? It's like everything seems to check out. The engine still ain't running good. What's going on here? Hey, well, there's bad gas in there, and it's just not running right. Oh, no, it can't be that. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but no, it can't be that. Oh, I'm pretty sure. It's like, no, you're just a crazy conspiracy guy, You can't point out the obvious. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I feel really sick every time I eat these fucking things here. It's like, okay, so if you don't eat them, do you feel sick? No, I feel great when I don't eat them. It's like, do you think it's possible those are making you feel bad? Nah, I don't think it's those. Must be something else.
Have you tried eating more of them? Maybe you'll feel better if you eat more of them.
That's what happens on the second round when I get sarcastic. Yeah, that's. Why don't you take a whole box of them and put them in a blender and then add water and then make popsicles out of it? Maybe you can concentrate it down to the point where you. Yeah. No, you can't help some people. It's just like I said. The McDonald's thing or whatever shit, dude. I don't know. I mean, it's like, dude, how can I tell you? Of course it tastes good, dude. Don't you understand what marketing and advertising is all about? You know? Everybody looking like a mutant, and you're wondering why. It's like, yeah, you know. I don't know how they afford it either. Myself personally, I mean, I'm sure you'd love to sit around eating hoo-has and ding-dongs or whatever the hell all day. But that's not real, is it? I mean,
dude, real food is expensive now, man.
That's
it. It's way cheaper to freaking eat shit.
Yeah. And our ancestors and stuff are laughing, and any farmer is laughing at you right now. He's like, what are you talking about, man? He's like, hey, you're talking about your steak is $29 to get a little small New York steak in the store or something now. And it's like, that used to be the restaurant price. Now it's the grocery store price. I mean, that's a little steak in the store. And you're like,
I'm not sure how it is nationwide, but I keep on bitching about this, man, because I like eggs. Like, fucking eggs went from like 79 cents a dozen to $5 a dozen in the last like freaking 8 weeks.
Yeah. That's funny because I used to drive to my buddy's land, like you said. There's a bunch of farms along the way, and there's one in French farm, and it says eggs in French on the sign, right? And it's a dozen eggs for $1, literally. Okay, no joke. So, like, I would stop there. You know, you get the regular chicken eggs that are brown or whatever, right? Not the fake ones. They're pretty good. Because the ones I'm getting at the store, I don't even eat them no more. I stopped buying them now because they're just fake. There's something wrong with them. I put them in the pan and cook them. I can tell there's something not right with them. I'm just not eating them no more. I boycotted them. That's all there is. Food's all garbage now, man. And farmers are laughing. Like, they just pull the 30-30 out. They see the cow out there that's the old one there. They're like, oh, that's the guy. Bang, fucking shoot him dead, get the tractor, get a rope, hook it on there, and drag him into the barn and turn him into 150 New York steaks in 2 seconds. And guess what? They had sex and made more cows.
I don't know. I think they might go out there and do it artificially. So that means the farmer is getting his hands dirty. He's making his money somehow.
Hey man, we go back to the old way. We'd all be eating filet mignon every night. It's that simple. I mean, we'd be stronger too. Not this feminized little girls anymore. These feminized men we call girls. I don't know. Men used to be like, you know, burly and hairy and strong. Just lost this somehow. Not getting healthier. The healthcare system has not improved anything since day one till now. That's proof. Anybody who does any type of troubleshooting can see that immediately. Stats are pretty obvious. Stay the hell away from there. Time fixes most things. What happens when you go there? Like, somebody, you better go to the hospital. So what? So the guy can tell me to go home and rest? Because that's all he's going to do is tell you to go home and not use your arm or something. It's like, what? I don't need a fucking doctor to tell me to go home and not use my arm. I know that. Oh, you hurt your hand, eh? Yeah, well, you should probably not use your hand for a couple of weeks. And then take an aspirin. All right. That'll be $1,000. Come see me. Give you advice for free. Stomp on your foot. Bang, there, now your hand doesn't hurt, does it? All right, what happened here tonight? We got no people who want to talk about the globe. Come in here. Where are you arguers in the chat room? Come talk to us. Come and tell us why you think you live on a spinning ball, and we'll fix it. Another toolbox right here.
So I was at my dad's for dinner tonight, and he's freaking out because he's starting to kind of see, like, kind of wake up. Like, he's realizing, he keeps on saying, like, for everything to make no sense, the only thing that makes sense is if it's all planned. So he's like starting to wake up, but all of a sudden oh my God, he's so far from the fucking truth. And that's what's happening to a lot of people right now.
Most people just can't figure it out. It's like watching a movie where you think you know what's going on, and then you get surprised at the end, and it's not what you thought, and you're like, damn, that was pretty slick, you know what I mean? And you fooled me or whatever. Again, they just can't comprehend that you're dealing with something far more intelligent, and it's a little more layered, like way more layered than you want to believe it is. And a long game, too, the long game. This ain't no short game. There's a long game here. Generational game.
Yeah.
And then it goes deeper than that for reasons, again, you can just keep pushing down the hole if you want, but to keep it on layman's terms for some of them, it's real simple. You got a cabal, there's us and there's them if you want to just keep it simple, you know what I mean? They want control and want to run everything, and there's too many of you suddenly, and just like other times in history, they got to just get rid of a bunch of these people here. They're just using up too much stuff, and they're in the way, and whatever the case may be, or you want to assimilate this land for whatever purposes, and whatever it is. I mean, you could call it control, you could call it greed, you could call it 100 things. That's kind of semantics later. But the bottom line is, there's a definite plan behind it all. It ain't no willy-nilly thing. For most guys, if they got any brains at all, I say, listen, go study some esoteric stuff and then get back to me. You know what I mean? When you start understanding what these higher minds are up to, maybe you'll start realizing it. And the reason you don't do that is because you're a good person. I tell most of these guys that. I say, you know why you're not understanding this? Because you're a good person. You don't have an evil mind. Think this way. If you had the ability to think the way they think, you would understand this a little quicker. You're just not the type of person to think, evil thoughts. So, you want to trust, you want to have good intentions. Oh, yeah, they got good, just care about us or whatever, and it's like, I know you want to think that, but making your money off you. Oh, I know that, but why would they want to kill you? It's like, shit, dude. It's a long story.
It is. Talking with my dad, though, freaking. What's really the biggest shame is because, he knows I've got a lot of good input, but and everybody, my stepmom's there, my brother's there, we're all talking, we talk pretty openly about all this stuff. There's nothing hidden. They know I'm a flat earther and all that. But now that he's coming around, he's finally, after 20 years of trying to make fun of me, he's finally you know what? Tell me, there's certain things he wants to know about. He's asking me questions, and he's like, "What do you think about this?" But he doesn't want to listen. He doesn't want to listen to the overall message. When I'm like, dude, I can skip a lot of bullshit for you. If you just fucking listen to me. But they fucking close their fucking ears. They go, "Nah, I don't want to listen. I don't want to fucking listen." Literally saying that.
Yeah. They got to build their own bridge. And I'm glad you could even talk to him. Again, my dad won't talk to me about any of this. I can't talk to him about nothing no more. He's got the biggest face mask you've ever seen on. There's no way to, discuss any of this. So that's it. When they're set in their ways, they're set in their ways. There's nothing you're going to do about it, no matter what you say. So I can't help myself with that.
Well, it's just too much to take away his Tucker Carlson from him. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. No, Trump and Tucker, they're good guys. How do you get he's still falling for this thing?
That Tucker spills out a lot of good stuff. I don't think my dad goes for that guy either. I think he thinks he's nuts too.
Oh, he is a kook. Well, I think that's why my dad actually asked me about what I thought about. All right, he says, I don't think how much he knows about me being a flat earther, even though he knows. It's just he doesn't know nothing about it. So, but he says something about what do you think about aliens? Or I forget exactly how he said it. Aliens coming, have they ever been here on Earth? And I was what do you think? It was just a test question right off the bat. It was when I first got there, pretty much.
Yeah.
And I was just
wrapped up in that, though. Like you said, that you have to unravel that one extension cord he just handed you. That's enough work right there. You're like, okay. First, we have to discuss the label you've put on things. So, what are you calling an alien? Number one, and then what do you call from outer space? Or you have to disassemble it a little bit.
No. Well, I just said we have there's no reason to believe such a thing. Like, there's no information. Like, and he was like, I agree. But he's like, but my guy Tucker,
I'm surprised at that.
Yeah, I guess Tucker's been talking about aliens.
Right
like,
in the middle. Yeah, that's somewhere in the middle of the soup.
Yeah. So I think my dad's finally starting to question his guy Tucker. I think that's what that might have been.
Well, look, anybody who even starts in the beginning of this and starts with, let's say Alex Jones, okay? So, again, how many people have come to the truth when they just started watching InfoWars at the beginning and then evolved into all these other things and got to here? Okay, so at the beginning you thought he was fucking awesome and that he was telling you the truth, and then as you went along, you started to figure it out. Now, that's not a bad thing. And you found your way through him to get to the truth. So,
dude, like, my dad was into that other weirdo, Glenn Beck and shit. So, like, maybe now he's like, I think
it backfires on them. Okay, I personally believe a lot of their little bullshit backfires on them, whether they like it or not. And again, I call them a controlled information release, or put them on any type label like that you want. It depends on the level of bullshit they're feeding you and lies or truth. And they're all different. So again, like you said, you could have a Tucker Carlson or whatever, might give you 95% bull crap and 5% good truth in there, or whatever it might be. Irrelevant. They all have their purpose. They're all part of the thing, and that's to try to explain that to the first place is impossible. You have to also put yourself in the mindset of the enemy and say, like, what would you do if you were going to try to convince the whole world, whatever? Would you want to run all the media? What would you want control of to make sure that the people, believe what you think? You got to reverse the roles for them a little bit, somehow.
It's just, it doesn't matter how many times I tell them. Like, I've literally said this to them, like, over and over again for the last, like, I don't know, while. Like, but like, look. All of the guys at year 4, like, they're in on it too. It doesn't matter. All these guys that are supposedly standing up for us because they're taking the side of, all of a sudden it's like, yeah, at least Elon Musk is doing something on Twitter, or talking about Trump or talking about Kanye now. I brought up the Kanye thing to them, making jokes, and they're like, oh, I don't care about Kanye. All of a sudden now he wants to talk about Kanye.
When people talk to me, I can tell right away if all they're doing is watching TV, because again, like you said, the topic that they bring up is usually yesterday's news, some bullshit like that, and I'm like, you need to just throw your television away. All you're doing is regurgitating what you saw last night on TV or whatever. Yeah. And I'm like, what about especially when it becomes a that conflicts itself, okay? So, for example, like they say, oh, did you hear NASA's going to do this or that? And I'm like, well, in 2013, they said they were going to be here or there, and, by 2020, we're going to be fucking flying cars and all this other stuff. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, but I can bring up 100 examples like that, So today you're telling me another fantastic story, and I'm telling you, if you wrote this down on paper right now with today's date and we both signed it and said, okay, in this much time, what NASA just told you is going to come true, we'll come back and bring up this piece of paper in 7 years or whatever it is, and I guarantee this will never happen. You know what I mean? Like, that's been proven over and over and over.
I mean, like your flying cars example, in the I guess late or in the 80s, I remember like kindergarten. They were selling year 2000 for flying cars.
Even earlier. There's 50s magazine, Popular Mechanics magazines and stuff from the 40s and 50s and stuff that are just, it's ridiculous to read some of it. It's like, wow. It's like, if that's what they were showing them then, by now we should literally like be Elysium. You know what I mean?
Just hovering around everywhere.
Exactly. that Hollywood movie alone. I mean, just movies in general, Hollywood movies. You know, just like when somebody argues about you think that's real, or you don't think it's real, or whatever the case is. I'm like, haven't you watched a Hollywood movie and seen some guy get his fucking brains blown out? Doesn't that look real to you? I mean, how much do you think they blew a guy's brains out to make the movie, or do you think they had some special effects to do it? Because there's only two possibilities. Either they murdered somebody or they faked it. Okay, so which is it? And if they can do that in a movie, why is that stopping you from understanding that somebody can do the same thing in other fields? Is that a problem for you? You know?
So now back to what I was saying with my conversation with my dad. Now, what's really funny is, like, I think it's too much for him.
Yeah,
and
it is.
And he's saying shit like he took it to saying like it's got to be planned, but then because it's got to be planned, the only way that that's possible is if it's a simulation. Like, and trust me, I've pondered the shit too. It's fucking. That can keep you for a little while, but
Listen, it's healthy. It's healthy to think about it all. But when you really get well-rounded, I mean, I'm talking well-rounded meaning you're going to need to have a lot of approaches at this: theological, scientific, educational. Okay, we can do the whole gamut here. It's all got to come around because you'll find some very stark contradictions that just don't fit together and that eliminate that possibility real quick. So again, like you said, it's a matter of process of elimination because you don't want to believe. I agree. I mean, we all woke up the same way. It sucks, man. I mean, and depending how big your aspirations are in this world and so forth will depend on how bad it's going to hurt. You know what I mean? To give it up. Anybody who knows what's going on knows that we've been scammed, and that's it. And if you think you're supposed to be here in an amusement park, in God's amusement park, you also made a mistake.
Depends on how many drinks I've had. Like, seriously, on enough alcohol, it's all of a sudden start going, dude.
Listen, alcohol is gas. Don't fucking drink it too much. I mean, have a glass of wine with dinner or something or whatever. Hard booze is really bad, and I'll tell you, I don't
drink liquor.
I'm not talking
drink beer. Yeah.
It's a general speech for everyone, but I got into the bar business early, which means I was working in the bar every night instead of drinking in the bar every night. And I quickly found out that making $150 a night was better than spending $150 a night. And everybody around me was fucking drunk and stupid. And if you're standing on the other side of the wood, man, oh man, you don't realize how crazy it is until you're just a sober guy in a room full of drunks. I mean, it absolutely changes your views on things, and you think, do I act that retarded when I'm drinking? Do I look that stupid when I'm drinking? You know what I mean? It just changes your views on stuff. And there's different types of drinkers, of course, but the people that used to drink a lot young, they're either dead now, or they look like a fucking raisin, or whatever it is. They're not happy or healthy.
Especially, with what I know, the look you're talking about. That is a hard liquor. That's a hard liquor thing for the most part.
Like a baby, dude. My sister drinks more than me, and by a long shot, I would be sure of that. But she looks older than I do. I got a lot of people around me that are older or younger than I am that look older than I am. I told them it's because of gas, man. It dries you out. It's like alcohol just dries shit up, man. You're mummifying yourself.
Yeah, I'm not making excuses. Like, drinking too much beer is no good either. But like, you're not gonna get out of control too much with it. You could with liquor. Like,
yeah, beer and wine. Beer and wine is two different things. Beer is literally like a if you drink a Guinness, it's almost a meal. I mean, there's enough stuff floating around in there, you could qualify it as dinner. You know what I mean? Like, it's a process that's far different.
Oh, I gotta beat that one. No, Guinness ain't what you think it is, man. Guinness is
it's sea monkeys and swamp water is what it is.
Guinness is shit. It's actually, dude. It's only dark in color. It's actually a light beer. In fact, because like beer is a light beer and a dark beer. It's actually about its specific gravity or like relative density, and it's actually a very light beer in that way. It's actually got less calories than a Bud Light.
I can't even describe it. I mean, I've tasted everything, obviously, because I've met every rep from every beer company in the world. And Guinness, you need special taps, special things, special everything. It's ridiculous. The cans, even when you open the cans there, right, and you pour it in the glass, it looks like it's alive in there. I mean, it's I ain't drinking that fucking swamp water. I don't know why guys want to pay extra money for it. I'll tell you what I do like.
It's the name. I don't know. Some people love it. I guess they say they like it. I find that hard to believe because it's trash. Like, there's a lot of better beer out there.
Here's what's good about it, though. You cut the can open, and you get a free practice golf ball in every can. Right? Those little plastic
it's in the bottle. The draft bottles, they call them, right? That little plastic thing that's in there.
Yeah, but the can, you've got it's about the size of a ping pong ball, and it's actually a little heavier, and it makes a fine golf. You know those little plastic things, practice balls. It's almost the same as that. It makes a great.
I don't buy Guinness, so I don't know. I guess they did that to the can too.
I used to have a bar. I would cut them open on purpose to get the balls. Yeah. I'm not joking, dude. I would be on the mezzanine of the bar, and I would have a bucket full of Guinness balls, and I would hammer them off the mezzanine into the fucking middle of nowhere downtown Toronto. Because it's not going to damage anything. We'd just sit up there with the driver and drive them randomly out into the public.
Well, anyway, that was a bit of a flat Earth way to possibly get into it. The density, relative density. Yeah, you get what I was saying there about it. It literally is a light beer. Like it's extremely light. And everybody, they're like, oh, they like to pretend it's some thick, dark beer. It's only dark in color. That's all it is.
It's like watching people drink Corona. It's like, dude, that's the worst crap I've ever tasted. It's water with donkey pee. It's literally like not even beer. Mexicans don't even drink it. So funny. The attitude of the people who are drinking is the problem. It just gives you a lot of ego and you want to fight everybody.
There's different. I find that there's, at least with me, maybe I think it has to do with the purity of it or something. Because sure, even though I don't normally there have been times when I've had different harder alcohols and stuff like that. I find cognac is, for some reason, it's kind of gives more of a happy buzz, and other things certain whiskeys or whatever, Wild Turkey might be more of a fighting liquor. Things that get people, you know what I mean? It's kind of funny how there's different things that seem to have a trend that way. This one's all bubbly, champagne makes you all bubbly, right?
Yeah. And if you have a place mixing anything with sugar, like Coca-Cola and all that, that's where you're getting sick, you can drink vodka soda or something with water or whatever all night long and be a lot better off than if you start mixing sugar and alcohol together. That's kind of one of the issues that people get sick and hangovers and all that, getting terribly dehydrated from it all. And having like I said, the biggest tequila bar, I've dealt with a lot of everything, from drunk to puking to want to kill me. If I had a nickel for every guy that said he was going to come back and murder me, shit, I'd be a millionaire. The devil gets in the tequila there. Whiskey, same thing. It's just a fighting cowboy thing. Moderation is the key. Yeah, talking to your parents is always difficult. They pitted every generation against each other on purpose. Your grandparents didn't get along with your parents and they didn't agree on the same things. And then it stepped down to us and so forth. And now I can't even imagine right now. having children right now, trying to come home and tell me about all kinds of pronouns, cisgender, this or that, or I don't know what the hell would come out of their mouth. I'd be like, what?
Yeah, it's a little crazy.
Yeah, never mind the flat Earth and globe. The globe suddenly seems irrelevant, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you might have come from a monkey. It's possible now. Mm-hmm.
Like, I got a 9-year-old daughter, and me and her mom aren't together. She's got an older sister because her mom had a daughter before I was even with her. Her sister's like 18 years old.
Oh boy.
And like, dude, yeah, she's kind of one of them SJWs.
That'll grow her up fast. That's the thing. Yeah.
So yeah, my daughter's, there's going to be a little bit like, she's got her older sister SJW kind of influence, but then she's also got mine, complete polar opposite, basically. I gotta be careful how I play this.
The age gap is the problem. You got 18-year-old and 9-year-old, like you said. 9 and 11 would be something, you know, you're similar in mindset or whatever. But at 18 and 9, now you got things, you know, that 9-year-olds shouldn't hear or see, maybe. And I don't know, just she get the advanced class. She's going to be older for her age than, you know, she should.
Here's where I was kind of going with it. So, like, my daughter's heard me talk about, like, how I've tried to basically say, like, the thing about how somebody who's born a boy or a girl can't, like, become the opposite. And she doesn't like that. She doesn't want to talk about that because I guess on her mom's side of the family, like, she said to me in the car, it kind of came up today, like, and she was like, look, I agree with you. Like, my daughter's way too grown up for 9. She's like, look, I agree with you, but I just don't want to talk about it because on mom's side, there's 2 people who want to be something else, you know? And like, I was just like, oh, fuck. I'm like, which ones? Like, I know all them, you know? I'm like, I have my suspicion. She's like, I'm not, and she's like, I'm not gonna tell you. I'm like, all right, dude, this is what I'm dealing with my 9-year-old. She's like way too smart. She's fucking.
Well, they're teaching them too in school to be sensitive and not hurt people's feelings and everything else.
Yeah.
I mean, we just didn't have any of that. We were mean to each other, and then we were friends later on that day. You know what I mean? Like, we learned to battle it out however we did in the sandbox and still came out ahead and still made friends and didn't want to kill each other and whatever else. You know what I mean? That's how you learn as you grow up. I mean, now they literally are so safe zone, protecting everybody from everything. And, oh, you can't, flat earth, oh my God, don't be telling them that. What do you think? You're giving them an alternative view. Don't, gosh, you know? I mean, that's just so offensive to them to even question something, you know? Ridiculous.
Yeah. No, I mean, my only point to her, like, I'm like, look, the golden rule still applies, you know, like, treat other people like you want to be treated. But, like, when somebody wants to tell me what I am or I'm not allowed to say, or when somebody wants to tell me what I am or I'm not allowed to do, or, you know, like, you're crossing the lines, you're taking it too far. You know,
you can do what you want. Yeah, do what you want, but you're not going to start imposing dictators on other people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, hold on there. No, I'll just excuse myself from the conversation and say, oh, yeah, thanks, politely, you know, get your way out of there. I mean, like you said, young kids, you'd hope they'd be smart enough to learn that from their parents, to say, sometimes you got to tell the teacher what he wants to hear, and sometimes you got to say what people want to hear, or excuse yourself, or whatever it is, to get out of there. You know, I mean, you got to be wise enough not to cause trouble where trouble doesn't need to be caused. And also, you know, sometimes you will have to speak up when you're not going to be popular for speaking up. But that's knowing when is the question. You know, it's kind of like the school thing. You know what I mean? You send your kids to school now. I don't have any children, so I mean, I don't know. But if I was going to send my children to school right now, I'd hope they'd be smart enough that I could tell them, listen, you go in there, whatever crap they feed you, you give them the answer they want to hear on the test until you know, get the right answers on their test. And then
most of the listeners in here have all heard it, but like, yeah, I talk about her all the time. My daughter is awesome for this because like she's been exposed to it. She's been in the background plenty of times when I'm talking on Discord. She overhears and things. Apparently, like I'll be wearing headphones, and like if I'm on my computer, I guess failed to realize for quite some time that like she could still hear them. But no, I got a bunch of stories. Like she's been exposed to flat Earth for years now, and so she's kind of brought it up on her own. I wasn't really bringing it up with her, but she kind of brought it up on her own with me. Like, and you know what? It makes sense. Blah blah blah. And she told me a story. Like there was a kid in her class who freaking spoke out this year and said like they're talking, said like you live here and this is here, and he's like no, it's not, because there's flat, and like everybody laughed at him, and she wanted to like stand up for him, but she listened to my advice. Because I told her, I was like, look, you and I can talk about the flat Earth, but like if you have any questions, I'll give you the answers. I'll tell you what both sides say, even like.
You don't have to defend the other person. So, like you said, you don't necessarily have to defend them, but you could speak up and say, well, I mean, he could have a point. I mean, why would we? Right.
She was really proud to tell me that. That's what was awesome. And she was like, and then he said that, and people were laughing, and I really wanted to stand up and say, no, he's right. Like it might be flat. It makes a lot of sense. And she's like, but I didn't. Like, and so she was like, she wanted to stick up for him, but like I had literally told her, like, you probably shouldn't bring this up at school, like.
They should be teaching kids that major breakthroughs in science and other fields usually occur when widely held consensus beliefs are challenged.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, it's just no. She's so she's seeing both sides of it. She's got. I'm doing my best. You can't overdo it too. Like as a father, there's like certain things you just can't push. Like that
you're just open and you're there for. At least she goes. She can talk to you about anything at that point. I mean, I would hope that that's what she would think. That's a good part right there. You actually have a connection that's better than we did with our parents and grandparents, in my opinion, because that alone, like you just couldn't discuss certain things. I mean, if I would have brought up crazy stuff like this when I was younger with my parents, I would have probably would have had you on psychiatric drugs by now or something, right?
I tell the same like 3 stories over and over again, but there's like there was another time that was really funny. This was a couple of years back. In the car, she starts asking me what's higher. She's like, what's higher? This was when she was probably like, I don't know, maybe she's 9 now, so probably like 6 years old. She's like, what's higher, the trees or the car? And I was like, the trees. And she's like, what's higher, the clouds or the trees? I said, the clouds. She says, what's higher, the clouds or the sky? I said, the sky. And she goes, what's higher than the sky? And I paused for just a second, and she goes, oh, don't even answer that. I know you and your friends don't believe in space.
The sky's the limit. They already told you that. You see, this is it. They tell you the answers right in front of you. Even with the dome thing. Look, how much evidence do you need? I got piles and piles of evidence. I mean, it's just not even funny when you between movies, song lyrics, sun dogs. I mean, the list goes on here. But it's like either all of this here is set up to throw you off somehow, or, you know what I mean? Like, it's exactly what it is. It's little nuggets of information dropped all over the damn place. There's videos for over an hour dedicated to just dome references / whatever, from everything from ancient cosmology to modern cartoons for adults. I mean, it's just mind-blowing. And it's like, that's not a coincidence. That's impossible. 3 things? All right, possible. 23 things? No, you're pushing it now, okay? And then the 100+ things? Now you're well beyond that. It's a mathematical impossibility. This is just a comedy at this point, and that these people all just reference the same thing by accident, No, there's just too much evidence out there, unfortunately. And again, the predictive programming / release of what I call controlled release of information, even just NASA's crap. The pictures alone they give us when they give you access to these high fucking definition pictures of the lunar lander. I got it on my monitor here blown up, and it's like any dummy that comes in the room and sees that. You say, that's the fucking thing that landed on the moon. They're like, no. And you're like,
No, that's a 7th grade science fair project.
It's worse than that, because I work with people who build shit, okay? Fabricators and stuff. People that know that something that has to go fast or something that's going to vibrate or something that's heavy duty or whatever gets built with a purpose. You know what I mean? And then, of course, the rigors of outer space and so forth. And I'm like, what am I looking at here? And then, of course, you have the zooming capability now where the damn thing I put it onto the big TV there last time, and it was like on the really high definition TV set that I don't own. I'm like, this is crazy, man. Look at this, how high def this is, okay? First of all, you have to understand this was taken with a shitty Hasselblad camera, okay? In other words, I'm not saying shitty as in quality. It's a very high-quality camera. If you're working on Earth, in a studio, perfectly clean, with no dust, dirt, wind, debris, or anything else like that going on, because it's $5,000 for the lens on the stupid thing. Anyway, the bottom line is there's no way these guys took these pictures with Hasselblad cameras on the moon and delivered it back here somehow, and here you have it now in 4K from 1969. I can zoom in on this paper, tinfoil, PVC rods, everything else. The guy's like, yeah, that's obviously paper and tinfoil or whatever. I'm like, okay, you dumbass. So you just told me the moon landing's real. I'm telling you that this is how they got there. Okay, so what's the? Well, no, that can't be the real picture. Again,
Of course, that can't be the real picture, right? Not if it's coming through that clear, dude. How can that be the? I mean, yeah, sure, they took it unless in analog, right? So analog is perfect. It's better than 4K. So I guess there's maybe a possibility there, but how did they do it? I'm just extremely curious, how they would do that.
It's a joke, man. Again, a kid that was like a hippie kid that worked in my place. He would come and ask me for restaurant hours in the dishwashing department or whatever, and I would help him out. He's like one of those total hippie kids, right? He also worked at the camera store called Henry's in Toronto, which is one of the best-known camera places. Anyway, one night he come into the bar, come into my office, sits down, and puts his camera on the fucking desk. And as he's talking to me, asking me if he can get some work. And I grab his camera to have a look at it because it's a fascinating looking thing. And the first thing he says when I pick it up off the desk is, be careful with that. And I said, oh, is it expensive? He says, it's a Hasselblad. It's worth about $9,000. And I said, oh. He says, it's the same one they used on the moon. I was like, really? Okay, now this is before all this, obviously, a long time ago. And he told me how you have to work it and change the thing, and 12 pictures per roll, and you have to very carefully, and all this stuff, eh? And I'm like in a dark room and under conditions, and can't put it in the rain, can't go outside if it's too moist, can't do this, can't do that, all kinds of things. I remember him telling me about that. And the first time somebody told me these moon pictures came from that camera, I was like, horseshit, because that's the first thing I thought of was my buddy, and I'm like, no way. I know a kid that has one of these, and he won't even go outside if it's foggy with this camera, okay? Because it'll ruin it. No, it's a joke. The whole thing's a fucking joke. Not one speck of dust, man. You can't do that here on Earth now. Filming a car. Any photographer has 3 microfiber cloths in his pocket on purpose. weeds. Stop smoking the weeds, boy. This is your brain on space. It's a sizzling egg in a pan. Shut that off. Somebody play that Family Feud music or whatever there. Come on down. We need the next contestant. I stayed up late. Call 1-800-GET-FLAT. Operators standing by. In the next 10 minutes, and we'll throw in the Coriolis special. All right. Who's got the soundtracks? All right.
CB left.
It was funny. He's got that on demand. I wish I had one of those little soundboards, where you have the little sound effects. You press the button like one of those old cable boxes for the TV with the little buttons on it. Click, 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 click. Those were awesome. The speak and spell, the cow says moo, push that thing there. Gotta get one of those and program it. Kenny had something like that. He's into all that stuff.
Yeah, CB's got a lot of good clips on there, but it just blows me away. It just blows me away at how quick and intuitive he is with the thing.
He's quick on the finger too, man. I like it when someone's witty and on the button there. Got him handy, and yeah, you gotta have things labeled. It would be like one of those giant soundboards and having all the masking tape with your little labels on them, like a fuse panel. And let's see, we can find the Family Feud theme. I think that's the one he's using, eh?
Purple Aki has just entered the room. Do we know Purple Aki?
Yes, I'm somewhat of a celebrity in the Black Earth online community.
Hello, we'll work. Have we spoken before?
Potentially, we may have done. We may have done.
I mean, on this server, in here, in this room?
Potentially. What have I spoken in? Yeah, I've spoken in the server many times. Miggy knows me. Me and Miggy go way back. We are close friends.
Awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. Welcome back.
What's the topic?
Not much going at the moment. What were these guys just talking about?
We were bitching about the world.
Oh yeah.
The world here. It's a crazy flat place out there.
Shit's all fucked up and retarded.
In what sense?
In all the senses.
If you could be a little more Pacific, what do you mean?
That's an inside joke from the movie Idiocracy. Have you never watched that movie?
I watched it. I don't get the reference though.
When he was talking to the doctor in the movie Idiocracy, you remember?
That was his diagnosis.
Diagnosing him.
Yeah. It said, well, according to this, your shit's all fucked up and you're tired.
You talk like
cracking banter. I like it.
Now you're British, obviously. T, are you Australian? Or from New Zealand?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've got two continents right there.
Why are there so many Aussie flat earthers, man?
Because they're on an island and they know it, and they're in the middle of the nowhere.
And because Australia is super fucking flat.
And they're upside down. They keep looking up, thinking, "Fuck, are we upside down?"
I live on the Great Dividing Range, so it is a bit hilly here, but I've seen lots of flat parts of it.
Yeah.
That's mad. That's mad.
Those gold shows or whatever I was watching one time from Australia. I mean, those people were driving for freaking hours and hours and miles and hours of nothing but the same scenery forever. I was like, you'd just get lost and it's gone. You'd just be gone. Bad as can be.
Yeah, miles and miles of flat road once you get west, yeah.
Yeah, you got those trucks that are like triple, quadruple B-train trucks on the highways that goes down those highways for, 1,000 kilometers of almost straight road.
Yeah.
I mean, the trucks are automated. They got automated trucks and stuff now running.
They're going to start doing that. Yeah, they're trialing them. I don't know where. I assume that they'd trial them on a straight open road like that.
Yeah, just the corridor. They just want the main corridor covered from there to there, so you don't have to pay the driver from there to there. That's the main easy portion. Like you said, you don't need to get the complicated bits. You can get the drivers to do that bit, to deliver the containers between here and there, right? Like you said, nonstop going all the time, trucks, no drivers needed, just send them on there. And
well, it wouldn't surprise me if they started building roads specifically designed just for your automated vehicles.
Or assumed one of the lanes off of the road you already paid for. And like that's another problem, you see. This is what people don't understand too. As we get older and we supposedly contribute to the system and so forth, well, then they start screwing everything in the end. It's like, well, hang on, we just worked our whole life to get what we got, and now you're taking it away and trying to tell us we got to pay for more. You know, and you keep changing things and whatever. It's like, no. It's like, I'm happy with my 4-cylinder gas-powered car. Thank you. As archaic as it is, yeah.
Yeah, well, our capital territory is talking about, just for that territory, that state alone, they want all electric cars, no fuel cars on their roads by 2030.
And you'll die in the fucking desert like everybody. I mean, to ask any outback bushman or whatever, would he want a electric vehicle, instead of something that takes gas that he knows for sure he can repair and work on and what have you and get some home? You know, I mean, honestly, that's like being in Canada in the middle of a 50-degree below zero and trying to think you're going to get away with not having your car engine and everything running. And I mean, you're crazy.
Yeah, they'll probably make you have a special license or something eventually to be able to run fuel cars, and the fuel will be really expensive, and the registration will be double.
No, you guys already had it right already. Australia knows what's going on. Mad Max is right on, spot on. Right. It's spot on right there. You're going to be getting a hard hat in order to collect the fuel spilling out of the car that's upside down on the highway. Just like the Mad Max movie. You're squeezing it out of your underwear like a sponge to sopping it up. It would be that valuable.
Have you guys seen them riots that have been happening in Paris?
Yeah, it just looks lovely, isn't it? You see, this is what happens when you put a whole bunch of people together that shouldn't be together. I mean, just that.
But like, you know what I mean? Maybe we need something like they're finally being like, that's in Paris and I'm hearing about it in Britain and you're hearing about it presumably be in America. Maybe we need something like that for flat earthers. Like maybe talking just isn't enough anymore.
So flat earthers. 2015 till now, we're still climbing the ladder. I don't know how long is it going to take. I mean,
that's exactly how long is it going to take. That's 7 years. That's 7 years. You know what I mean? 7 years and a little.
We're not going to get there, brother. I'm with you. I wish you'd run around the minute you find out. You run and tell everybody. You're like, check this out. Listen to what I found out. You know, oh no, you're crazy. Oh whatever. And you quickly find out that this is not for everybody, and it's not supposed to be for everybody. Apparently, I mean that's the thing. As much as I'm on board with you, you want everybody in the lifeboat, but it ain't gonna happen. No.
Well, we say that, but like, look, they're finally in Paris. They're finally being heard. I mean, like, I think we need some sort of mass uprising. You know what I mean?
What are they fighting about in Paris anyway?
Well, so apparently some police killed some Kurdish felon. The Kurdish community is like rioting around Paris. I think if the flat earthers did that in all their communities, we could cause a global revolution.
The flat earthers are going to cause a global revolution. All right, man.
Exactly. That's a part of it. That's the, you know what I mean?
They got soccer game disputes. The soccer game dispute is enough to cause trouble over there. People kill each other over a soccer game over there. That's the problem right now.
I think that should be the slogan, Aki. The flat earthers are causing a global revolution.
I like that. I'm going to pretend it was intentional.
You can't even make shirts about it. Sell them for $19.95, man.
100%. You been a flat earther since 1995? Did you say?
No, you could probably even get $33.
Oh, you're gonna sell them? Oh, sorry, my ears. I'm shit in my ears. I can't really hear you properly.
Illuminati confirmed, man.
And $19.95 is the price for I think it's $19.99 is the common price rate for everything on TV's infomercials. $19.99. Everything.
Only $19.99. You know. You stay up late, man. You start watching TV. They try to sell you all kinds of shit. You know.
Well, who watches TV in 2022, man?
No, nobody on this channel.
The old heads do. You're too young for this.
Just flat earthers, apparently. What the fuck? What's going on?
No, Aki's. How old are you, Aki? 20 something. You're in the 20s, right?
I'm 25. I'm not that young.
Oh shit, dude! This guy right here, he's in the the Gen Z, or is it Gen Z?
No, that's that.
Those also borderline Gen Z, Gen Y. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, this guy, he's like the Netflix and chill generation. Like, all these old heads in here, man. Yeah, we were born with like 5 channels on our TV and that. So.
Well, how old are you, bro?
45.
You're not. Shut up, Mickey. You're not 45.
45, dude. Swear to you.
I do not believe you sound about my age, brother. You are not 45.
I'm gonna be doing live streams pretty soon. You'll see me anyway. I have a YouTube channel. I just looked me up.
So you were born in 1977.
77, bruh.
There's guys on here that are 60 plus. There, what's his name? Sonny. He sounds young. There's a bunch of young sounding people on here that are older.
Well, I don't know. Maybe I thought I was younger or older. I don't know. But yeah,
we're healthy. We drink distilled water, and we don't fill ourselves with garbage from McDonald's and shit. So maybe that's just it. We're not old because we don't make ourselves old. I don't know.
Yeah. None of that GMO shit in it.
You guys are born. You're born in all the filth, dude. Like top to bottom, everything is corrupt, dude. For you guys, like shit. You like. I feel bad because like there's no buffer for you guys. Like we at least had like we played outside. Like we didn't even have like all the video games that you got and the bombardment of like advertisements and shit. Like if you go to TikTok or if you go to like any platform, you get hit with like all these advertisements and stuff.
I mean,
there was still some innocence left in the 80s, and I would say even in the 90s. It wasn't really until like 9/11 that shit really got turned on its head.
That's generation is like upside down, fool, and then the one preceding his is gonna be even worse. Like
yeah.
That's just boomer talk, man. Like everyone says that about the next generation. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's true this way because like we can tell you how like we could see the like when TV they started to become like more channels and like we used to remember like there wasn't that many channels and then like Dish came out and like everybody started watching a lot more TV and like more information started coming at you and it was just like more and more, right? So then now the internet came about. It was really freaking slow. And then it became faster, and then now you're getting that kind of information hitting you. Your smartphone came about like in the early 2000s? No, late 90s, right?
Smartphone. The first iPhone was like 2008.
Yeah, man, I would say 2000s. That's safe to say. So once your phone became like a window to like watch everything, that was it. Now you have a handheld device that goes everywhere with you. That you have information coming at you from all over the world, so it doesn't there's no like I'm saying, man. That's why we're saying every generation didn't have that kind of stuff. Now you guys have the most bombardment. You get alerts, bro, on like what's happening. Top story just happened.
I think that's a pretty.
I mean, we all have to deal with what's going on the same, but like at least we boomers, not boomers by the way, but.
You can think
what you call boomers, like we at least have some kind of memory of a time before shit got all fucked up and retarded.
Man.
I mean, I think it's a positive thing having the world's information at your fingertips. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's good and bad, Aki. I would say it's good and bad because like
TV though. Go back to the TV for a second.
Bro, there's a lot of think about this, man. You got a lot of shit coming at you every day, man. Your phone's dinging, like with alerts and shit, and you get your latest trends and whatnot. So emotionally, you're getting hit all sideways in that, like about stuff in Paris, rioting, and like you're getting all that news feeds, man. So you're seeing like everything happen. Your emotional state is just like a roller coaster. I mean, your friends are up in arms about stuff happening around you, and you're just like you're all over the place, depressed, and you're happy, and you're like. Before it was like you were so disconnected from like all that stuff. You were just like But now it's
I know what you mean. It gets you disconnected from reality, and I get what you mean in that sense.
Yeah, you had more time separate from all that stuff. Not that way anymore, man. Just like Lou said, off, man. So
100%.
But yeah, I think you'll be all right because you're in here. So long as you stay a critical thinker, you'll be okay.
100%. Well, that's why I'm a fluffer, man.
You're not a fluffer, but I would say that you like the conversations that happen in here. Honestly.
Yeah, man. It's a fun server. I can't lie.
Well, yeah, I know that.
Do you lads go into the debate flat Earth server?
Hell no, dude. That's a freaking petri dish, man. That's a you know, like a. Have you ever been to a gas
Toxic
station?
wasteland. Yeah.
Have you ever been to a gas?
Fire.
It looks like the toilet from a gas station. That's what it. That's.
Well, why do you not like it?
It's a dude.
It's a gas station toilet dumpster fire.
It is the worst place for you to be. They're so bored they make animal noises over there, bro. You think that's somewhere I want?
You know what? I've had actual couple conversations, but a lot of the time it's just nerds like rambling on about shit that no one cares about. Do you know what I mean?
No, they're talking out their ass, dude, and like they think they sound smart. They're pseudo intellects, man. They don't know anything.
Yeah,
you know what it is, man. Look, I tell you what, they're like fanboys of like Star Trek, talking about shit that nobody even cares about. Like you just said, nobody cares about like space stuff, and like, so what? Who cares about what it sounds like when two black holes collide, like birds chirping? You can look this up. This is like they say all kinds of shit like this, and they're parroting that kind of stuff. I don't want to be sitting there listening to their stupid ideas. That has nothing to do with reality. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. I feel like you lot got the like they're pretty free speech there. Like, yeah, get away with a fair bit.
The hell?
Like you lot got the manpower. Honestly, I think if you go in there, like you can make that into an actual flat Earth server.
I ain't even trying to be. Man, that's. I'll let you.
It's not a flat Earth server, man. It never was intended to be one. The name of the server is.
I gotta head back to work, fellas.
In a bit, bro. No, I'm well aware of that. But what I'm saying is, you guys have the manpower, the numbers to make it into an actual flat Earth community.
Well, we're not going around trying to hijack people's servers. That's a Glober tactic.
It's a Glober tactic. Maybe that's why the Globers are more successful.
Yeah, that might be it. That's probably why they're winning, because they're willing to freaking try to infiltrate the flat Earth with fake flat Earthers and come in and talk stupid shit. They're willing to do that.
Bro, think about it. A couple of you man go in there. At the start, a couple of you guys go in there, pretend like you're just normal pseudo-intellectuals, like Miggy likes to call them. Gain their trust. That's it. You're moderators. Work your way up. You're admins now. Then the rest, you start coming in. Next thing you know, you're calling the shots. You know what I mean?
Damn, it sounds like a tactic.
It is. It's a corporate takeover. It's exactly what they do. But again, we've been doing this a long time. And I mean, a lot of the channels, communities, and things that were started early on and what have you were censored, removed. I mean, you name it. Just to the point where it's just not feasible. I mean,
so 1969, you're, sorry to be rude, you're 53, is that correct?
Yeah.
And when did you become a flat earther?
214.
214, okay. So what made you change your mind after 40 odd years of living?
Well, it comes from a lot of other things that I was into at the time, but let's just give all the glory to God. How's that?
That's a very simplified answer.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot more. If you look for answers, you'll find them. But a lot of people just don't want to. They're comfortable in their comfortable zone, and they're not curious. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. I mean, you have to be curious to start with, even if you're, just looking for interesting things. And some people are broken in life, and they find, this topic and other truth topics by being broken, because again, it's all about corruption and wrong, just fucking wrong, basic wrong. When you start seeing wrong, you're like, this is wrong. Once you identify wrong, you start knowing what right is. And
I like that. That makes sense.
Yeah, young people, unfortunately, are so led astray right now, man. I mean, it's just sad. I mean, I don't know how to say it. I mean, we think we had it bad enough, but now with this fucking smartphone, I got to tell you, that's a weapon, dude. That's like, now you're carrying the TV with you. You know what I mean? Like, I called, when I called to cancel the cable TV one time, years ago, I just called and said, you know what, I need to cut off the TV. I'll keep the internet, but I'm cutting off the TV. Oh, why, if you don't mind me asking or whatever. I'm too poor, can't afford it anymore. Okay, just to get her off my back, basically, and make her disconnect it. Shit, they were willing to jump through hoops and bend over backwards and offer me the fucking moon to keep this something going. Oh, but what if we do this and what if you do that, and then we can do this for your smartphone and whatever. I said, I don't have a smartphone. I got a desktop, internet. That's all I need. You know what I mean? I had to argue for half an hour to get them to cut the TV off, man.
Yeah, man, I did that a long time ago where I just started using over-the-air antenna for just local stations if I needed it, whatever. Mm-hmm. And then just, the internet, and I wanted good internet service. But they make it practically unaffordable to not take their other services. Yep. It's ridiculous. Like your price for just internet is almost as expensive as if you take the TV also.
It is. That's exactly what she was telling me and all that. And I said, I don't care. I said, I'm just keep it the way it is. And then they tried to offer me some new shit they got going on now called Helio or some shit. I'm like, listen, lady, the name of the product already freaks me out. And I said, I don't care if it's half price of what I'm paying now. I'll keep what I got. Thanks very much. Okay. Because I got physical control over the Wi-Fi on this thing. I can turn it off and I can plug the Ethernet wire directly to the desktop. You know, I got no Wi-Fi running, nothing like that. On purpose, though, you know. Same reason I drink distilled water, the same reason I don't own a smartphone, and the same reason I don't talk to the police. I mean, what do you want to know?
Well, do they really have any non-smartphones in service now? I mean, it might not have.
Yeah,
it might not have like all the features of like your smartphone, but they dropped all those 3X and even 4G. Like they're going to be phasing out.
I'm going to have no phone soon. I got a 3G flip phone that I can pull all the cars, batteries, and everything.
I thought all the 3G got all the 3G towers went down. I thought everybody had to replace.
No, they're lying to us, first of all. I know somebody that works in the phone business, and I'm telling you now, all phones run on 3G. They're lying to about the 5G. The 5G is a military weapon and always has been. It was invented by the military for a reason. It's for larger broadband.
It's basically all the same shit. It's more IP addresses, essentially. Like
it's their system, and it's going to phase into the smartphone thing in a way, but not the way people think. It has nothing to do with you downloading Netflix or getting better service. Obviously, we've proven that by the fact that everybody's roboting to fuck on their shit phone, and it ain't working right, is it? So it can't be that fucking fantastic if it's a piece of shit, is it? That's my thing, is that everybody's like, oh, it's for better this or that. No, horse shit. It doesn't work any better. It has nothing to do with it. When you look into what it's all about, even a technician for phones will agree they can't prove that it's even using 5G whatsoever. The 3G is a communication part of it. That's it. I mean, my flip phone, I can take it apart, I can pull a SIM card out of it and whatever. You can't do all that with the smartphone no more. And soon I'll have no phone if that happens. That's that. You'll be sending me smoke signals to get my attention.
You're like an old man yelling at a cloud.
Yeah, two puffs and a bigger cloud means come over.
Puff, bigger puff.
I mean, seriously, my TP is going to be over here. I got TP number 2, igloo number 2. Yeah, come on over.
What did I miss tonight? What the hell happened?
Shit balls. We needed you earlier.
Oh, fuck. I was driving home from a job. I was listening. Mr. Sensible came on, and then I had to bounce. And then, how did that go?
Today?
Yeah.
Today? I wasn't around for that, but I know my ass is warm, and I know for sure 100% I'm sitting in my fucking chair right now.
But Mr. Sensible doesn't know that. For sure, right? Is that how it went down?
I'm 99.9% sure.
99.
I remember isn't he the one that brought up the 0.6? He's the guy I was talking to that day. See, here we go again with Kenny's phone. It's a piece of fucking shitty garbage. Does anyone want to fucking argue with me?
I'm on my computer.
No, we're not going to argue about that.
I sound like shit or something?
No, you roboted a bit.
You roboted out for a second there.
We were just saying how can the phone be so great and everybody's praising this fucking godlike phone so much? But again, everybody that comes on to the Hangouts and whatever, since day one till today, doesn't matter if it was iPhone 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, or 11, they all do the same piece of shit. It's like, a tree's in front of me. Can't understand a fucking thing. It's like, yeah, fantastic. My old cell phone, my Nokia brick phone, worked better. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude, like audio quality, like over the phone hasn't gotten any better. Like the calls being dropped or like staying connected hasn't really gotten any better or worse. Like that's all pretty much the same. Like so, like for what a phone is supposed to do, be a phone. That's all still exactly the same. As far as like data.
Dude, you want to get on the fucking third-party call with me and listen to when I talk to TELUS, okay? TELUS is a cell phone company. Used to be called ClearNet. I'm like the first customer, okay? When the Olympics were in Canada in 1988, I was on the side of the ski hill and suddenly decided, because there was a kiosk there and some girls were selling cell phone plans for cheap, I suddenly decided I needed one. Got my first cell phone, okay? Oh, I'm like customer number 1. No joke. Anyway, I call them now. These clowns, man, when I'm chatting with them on the phone, you'd get such a laugh listening to me talk to these people. I'm the customer number 1, man. What are you talking about? I know exactly what I'm talking about. You people weren't even born when this thing was invented, man. What are you giving me bullshit for? The phone worked better when it was a giant brick, okay?
Oh, fuck yeah. Those things, man. I was out camping in the middle of the fucking desert, man, and everybody had cell phones back then, and I was the only one that could get a signal. I was with AT&T, but everybody else had, I don't know, Sprint or some other shit.
Yeah, Sprint's always been fucking horrible.
It didn't work, and I was
everywhere. Everybody hates Sprint.
They all borrowed my phone to make phone calls. I'm like, okay, here you go. That's a weird name, man. We got a guy in here with a listening pass by the name of Big Titty Man.
Dude, that dude's a freaking weirdo.
He's a weirdo. Just by the name alone, it's a dead giveaway.
It means he gets chased away that easy. He's not much of a man, Big Titty Man, is he?
But based on that name, I bet he's never seen curvature ever in his fucking life.
Hey, he might have some big tits or something.
But he was trying to get YouTube famous. Did you see him in the voice text? He was in there saying hello YouTube, trying to get his minute of fame.
Hello YouTube. We got who else is in here, man? What about this Goyslop? He's kind of VC verified. Children of the corn syrup. What are you guys doing for New Year's, man? Anybody got any fun things?
When is it?
Saturday night.
Yeah.
Saturday night.
You see, that used to be like the most important night of the whole year for me, because that was like big dollars and important and everything. Now I don't even know what freaking day it is.
Saturday night. Happy New Year.
It's like every professional drunk. You should know. Well, okay, you owned a bar, so you had to be.
Oh yeah.
But the drunks, the good drunks knew like that's the amateur night. So like you stay home and get drunk on New Year's. You fucking.
Dude, I ain't going out tonight. That's when everybody gets stupid.
Yeah, you don't go out into that mix. You don't go out on Halloween and hit the bars. You don't go out on New Year's and hit the bars. No, bad idea. Trouble.
Right now, man. Before Christmas till after New Year's, man, I'm just off the charts, man. My phone's off. Everything's off. I'm just you can barely reach me.
I got to send you guys this picture, man. I was walking out of my friend's house today, and after dinner, and it's like a little side street down by the beach. You know, it's not in the main drag. The main drag is Pacific Coast Highway, but
is it flat?
Just as we're walking out, there's this fucking sign, and let's see if it pulls it up here. Hold on. There's this sign like on the side by the curb, man. And there you go. And I'm like, what the hell? It was in such a weird spot, man. And so
I've never seen one of those in Wisconsin,
man. And that's why we were like, what the hell? I go, what the fuck is that? And they're like, what? And it was just weird. It's like this little teeny street, and then it turns on to the main coast highway there. But that's supposed to be out, and they did have it blocked off, man. And I went the other way just because I didn't want to deal with those cocks.
I think we do have DUI checkpoints. I've just never seen one. But I think they do kind of strategically play it for like those nights of the year where people tend to over celebrate. I think that's when they put them up.
They're smart about it too, because like you said, they put it close to the highway where you're forced to, like, if you're leaving the bar and you're going to go to the highway, you got to go through this street, for example. They'll put it right there on purpose because they know like 90% of the traffic is going to come through there.
But I was like, this is where like 1% of the traffic comes through. That's where they have it.
Question: do they do this in other states, or is it just Wisconsin where there's like a lot of drinking? AAA offers a service on New Year's, where if you don't think you can make it home, they will tow your vehicle and take you home for free.
Yeah.
For free, yeah.
They do that in almost every city. I think they got that here too.
What, dude? Yeah, okay, they must do it everywhere. Yeah, why would they do it just here? All right, so but like, dude, like, there's no way. I mean, that's got to be subsidized by the government to do that, right? There's no way that they're making money doing this.
They call it Operation Red Nose here, or Nez Rouge in French, but they take donations or whatever. Trust me, you feel so embarrassed the next day having to, deal with that you call them up,
dude.
And say,
no. See, that's the thing. Is around here, I'm pretty sure you get like a badge or something.
But anyway, they'll bring a driver, like you say. They'll come over with a driver and drive you in your car home or whatever. And some places actually do tow it too. But
so, is there?
This place will put your shit on a flatbed and take you home and drop your shit off in your driveway for you.
Right. Is any of you guys, anybody in here ever drive for Uber or one of those Lyfts or anybody? No. Okay. Never mind. I think that would be like the worst night to work is New Year's Eve, man.
Yeah. Ask a cab driver, fuck.
Yeah, it's got to be a disaster. I'll be right back.
No, dude, those drivers, though, I mean, some of them, it depends. Like, dude, a lot of them, that's why they do it. They love the wacky people. You know what I mean?
If they throw up in your car, it's you get $150 reimbursement.
Okay. Oh, there you go. Yeah, let's do that.
That's another thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Cab drivers, man, you're doing it for the money, man. You're doing it for the money at that point.
Yep.
Tips, and the drunk people give you good tips or whatever, but you're going to go through hell to get there. I mean, and you better be ready to defend yourself once or twice that night.
Yep.
Oh, I've dealt with New Year's Eve, much New Year's Eve. That's probably one of those between New Year's Eve, Halloween, and there's like just a couple of different festivals. Any sporting type event thing, it just, people are crazy. I don't know how to describe it.
So does Uber allow you to like pick up a pizza and take it on the way to also dropping off some drunk? Like, can you like do 2 in 1?
I don't think they care. It's by
like you grab some drunk. You're like, hold on, I got to grab this pizza. Like, where are you going? Well, I got to drop off the pizza. I'm getting car sick. All right, hold on. I get paid more if you puke. Friggin'.
Oh, the bill is so you can clean your car. You got to clean your car out. That's why they bill you.
Yep.
And that's when your shop vac and your hose is going to be very valuable that night. Yeah.
dude, you have to have a plastic or a tile car or something, man. It's like, hey, yeah.
No, man, I'd have a trash can in there, a little fucking bathroom trash can.
Yeah, the smart cab drivers do exactly that. Like you just said, they're completely prepared on that night for what's about to happen.
Just get like the dentist has, like that sucky straw thing. Just
You're like, somebody already threw up in this one. Yeah, I know. Throw
a mask, like the mask in the airline. It comes down from the ceiling and just you stick it on your face like an octopus, and it sucks the puke out of you.
That's a hell of an idea. Yeah, like these fucking barf bags come out of the ceiling.
You automatically put it on them when they get in the car. It's a precaution. Yeah, it's a precaution.
You're fucking wrecked. Here,
yeah, you're wrecked. Put the helmet on.
You put the helmet on.
Yeah, that taxi helmet there with the hose attached and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like the vacuum going. Oh shit! So tonight, man, I was coming back from dinner. My friend, she's got a Tesla, and she goes, "Hey, man, there's these things in there called Easter bunnies." And I'm like, what the hell's an Easter bunny? It's some kind of program that they put into the Tesla's software that will actually make your car like dance. So I'm like, what? Get the fuck out of here. I got to see this. I couldn't believe it. So yeah, she pulls the car out and she hits this button and the thing starts opening its own doors and closing them, and the lights are going with the music, and it was like a whole show, man. It was going off, and I'm like, holy crap.
That's how you test all the functions of the car and make sure everything's working before you go.
Going in and out, the doors were opening and closing. It has those wing doors, those things were like flapping its wings. It was it was crazy, man.
Wasting a bunch of power. You should have seen the other day there when it was really cold here, man. Normally I see a bunch of Teslas around here, and there wasn't hardly a one visible. Because again, when it gets that cold, all these people thing function.
I sent you. I'm sure you saw that video.
Oh, yeah, I saw that one, and I've seen other ones too, where it's this. Again, this is just not feasible. I don't care what they say, and at the same time, they're telling you stop wasting electricity at home and get a better fridge, energy efficient fridge, and all this stuff. But plug this giant car in there that takes like 250 times the amount of power that your fridge uses.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Those things suck down power. Yeah, it's this cold weather and the electric batteries and shit. Not gonna work out well.
You know what's funnier? They make electric stupid snowblowers now with the battery packs on it. Right. I mean, I've got a bunch of them upstairs here. It's just like I told my buddy, I'm like, dude, sell these at the end of the year. Sell them for whatever you got to sell them for. Get these things out of here. And he's like, why? People like them or whatever. I said, no, man, it's just garbage, and you're gonna get stuck with it if you don't get rid of it. Like.
That's true.
Yeah, these are just crap, man.
It costs more to replace the batteries than it does to buy the whole fucking thing.
Oh, yeah, we aren't even at that point yet. I'm saying the guy's going to be mad enough on the 10th time he tries to use it, and it just doesn't even go 50 feet anymore. You know?
Right. It's done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they're going to come bitching for, this is why I said you're getting into a problem that you don't want. Like you can deal with gasoline, anything here, and you fix it and guarantee it and warranty it or whatever. But something like that, you can't promise somebody the battery's going to make it or whatever. And if it's outside the warranty period, they're going to be pissed,
Oh, that guy was so pissed. It was like 29 grand for his Tesla batteries. He just put a bunch of dynamite in it and blew it up.
That's what you do, exactly. I don't know, these fools.
Yeah, he was pissed. I had a viral video anyway, but yeah, there's so many Teslas around here now. It's ridiculous, but
I'd like to see the stats on how many of them have been poked, because I'm pretty sure it's 99%.
Never been poked? What do you mean poked?
Stabbed.
What?
Stabbed.
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 Okay, I'm getting it. Poked. Got it. I'm tracking. I have had a hell of a long week, man. I tried to put 5 days of work into 4, so I'm kind of a little slow right now. But
I'm not working. I'm absolutely hiding in my cubbyhole. That's what I'm doing.
Hibernating, we call it. Hibernation? Why not? Why not?
I gotta post it again because I'm just a little bit weird about that. But no, I love my daughter, and I'm super stoked about getting her snowboarding. We went again yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I posted the video a few times, but I want to just keep on. I want to keep on bragging. Check this out. It's coming up.
All right. Check it out. Here we go. Oh, you were at night. That's cool. And yeah, she's tearing it.
This is her third time out. So she's got at the end of that night, last night, she had about 12 hours of snowboarding.
Oh, she's got it. But she's been on a skateboard, so she knows what's up.
Well, I got her on a skateboard this spring, getting her ready for this. She went snowboarding for her first time last year. She went twice this year so far.
She crashed.
Yeah, she crashed. Those fences are there for that.
I know.
Remember the first Burton snowboards, the little 140s? I mean, totally short little Burton snowboards. I remember the very first ones, and I always thought that was awesome too. And I was a skier, so I figured right away that was going to be it. Skateboarder, skier, I'm going straight over to the snowboard. Nope, I used it a few times, and then prefer skiing. As much as it's fun on the powder, it's good on the powder if you got a really good mountain, steep mountain with powder. But other than that, not much fun on flat ground. So,
yeah, I never switched over to the board either, man. I prefer. I don't know. I just started on skis, and
the board is. I did both. I started on skis, but I started playing ice hockey, and so going to skis was a easy transition. So like. I got on skis and I just like immediately took off and like hit a jump and like it wasn't really a challenge. Then I did a hockey stop and like plowed snow in my dad's face. I was like, and then I flipped him off and I said, "Suck it."
Give him a big
yeah. And then that attitude, he was like, you should be a snowboarder.
The ski. I like the edge of the ski when it's slippery. I want the edge of the ski, for traction.
Who gets a bigger rooster tail, skis or the board? Probably the board, right?
Dude, you can push a lot of snow with a board, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a physics thing. It's got much more surface area, so you can push a lot more if you got some weight behind it, right? Yeah.
Well, they make all kinds of boards now. They're 200 plus centimeters. I mean, lots of
killer boards out there.
Yeah.
Dude, how much is it to go snowboarding for the night like that, Lou?
Actually, so this is cool. Like, we did a beginner area only pass, so just the bunny hill. They got all this course set up with the bank turns for learning and everything. Like, it's really useful. It's a brand new feature that they put in this year. And it's $20 a person for a 4-hour pass, and it starts whenever you get there, like 4 hours after your first scan, going up the lift.
Yeah.
So like that's a pretty killer deal, and they got like with the for teaching for or for learning whatever. It's a really killer deal because they got this nicely set up like with stations like giving you tips and advice. They got people out there helping, it's all dude. It's like set up nice.
Now on the more advanced hill, do they have like half pipe and jumps and shit and all that?
On this hill, there's no half pipe, but they do have a park. They got jumps and rails and stuff like that.
Yeah, man. When they started putting those in, man, it took away a lot of the mountain. Is the one thing I noticed. I'm like, shit. Well, it's great.
Yeah, I should have never been in the park. But I injured myself. When I was right before I turned 21 on a huge jump in Keystone.
Yeah.
And I took a massive big air jump and cased it, freaking shattered both of my fucking heels.
Oh fuck. Does it?
Yeah.
Shattered?
No, it was not good. Shattered. Like my left lower calcaneus was shattered into 5 pieces. My right one was kind of broken once and healed pretty good, like healed really good, but not perfectly still. But the left one was bad, and so I was in a wheelchair for 6 months.
Holy crap! Yeah, man, shattering bones, man. Not something I'm interested
No, but it was, yeah, dude. This was like a 120-foot long tabletop.
Holy goodness!
Friggin', yeah. Cased it, like missed it by like less than 2 feet. Yeah.
Ouch! Ouch!
Yard
Ouch!
sale.
I popped off the lip because it was so big, and I've never taken anything that big.
Right.
I was like, the only thing I could do is not go big enough, like that's the way I kind of thought about it. And so I actually popped a little extra air off the lip, man. I freaking went high, but that changed that fucking changed my trajectory too. So I came down slightly short.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah, I friggin', but turns out I'm not the only one who fucked that up too. No, they just opened that jump that morning, and like 2 or 3 other people came down with the same injury or a similar one from the same jump. Right after me, because they have like in Colorado, like in the mountains, they got like like their own like emergency room at the bottom of the place and shit. So like, they're already shooting me with morphine and shit, like right there at the bottom of the fucking hill, and more guys are coming in with the same injury. So they shaved the lip of that jump. They closed it and they shaved the lip. It had a little bit too steep of an angle.
Anyway, yeah, you get it. That's messed up, man. Lots of skiing.
I don't fuck around. Ever since that, I don't fuck around in the park anymore. Like I'll take a head wall, or a small little, lip or something, whatever. Something small, but no, I'm not really fucking around with rails. And I was always afraid of rails. Like I'm like, dude, that just looks like a fucking problem. Something bad's gonna happen on those.
Here comes the skull crusher. Yeah, thanks.
Dude, you're gonna break a wrist. You're gonna freaking crack your skull. You're gonna freaking no. That's.
What if you land like ribs first on the rail? Ribs. Yeah, I can see. Yeah, it's gonna hurt.
I took some rails, but I just never liked it. I did not.
No,
just do a basic 50-50 across them, and so nowadays I'm more into like speed and carving if I can get some good snow anyway.
Mm-hmm. Agave worked at a resort.
Couple.
Agave,
Marmot, and Jasper, Kananaskis,
and
that's where the Olympics were, and then Nikiska.
That's so cool, man. Yeah, he got to go down the Olympic downhill before any of the athletes did.
All of my friends were the ones making the course. But no, the best one was the floater. The floater in front of the whole. You got people out front of the whole like patio, sun deck, whatever, at the ski resort. They're looking up at the hill, and then there's a giant floater right in the middle of this thing. Right, it's like. If you hit this thing at top speed, you're going 100+ feet no matter what. Like tons and tons of distance. That was my goal every time. Was like that's after coming down 2 or 3 chairlifts worth of mountain. That's just to me that's just the bottom section of the mountain where you're just get to the chairlift. Okay, there's nothing there but straight, flat, straight downhill. Good angle, good speed. Yeah, I would come ripping down there with my buddies, a dynamic 227, something really long, and get some real good speed and go off of that thing. And almost every time, pull like almost the same jump every time with a good triple jump of some kind, cross up with a Cossack or whatever. But anyway, you go watch the Jean-Luc Brassard fucking winning the gold cup that year, the gold medal that year on his mogul run. And you could tell he was watching us the whole day for sure, because he copied every damn thing we did.
Yeah,
it was pretty funny. That was the best out there. But skiing is a lot more refined, Snowboarding back then, they wouldn't even let you on certain runs with the snowboard because you ruined it, right? People were plowing the snow down the hill, basically.
No, that was the myth. That was one of the excuses that skiers used because they didn't want snowboarders on a fucking hill that they thought was theirs.
In the beginning, though, that's the way it was. When people were learning way back then, that's the way it was. They were literally going sideways down the hill, man, with the thing. That's kind of how it worked. I mean, it wasn't a long.
No, there's a certain skier etiquette where they were trying to get these picturesque videos and photos of themselves turning left and right together in unison, and then there was the snowboarder friggin', messing up their game, basically, different style.
In Quebec, here is the problem, okay? We got a lot of mogul runs, and there's a lot of mental freestyle skiers here. But when you mix the snowboarding back then into the mogul run, just destroyed it, okay? You used to have nice Volkswagen moguls, and then suddenly the snowboarding came along and turned everything into a 90-degree lip wall, if you will, on the front.
No, the snowboarders don't want your moguls. You guys stay in your moguls. We're going to go fucking...
The problem was they insisted on keep going down this hill. So they divided it at one point, and they said, you know what, the snowboarders get your own runs over here, and then the skiers over here, and everybody was happy. And it worked better anyway, because they were able to make the jumps and whatever they wanted to do. Oh, yeah, great. But now, with the board being longer and a little more parabolic, if you will, yeah, it's not so bad because you're actually pointed downhill instead of just scraping it sideways down the hill.
In the beginning, you want to know the truth too. When it comes to those moguls, a good snowboarder is going to tear through those things way better than a skier.
Of course,
skiers get fucked up in those things. Dude, skis get twisted. Freaking all of a sudden you're head over heels and looking for your shit. Dude, freaking snowboarder just freaking bounces off of them things. Boom, 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 boom.
They don't have an official race that's like a mogul snowboarder.
Dude, there should be skier versus snowboarder competitions.
Yeah, right? Yeah, now we're talking. Yeah,
that's what they should have done back in the 90s when it was kind of a thing. Now we're now we're homogenous, we're sharing the hill. But then that would have been good.
Yeah.
But the longer boards now, it makes it, like you said, a little more feasible. I mean, the first boards were really short and stuff. Same thing with
they were using water skis and going down the hill at first, dude.
Dude, I saw a guy coming down way before snowboards, probably 7-10 years before snowboards. That guy took a fucking surfboard and put some rails on it, and he strapped his feet into it and went down like a helicopter, dropped him off at this fucking giant cliff. And this guy was going down in a surfboard, man. Yes.
They had all kinds of weird shit, and everybody was sitting way back seat too, just tons of float in front. Yeah. They couldn't fucking figure this out for years. I just watched actually a documentary about Sims versus Burton, Jake Burton and was it Tim Sims?
Yeah,
they were both going at the same time, East and West Coast. Yeah, and neither one of them really had compared to what we got now. What they were messing around with was just ridiculous. Back in the late 70s.
Yeah, I mean it's the same as bicycles, or you can look at cars, a lot of things. But yeah, when it came to the figuring out the snowboard, man, it's probably a fascinating documentary, bro.
Dude, it's pretty cool. It was being a boarder, it just kind of popped up on my YouTube. I was like, yeah, that's a good one. I'll watch this.
I want to watch that.
They're worth a fortune now. You're at a garage sale and see any of those old Burton boards or whatever, snatch it up immediately.
But yeah, that everybody knows they're worth a fortune. It's hard to find one. What's this Jingle Bells, man? What did you drop there, man? Is that? Why does it have a handle on the fucking thing? Was that it?
Oh yeah, that's the total dollar store version. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, that thing's made out. That's a plastic board with.
Those are fun and deadly. Those are good on the toboggan hill. Okay, toboggan hill. That's perfect.
Oh my God, the Snurfer! Look at that! Son, I didn't even know this existed, bro.
Have you seen the little bike, the motocross-looking bike too? They got one with a ski in the front. It's like a BMX bike.
Nothing, dude. You just stand on the board. There's no boots. Fuck your boots. I got tennis shoes on, right? Oh. Yeah, I'm wearing Vans. God, wearing Vans, not strapping in, Lou. Come on, don't be such a puss, man.
Yeah, no, they didn't strap in for years. They just tried to ride a board like it was surfing. Yeah.
Even
and it was, dude. They had like no control for turns. Like when you watch the old videos, like of them trying to do this, like they're just trying to like hang on for dear life and see how far they can go, and like having competitions with that.
Shit. Hey, is that Jingle Bells? Is that your board? Is that what you're saying, man? He says that. Bro, I was boarding before it was even a thing. Is that your Smurfer, man? What the hell?
Monoski too. You ever try a monoski, Lou?
No, I've never done the monoski.
That was cool when it came out too. The tube ski boots. I was lucky because I had all the guys. Like I'm the head bartender at the bar. Okay, so first of all, every time I go to the ski hill, everything's free. Okay, because everybody counts on you. You know what I mean? Like if it wasn't for you, they wouldn't get in the bar. They would, the favors go both ways. You know what I'm saying? So whenever I would show up at the rental thing or whatever, there'd always be Atomic Skis or somebody's ski company would be there with some new product, and they'd be like, "Oh, perfect! Hey, Mike, come here. Hey, try these out. The guy will let you try these out for the day or whatever." Yeah, mono skis or whatever. I broke 3 sets of Atomic Skis in a day once for this guy. He gives me a set. I'm like, listen, I'm going down the crazy moguls right now. Like, give me your mogul skis, right? He's like, oh yeah, this is our new blah blah blah, right? I'm like, okay, cool. I'm like, they're ready for some punishment. Then he's like, oh yeah, go for it. I come down the first run, sure enough, and delaminate the thing on one ski, right? Completely delaminate the front. Bring it back. Here you go. These didn't make it. He's like, okay. He's like, yeah, go try these out. I'm like, I hope this is part of your process of research and development or whatever, because I said I've broken a few skis in my day, man. And I said, I'm not even pushing these hard into the front of the mogul there. I'm not even pushing in really hard yet. I said, since you're not pissed off, I'm going to go try these ones. And yeah, I broke 3 sets that day. The guy wasn't too upset though. I think he was more interested in the fact that they broke that evening.
If he's a real, product guy, he wants to know about his product. It's like, fuck, man, take it out.
Then I moved to longer skis too. I like longer skis. You see, like you said about the moguls, you can go bashing through there. Like Quebec guys love to go bashing through there, and they got their knees right into their chin and every hit. You know what I mean? And it's like bing bang, bing bang bang, and it's fun and all, but it's demanding. You get a longer set of 227s or something, like a nice set of downhill skis, and you sort of bridge the gap as you're doing that. So you can pick your way through a lot more politely and smoothly.
I mean, I guess they call them performance skis now, man. They're like, they're kind of wide at the tips.
Parabolic.
On both ends, right?
That's parabolic. Yeah, and they make it a lot easier.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's kind of, that all started because of snowboarding as well, too. Skiers all of a sudden wanted to hit the park. They wanted to go backwards. They wanted to do fun shit too. They and like, so yeah, the parabolic ski where it's like two very long narrow snowboards attached to one to each foot, basically.
Yeah.
But that's what all skis went to, like for the most part. Like that's.
When I first started, they carve really nice. I'll admit, you just gently push on the ski and you make a beautiful turn. I'll admit.
Yeah, because from the border perspective, that's how we turn, right? So like, yeah, we have for a good carver, yeah, you have very wide tips and more narrow center. I got a size 12 boot, so like I got to ride a wide board. You don't want heel or toe drag, but Yeah, you just lean into that turn, and the board automatically flexes, pulling you into an arc, right? Like
mid 90s, though. Like the first boards and everything, 140 size boards and shit, they didn't have any flex hardly at all. And like I said, everybody was literally scraping their way down the hill.
Dude, my board right now is. And they're affordable too because there's like way more competition, more companies now. So I got the new essential service, the 2022. I bought a new board last year. This thing got awesome reviews like everywhere for like all mountain board. Like it's a camber rocker hybrid directional all mountain board, but like it's got like serrations through the middle that help it carve through like the hard pack and ice and stuff like that.
That's the problem.
And dude, this thing just does it all, man. It's a freaking it does everything. It's a badass.
That's what they didn't do, and that was the thing. Because here in Quebec, you do have a lot of ice and hard pack and all that. It's very rare you get a powdery day. So it's just, for me, the snowboard, if it was powdery, I'll go give it a day of snowboarding. But 9 out of 10 times, I mean, I want skis on my feet if I'm going. So
this thing bites into the ice like a hockey skate. Like I'm telling you, dude. Like I can fucking I can do shit. People are like, oh damn, that's an icy spot. Like, oh, okay. He's cool. He's cool.
Yeah, I'm still having nightmares of some of those first ones. Like your first day, you learned a bit of opposite of skateboarding, like to be weight forward instead of relaxing back. Like you want to. It's just not feasible, or you're going to be ass or face. That's what I call it. Snowboarding is ass or face. There's only two things hitting the floor. It's your ass or your face, and that's it. I mean, when you ski, you can have a total yard sale and lose all your shit all over the place. But snowboarding, it's pretty much a bing or a bang.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, man, the mountains here in Southern California are getting dumped on. And we're getting a bunch of fresh powder, man.
You can surf and ski in the same day. That's pretty amazing right there.
We can do it. Yeah, we can do it.
They have mountain races there, right? Mountain biking. You ski, mountain bike, and then you go down to the ocean and swim or something, and it's like a triathlon type thing.
Yeah, they got all that crazy shit, yeah.
Surf, ski, or whatever. I've watched one.
Yep. Surf and ski, same day, man. Here we go.
Yeah, cycle, surf, ski, or something like that. 3 things.
All right. Yeah, you start at the top of the mountain. You do the snow skiing.
And you hit no snow. Get the bike. Yeah, go down.
Ride down to the beach, and then you go surfing. Yeah.
Mountain biking is cool too. I used to do a lot of wicked mountain biking, but that's Rocky Mountains out west. I mean, it's awesome. You can't just have a hill. You need a mountain.
I like that's a great picture, Lou. I like the downhill. I like the downhill mountain biking stuff. That stuff's awesome, man.
That's my daughter on her Sims. She's freaking. That thing's working out nice for her too.
The sun, the trees, man, it looks really, really. Got the snow blowers going.
Yeah.
She's got the little fucking.
She's got all new gear now too. Like I was saving it. She's got She's got Burton freaking snowboard pants, man. She is set to go, dude. She looks like a professional. Like she's been doing this forever.
I watched.
None of that stuff existed when we started. We had our jeans, and we were freezing our balls off, but we didn't care.
Look how that board is shaped. I mean, that's just a starter board, but look at that shape of that thing, man.
Yeah, why didn't they do that in the beginning? I can't even understand it. Because again, it was too straight and it didn't do shit all. And that's why I didn't like it. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. A ski had some flex and you could make it turn. The first snowboards just sucked. I don't know why they didn't clue in sooner.
It took a while to figure it out, man. I mean,
it took a long while. They had a whole array of shitty snowboards before they ever got.
They started it like officially like in 77, according to the documentary I watched.
Yeah.
But But it didn't really take off until like the early mid 90s, like not like for real, like it got bigger in before that. So like I would say late 80s to early 90s, that's when it started to become popularized, but they didn't really take off till like the mid 90s.
If you remember that Burton with the little fishtail on it there and the pointy nose, okay, that first edition almost, if you will, that in probably about 80 to 83, I would have been in high school and skiing a lot, and that was my buddy. I remember my buddy was one of the first kids that had one of these, like the kid with the money, right? And he pulled this thing out, and we were like, whoa, it's like a skateboard for snow. Yeah, cool, right on. Let's go try this, right? And then he got a different one, and then everybody had one eventually because this kid eventually bought like 4 or 5 different boards, but they were all the same fucking garbage, and it was only good for certain stuff back then. It just stunk. I mean, let's be honest, it wasn't that fun. It's cool, but it wasn't that good.
Nothing like today's boards, man. It's just so amazing, man.
Yeah, it lacked a lot of control, and it was fun if you set something up and you just wanted to go jump and jump and jump or whatever with it, and it was fun. But later, the good boards came out. Yeah, I'll agree, they're fun and everything, but the conditions have to be just perfect and all that.
Dude, that's the thing. They don't with if you want what I'm talking about, like just more like staying out of the park, but doing everything else, a good all mountain board, all conditions, powder or hard pack. Dude, like these new hybrid boards, like this Essential Service that I got, does it all like a beauty. Like it's never, it's the next step, man.
For me, it's a locked in position, and like if I want to go bushwhacking a little or whatever, the snowboard sucks sometimes, especially if you have to backtrack uphill or something like that.
No, that's the one thing with the board is when if you get hit the flat land, yeah, that sucks. Now you're pushing, that blows.
I mean, you can step out of your board pretty quick, though, right?
Yeah, dude, I got step-ons, man. I freaking just step in, step out without crouching down. I just freaking click, 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 click.
Yeah, if you're good at it and you were going to the Rocky Mountains, I'd say, yeah, damn right, bring your snowboard. But if you were going to come here to Quebec to a smaller little mountain where there's just one chairlift and everything is already iced up and everybody has used every inch of the hill already, yeah, it's not much fun. I mean, by the time you click in and 30 seconds later, you're unclicking your thing again.
Yeah, that's the thing about the... where you guys are at. Well, actually, you're not too far from some bigger stuff, but
the Mont Tremblant's there and whatever, but it's still not that. I mean, personally, it doesn't matter how big the mountain in Quebec is. I can go from the top to the bottom in no time at all. Only when you go out west, you get to the mountains. I mean, I have friends from Quebec. They show up, and I go up one chairlift, and they're like, "All right, let's go." I'm like, "No, buddy, there's another chairlift," and they're like, "Oh, cool." And we go up to the next chairlift, and they're like, "Okay, let's go." I'm like, "No, there's another chairlift."
Here's the thing. It's not like yes, there's advantages to skiing in certain situations, and also for just snowboarding in certain situations. Right. But if you're talking about having fun, like I mean, I would, and like I said, I did both. Like learning to ski is not that difficult. Like learning to ski good, that's different, of course, but. Right. Learning to ski is not that difficult. Snowboarding takes a little time. It takes a little pain. It takes a lot. It takes a lot of drive to like actually push through that.
Unless you start when you're like 5 years old, dude. If you start,
it's not so bad then. Yeah, it's not so bad then. Yeah.
Skateboarders, surfers, they transition pretty well, but Joe Blow that doesn't even stand on anything or can't do anything or just decides to go snowboarding one day.
But to finish off though, like the real payout though, like snowboarding is so much more. Honestly, just dude, it's more chill, it's more fun, it's leaning into those turns and trying to see how much spray you can get, how much of a carve you can get, right. Like adding style, going both directions. Like you always know you look cool because those skiers look so fucking lame. Dude, oh man, dude, snowboarding is so much more fun. I did both. Snowboarding is way more payout for like It's a little more work, but a lot more pay.
Yeah. As Toby Dog says, he says snowboarding will leave you sore in places you didn't know you had.
Dude, when you're learning, that's absolutely true, man. Dude, every fucking muscle, like every bone, every muscle is like, oh, how could I be sore there?
You twist too, because you're locked into it, and you twist your body, and the thing stays locked. Your legs locked over one way. That's one thing I don't like. You're not releasing as easily as a set of skis, where you can have a total yard sale, lose everything, and shit.
That's so true, man. It's an excellent point, but the fact that snowboarding looks so fucking cool. It does.
Until you see me ski, I guess. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't know, man. I mean, they do everything on skis that they do on fucking boards, man. They have half pipes and fucking mogul runs. I don't know.
They make us look like a joke. Fuck the kids on X Games now make me look like a monkey.
X Games. They got the Olympics now. They're fucking doing these fucking aerial shit, man. Oh, it's fucking crazy, man. Then they got those courses where they're racing down the hill and they're like carving these big giant berms and shit. Now that looks fun as fuck. Come on, Lou. I mean, I've never went down one of those courses where they actually make berms and
That's just the beginner area. It's so sweet. Like it was actually fun for me too, because like I didn't have to have as much worry about if she gets out of control. I don't have to be down there below her to catch her. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So I got to have fun doing some shit through there too. Like showing off. Look, I can go both directions and shit. Like,
I love that you can flip directions on a dime, man. I love that.
Yeah.
That's one of the hardest things, skateboarding or anything, is you're running both ways is the key to being good. Yeah.
But yeah, snowboarders, man, they just flipping around left, right, back, forth, 180 degrees. Like
dude,
that.
Yeah, I'm in the beginner area, like fucking pulling back and doing an ollie as I go through and shit. Like all the kids do
it. Man. So yeah, man. I mean, it's that time of year, man. We're all going to be out, hitting the hills, and I mean, if you got the opportunity, man, go ahead and do it. Because it's always fun, man. Here's my day on the slopes, man. All right, get up there around 7:30 in the morning after we stop for breakfast somewhere. It's like 1 hour from my house, and I'm on a huge mountain. And
yeah, dude, I got to get back out to the mountains. I haven't been in a long time, dude. Like these little hills aren't enough.
I think it's 3 lifts to the top, something like that. It takes a while.
Yeah, I mean, most of my boarding was in like at Keystone or Vail, Beaver Creek. I also did Copper, Arapahoe Basin.
So you get there, man. You're already fed. You get on the lift. You gotta fucking spark one ASAP, man. Right on the way up.
Especially now that it's legal. Yeah, dude. I don't think I've been to Colorado since it was legal. Actually, I got to get back out there. That's what I'm saying.
Spark one on the way up, man. And then you get up there. You hit that first run, man, and then like maybe shit, I'll grab a cup of coffee.
It didn't matter. When it was illegal, we would get in the gondola, take that express to the top, and freaking chong that thing up. Fucking, you freaking take that high speed express, and you unload, and the cloud just fucking unloads at the top.
Oh, dude, what a great expression, dude! Chong it, bro. What does that mean? You'll learn. Anyway. Always something to learn. Chong it. Dude, I just learned it. Chong it. Dude, that's killer. Anyway, I'm really kind of pumped up to go up to the mountains and hit the slopes for a half day, man. Just dick around on some like 180s or something. And just have a good time.
Yeah.
Smoke some weed.
So yeah, I'll hit this first run, maybe get some coffee, hit the second run. Third run, it's lunchtime maybe. at this point. And I'm like, I'll hit I gotta get a beer.
You guys were, one of you asked about price. Like, what kind of sucks is like it's nearly as expensive for a lift ticket around here as it is for like a mountain in Colorado, and it's nowhere near the same.
I'm gonna say like $60, something like
that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm getting in the beginning. It only is 20 for, but that's just the bunny hill. Yeah, you could be talking on the weekend. It's like $50 pretty much at the local hill, but depends on the hill. Some of them are 50, some of them are 70.
Oh shit!
You know, like it. You know, and it's per person.
Is that all day or is that just 4 hours?
No, dude. Like we're going to Cascade, not this coming weekend, but the one after, and I think that's like $79 per person for an all day.
For an all day, okay.
But but I mean, it's not, dude. It's not a fucking. It's nothing like what you're thinking, though. It's not like it's not a fucking mountain, dude. It's a fucking hill.
But these are fucking landowners that want to get as much money as they possibly can.
And garbage dump hill.
Yeah, they're like, we got a lift and there's a trash can and an outhouse. Yeah, thanks, asshole. $80, go skiing all day. I don't give a fuck, And but that they're just trying to make a buck like everybody else. I get it, man.
And with mountain, I can understand or whatever, but the process is getting out there. Even back when I was in the day, we were talking in Jasper, Marmot, Basement was pretty, high end, and I think you'd pay $49 or something bucks. Okay, so it was rich guy resort. Now I've never paid a day because you either paid for the I didn't work for the hill, no, but you either paid $500 for a season pass.
Right.
Or in my case, just because I was the head bartender of the town bar. So everybody that goes to the ski or works at the ski has to pass my bar.
That's right.
So the head nerd herder or the head lifty guy, if you want to call him that, was Glenn Schliemann, this guy. And he was like my best pal. And he's in charge of all these clowns at the hill. So he would tell everybody, like you guys know Mike, so when he shows up, you just let him on the lift, right? And that's it. Now, once in a while, you'd get the odd new guy or something, and, he would be like, oh, no, I can't let you on the lift or whatever, and I'd mess around with him later in the bar, but I ski for free, like literally nonstop, and here's what's more fun is that you get to go at night and stuff, like they'd be closed down, we'd stay up there at the chalet or whatever, hanging out until it's dark and closed down. And then we'd find the best jump on the hill and basically go jump it, walk back up, jump it, walk back up, just go do 100 jumps in a row or something.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, you'd get to do some fun stuff like that. Then one guy got killed, this dumbass, he was a carpenter or something. They were working on something up at the hill. They weren't even skiers. And these boneheads decided, instead of walking down like they were supposed to at the end of the night, they decided to fashion themselves some type of 2x4 plywood type toboggan device and decided they were going to go haul ass down the ski hill on this thing and found themselves underneath the fucking tracks of the grooming machine instead. Yeah. That turned into a waffle.
About the season pass thing that you said, like that's the big difference between out west. Like you go out to Colorado, you can buy the season pass, and if you go like 3 times or something, it's paid for.
Yeah, it's $500 a year, and you pay for it in 3 trips. Yeah,
you pay for it in 3 trips. No, there's none of that, dude. Our season pass to this fucking little tiny dump hill. I mean, it's not a dump, but it is technically actually underneath it was a dump, but dude, it's like $1,000 for a season fucking ticket for that thing.
Can imagine. Yeah. Go work there. That's what I tell young people, especially if you ever want to get free skiing or whatever. You go work at the damn place because they give you a pass just for working there. That's already a starting point. But
you're right in the mix, man. You never know who you're going to meet, and could be a great winter. Enjoy.
I was just really lucky and fortunate to meet the right people and be able to ski everywhere for free. And
Yeah.
Purchase is another place where all the Olympic people train and stuff. It's like a totally in the mountains type of small place. It's hard to drive to and everything, but hardly no grooming or anything. It's just, like hell's bells from the top to the bottom. That's the kind of place you like to go to. Not too many tourists.
Yeah, the powder doesn't get packed down,
Well, you can't. There's a whole mountain. You're never going to ski on the whole mountain with the amount of people that are there. It's impossible.
There ain't nothing like fresh powder, man.
Yeah.
Especially that West Coast shit, man. That's it.
Well, there's places out there you could pick new lines all day long and just make new lines all day.
I mean, making new lines, man. Nothing's happier than making new lines. You're like, oh yeah, here we go.
That's where the snowboard comes in. I'll admit that. Skiing is not much fun when you get in the wrong conditions, and the snowboard is much more fun and beneficial because it floats a lot better. But
you get into the back bowls, back country, some fresh pow. You're in heaven on a snowboard, dude. Yeah. It's like one of the biggest challenges of your life on skis for that shit. You're like, oh my god, like I got to keep my speed. If I slow down too much, I'm gonna sink. I'm gonna freaking.
Oh yeah, you need angle for that's the thing. The snowboard doesn't care about anything. Like it could be like 80 degrees and you're going. That's the thing I don't mind. Whereas the skis and everything else, like you say, too deep, you get in trouble. Snowboard, if it's too flat, you're gonna be hating life.
Snowboard versus the skis, man. I'm ready.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean. I highly recommend the little bicycle thing with the ski on the front, the little BMX snow racer.
I've literally dropped into the back bowls of Vail, fucking like hardcore freaking extreme shit, like right after a big snowstorm, fucking done it. Like this is like like the shit you see in the videos and stuff. Like it's so steep in place, like where I dropped in, like I dropped like 30 feet into a cloud, like it just freaking like just poof.
Ain't nothing
poof.
Like drop it in. Oh shit, we got OG fam, man. He just joined us. What's up, man? You're verified, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm verified. I'm just in here chilling, man. I'm just playing my game and just chilling.
Your game, man. What game you playing, man? Shit.
Shit, I'm playing 2K, man.
2K?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm just listening in. I haven't listened in a while, so.
Yeah, we're just talking about snowboarding and skiing. You ever do that?
Fuck, nah.
Can you explain that on a flat Earth?
Can you explain snowboarding on a flat Earth? That'd be good. That's hilarious.
I guess that. No, I can't really explain that.
Snowboarders abhor the flats. Man. It's just a fact.
That's just that's kind of strange. That's never went through my head before, so.
Never had to think that deep.
I mean, truly.
Yeah.
God damn. That's thinking on another level. In my opinion. I'm like snowboarding on a flat Earth. That's crazy.
Damn, that's gonna be a problem.
That will be a problem.
Maybe they got hills and shit.
I don't know, like one rough area.
Yeah, like that. Like they forgot to groom.
Yeah, that would be. That's something to see right there. So y'all talk about snowboarding, and I wish I went snowboarding.
Look, anybody who has the opportunity, I definitely look. It's not easy. You're not gonna get it right away, but dude, it's again.
That shit looks scary. I know you can break your neck, and despite it's so soft. I mean,
what's soft? You think the snow's soft?
I mean, it seems soft. I mean, like when I throw it at people.
No, it's not. Don't go thinking the snow is soft. That shit's packed down. It's like hitting a rock when you fuck up.
Oh god. I mean, it can't be that bad.
Look, no, it ain't like it depends on how you fuck up. Like, if you're trying to do some crazy shit, like you're not gonna just like sink into it. Like when you're on the trails and stuff, it's all packed down. So like,
yeah,
if you do mess up, you're gonna feel it. But like, there's ways to fall and all that.
There's ways to do a lot of stuff we don't talk about or not doing.
Now, I have a really good friend that knows how to fall. I'm saying, like, he gracefully, like, bails out and falls off of things. Like, you would, if you're not him, you're gonna crash into a wall, break a limb. He knows how to roll. He knows how to roll. He knows how to roll out of a fall.
I do know that there's a I know what you're talking about. I've seen one of my coaches do it. They like roll out of a fall.
Most graceful fall I've ever seen in my whole life.
It's like where you put your shoulder first.
Yeah, but
if you're doing it in a snow type situation, you're gonna usually go with the slide. But yeah, there are times where you might roll.
Well,
rolling is bad. Rolling is bad when you have like boards attached to your feet. That's when you break ankles and legs and knees and all that shit.
Yeah, I can see that. you go forward. You got the boots still on the board, and then you just kind of fuck up there.
We all.
That's bad.
Yeah, you don't really want to roll it out when you're snowboarding. That's a bad idea. You want to try to tumble as little as you can.
Skiing be different.
Either one. You don't want to lose your gear either, right? So like, if you start to fall, you try to get your feet up in the air and you slide it out until you can correct yourself where you can pop back on and go. Because you don't want to have to collect your shit on skis. And on a snowboard, yeah, like, dude, if you can ride it out, you didn't really fuck up.
You ever been to a beach? Or like sand duning or whatever what they call it? Like sand duning?
Like I'm not by an ocean, but I'm by the Great Lakes. So like we got like lots of water and rivers and yeah, I've seen sand dunes along the Mississippi. Did some crazy shit like down the freaking huge sand dune, like sandbar basically, but super steep sandbar. Like really fun stuff there.
Bro, this damn server stays like 24 hours, bro. I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking. Like this is the only server I think it stays like. Oh, Will Be Flat. That's the person that actually got me into the server. That's crazy. Or got me verified at least.
You never thought you'd be talking about this much stoke in a flat earth server, did you?
No, I never thought I would. I don't know what y'all really talk about most of the time. Like, I just got in here because my friend... Okay, so it's crazy. So, basically, my friend, he invited me here from school because he was, like, making fun of the flat earthers and whatnot. And then I didn't do that. I think I did it, and then, like, I stopped. And then I just, like, went inactive because I was on other Discords. So then after I was on other Discords, I then was still in this one, and it was late. It's like really late at night. I came in here, and I was like, I got nothing to do. I guess I'll talk and see what they're talking about. And then after that, I got verified. We were talking for like at least 30 minutes, and then I came in here and went to sleep on it, just listening to whatever the hell they were talking about, which is like something about, I don't know. It was like about how NASA don't tell the truth or some shit like that. I don't know. It's like how the world is like flat or something. I don't remember what they're talking about. It was something about NASA. It was real. It's crazy. Wait a second. So did y'all hear that? I heard Andrew Tate got arrested. Anybody else hear about that?
I don't follow Andrew Tate. I'm too much of a boomer for that. I'm old school.
Yeah, that's a little bit like mainstream.
You guys are. I didn't even know myself actually until somebody told me.
That's good. That's
Look,
good.
in my opinion, from what I've heard, see, like this could be unfair since I obviously haven't really studied the man. But Andrew Tate is he's another one of those people that's being propped up. He's got a purpose that he's serving.
Yeah, he's a proper for sure.
Proper is crazy. I believe he's the Antichrist in my opinion. Think about it. Yeah, I'm not even joking. Okay, he meets some of the he at least meets some of the requirements in my opinion.
So does Jordan Peterson. So does Elon Musk. So does there's so many.
Yeah,
Trump.
Kanye Musk, Jones, Trump, Tate, friggin' all. This is all the neoconservative party. So like they're trying to rebrand. They're trying to flip roles essentially. Like the Democrats are the liberals. They're becoming all like weird. Like they're for war and censorship. Which is what they've always been against. They wanted freedom of speech and no war. And now the Republicans, this new Republican Party is, people who have been historically Democrats and are now pretending to be conservatives, or liberals and now pretending to be conservatives. And they're trying to rebrand the right side. Okay, so
think of both wings as the same wings of the one corrupt bird.
Well, yeah, of course, I understand that. I'm kind of trying to describe how they play that. Yeah, they're flopping, they're flapping their wings, and they're banking everything. Like, dude, to add more confusion, more division, more extremism, because so they make it like Tate comes out with extremist views. Trump comes out with extremist views. Kanye comes out with extremist views. Like Elon, even maybe not as extreme, but like obviously a focal point on the debate and everything. Like this is all intentional. It's all meant to drive like public opinion on these people. Yeah.
Yeah. That was just my opinion because it just seems like like I said, man, I'm not gonna really try to start anything because most of this shit I don't even know what I'm talking about because my head is not even in fucking mainstream and whatnot or even in the fucking news. Barely even watch that. Shit. Talk about fucking video games and my daily life and shit like that, man. I can't really. It's just like whatever whatever I hear around the block type thing.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't want
to.
I don't want to dox you, OG, but I live in Southern California, man. Close enough. Where do you live?
I'd rather not say that.
South, north, east, west, man. There's only 4 directions, man. Pick one. Where do you live?
I say south. Yeah.
Oh. Cool. All right. Just give me an idea.
I'm south as hell.
I know. Shit, kid. So south. Damn, you're so south. Hey, did you guys see the moon? The sun coming back our way this today? I did.
I played in the sun all day with the sun
it's starting to come back. It's starting to come back for us here in the northern territory.
I don't know. I just know it was a lot warmer today.
Yep. Well, it's coming back, man. It's I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. The day was a little bit longer today. Did you guys notice? The sun stayed out a little bit longer today.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I did. Little things I noticed. That's all. It wasn't
I played kickball. I played kickball for the first time since I was in middle school.
Awesome.
Middle school?
It was so cool. Yeah, I'm 31.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's old.
Oh, God. Oh. Dang.
Sorry, Cam. I throw you under the
Yeah,
bus.
you done fucking blasted
You're like a
me.
fucking boomer. Jeez, come on.
Well, no. I found out today that I'm a millennium yeah, whatever it's called.
Millennial. You're a millennial.
I never understand this shit, that type of shit, man. I tried to.
I tried
to. I still don't just like I don't understand pronouns. I don't understand a lot of stuff.
Like when it comes to generations, you gotta take a step back because
literally,
look, if you look at an individual. If you look at an individual, they might not necessarily fit into their generational like stereotype, but when you group people like a social engineer or a government or a freaking conglomeration of any type, like, and you start then these things matter, and that's the way you have to understand it. We're being treated that way as like a socioeconomic group, like how we can advertise to these people and get their money. That's it. It's one of their tricks. It's one of their ploys. We're not what they group you as. It's only if you identify as them that you become one of those people.
Have you ever heard of like social engineering?
Of course, I just said the words.
I love to bring that up at parties. I love to bring that up at parties.
I know you said it. I was asking him if he had ever heard of it. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Actually, no, but I could see that. That makes sense in my opinion. Despite I've never heard of that word because like a lot of people stereotype a lot of people in to like whatever they're involved in or around.
You're right.
Here's
like social engineering.
My favorite social engineering program besides music is sports. It's like,
oh my god,
right? Come on. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
Let me guess, your favorite team is San Francisco.
How did you know that?
Cause you just told me
you just said you were from San Francisco.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Southern California, man. No, I'm not a fan. I dig it. I'm not a fan of anything. Fan means you're fanatical, man. I try not to be too fanatical. Even in flat earth.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like amongst flat earthers, like I need to let him know that yeah. Like though there are people who do watch sports or follow it a little bit. There's very few people in the flat earth community who are fanatical about it. Like if any, I would say.
Most of us are not going to be, driving around with 49er flags hanging off the fucking back of my bumper or whatever, right? Like, no.
I want that so bad.
I mean, dude, I'm from Wisconsin. I'm a cheesehead. I should have like be wearing a cheese hat right now.
You got a little
beer koozies built in.
You got a little cheese head on your antenna there, right, Lou?
Dude, I can tell you a success story of the cheese hat, though. Apparently, there was a flight that crashed. That the only lone survivor was a Wisconsin man who, in his time of panic, put on his cheese hat, and they suspected that perhaps that is what saved him.
It's a hell of a story, man. Hell of a story. That's pretty funny, though. I'll give you that.
Yeah. It's absolutely, dude. I think it's actually a true story, though. That's fucked up.
Probably is a true story. Hey, we got Nick up in here, a house, man. What's up, Nick?
Welcome.
Welcome. He's kind of VC verified. You have control of your mic there, Nicky.
Nick the Noble.
Nick the Noble. Okay, never mind. Back to OG. What's up?
OG, what's up?
Now Big Titty Man's ready, man. Big Titty Man's ready. He has a listening pass only. So if any moderators in here can Give Big Titty the mic option.
That's a sus name, right?
It's what?
That's a real sus name.
No shit, man. I thought the same thing exactly. I called him out immediately. I'm like, Big Titty man, that's creepy. You're coming in creepy, Big Titties. Come on. All right. I'm just late night comedy hour. Welcome, Big Man. I'll just call you Big Man. I'll skip the middle word. Thanks.
How you doing today, sir?
I'm good. You sound like a robot.
I sound like a robot?
You do. Yeah, 100%.
Yes.
Like a legitimate robot, Big Man.
Are you drunk, sir?
I am not. I've been drinking. I'm not drunk. That's a difference. I don't know if you know that.
All right. Good to know. Okay, so I have a question for you, sir.
You have a question? Certainly. Go ahead.
Do you think the Earth is flat, sir?
Think? Or did I measure it? Two different options there.
Exactly. No, this is probably a hacker, bro. This is probably one of those hackers, bro.
I know it is, but let's have some fun.
This is funny.
This is
I promise I'm not a hacker. I'm just a concerned person.
A concerned person. Explain.
Why does your mic sound crap? Are you talking on like through your cars like
I think
Bluetooth or what?
I think Big Man's talking through a Bluetooth or something that's really shitty, man. That is
Dude, whatever it is, you sound like distant, quiet, muffled. You're not roboting. You got that going for you.
Obviously, I'm not a robot.
Well, obviously, it doesn't. No, what do you mean? I never would have suspected such a thing, except for the fact that just now you were like a little bit defensive. So now I'm going to question it.
Have you been drinking, Lou? Have you been drinking?
Yeah, I'm not drunk, but drinking. You know, it's one of those.
Isn't that the greatest answer? To anybody says, "Are you drunk?" I'm like, dude, no, I'm not drunk. I just been drinking. I'm good.
I've just been drinking. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I have to. I'm not gonna lie.
There's two different phases to be drunk. I can barely hear you, Big Man. You sound like
we barely, dude. Yeah, who? What?
I got you turned up to like 160% or some shit, man. 130%. Still can barely hear you, Big Man.
That's bad. That is horrible.
It's horrible. It's
Yolk smasher.
Might have the best connection ever on Discord, Big Man.
But the worst mic. The worst mic ever.
Yeah, I can barely hear you. You've got to fix the mic.
Dude, are you 30 feet away from the microphone? Where the fuck are you? Are you on speakerphone and 30 feet away?
I'm in New Jersey. Stop yelling at me, please.
He said, I'm in New Jersey. Stop yelling at me, please. I was like,
I don't care where you are, man. Big titty man.
Oh my God.
Titty Man's laughing his ass off right now. Oh shit.
Oh my gosh, man. That is actually funny.
It is actually funny. It's very funny. You guys should laugh. All right, let's.
The name isn't bad. It's not bad for Discord, but it's bad for a flat Earth server. I gotta tell you.
So I have to say something. So if Discord was never made, how do you guys think you guys would communicate? Do Facebook or like?
Oh, dude, there's Telegram probably. That's where we should be instead. Probably.
I'd go to my friend's house and hang out, man, and have a beer. You know, come on.
Yeah, man, get drunk, dude.
That's how we used to.
Now we get on Zoom call to each other.
Yeah, dude, let's make sure we get on a fucking application that's sponsored by our politicians.
Google.
Oh yeah, let's please wear a mask in a car by ourselves, please.
This shit is funny. I'm sorry, y'all funny, bro.
Guys, can anybody?
We need to wear a mask in our car by ourselves.
Most of the time I come in here, they be having like serious ass conversations.
I try not to take it too serious because, like, literally, like, all right, look, flat Earth is just a truth, and like, it's funny how people are so unwilling to accept it. It's funny. It's funny how the media tries to bounce around it and spin it and fucking lie about it. It's funny how so much truth comes out of this topic too. Where you then start to question things like how much do I actually know this? You know, like they say it like it's truth, but is it really truth? You don't ask those questions until you're a flat earther.
So here's the thing: you think that Russia and the United States are actually enemies, but they have a treaty together?
That's some bullshit.
They have a treaty. They shake hands on a treaty, man. Okay.
Okay, I call BS. I'll call BS on that. I'm like, dude, okay, y'all were just a couple of years ago, despite it was a change. I mean, that's still not gonna change. Like, how two countries, you know, act towards each other. At least I don't think so. It doesn't make any sense.
There's way more than just.
No. Here's the thing. Look, all the countries. All the countries. I didn't hear what she said actually, but the countries are all pretty much working together. Yeah, they're all working together. All the leaders, they're part of the same clubs. They like literally. Some of them go to school together. Like they actually slapped each other on the ass after a football game or whatever the fuck it was. They're buddy.
Well, they tell you that they're enemies, but they have signed a treaty together that they shake hands on. Okay? Think about that for a second. They shake hands on a treaty when they're supposedly enemies. It doesn't make any sense at all.
It really doesn't. Yeah, I mean, most of the stuff, bro, like, it's like, okay, most of it,
if you think about that, though, but if you think about that, you also have to think about who they're willing to sacrifice to go fight these wars for them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying now.
Okay. These people are allied together, and they have people that go fight wars for them.
Do you know what they're allied against? Do you know who they are against?
Who are they against?
You and me. No matter where you live, no matter who you are. The common folk. They're against all of us.
Yeah.
They want to keep their central bank going worldwide because if it doesn't, they can't control the currency because they're the bank, like the river bank that controls the currency.
Mm-hmm. There you go. That one's a deep one. Currency and currents, like electrical currents and water currents, rivers.
All the currents.
And the currents.
They control.
Exchange everything. I exchange today. We're exchanging currents. Yeah. What a trick fuck that was. Bastards. So yeah, they tricked a lot of people, man, through many means of advertising.
Hollywood's owned by the same people.
Gaming.
All right, let's I'm jumping the gun, but let's not point at the tiny hats.
Hey,
you're right. I'm going too strong. I'm not just flat.
I love jumping the gun like that on people. They're like, "Oh, come on, we had a whole build up before we got there."
Hey,
God damn it!
All right, we got Nick the Noble. He's still with us, and then who else?
Can maybe disprove gravity right now.
Doogie joined us. What's up, Doogie? All right, that was it. Carry on. We lost Titty Boy, or whatever his name was. Titty Man.
I mean, I remember I was in this, and I was talking to this one dude, and it was when the like when they were shooting off in Ukraine and stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, and how when like the beginning of it, and then this dude, he was like, me and this other dude are just waiting till the end of the world comes because we already know it's like, it's coming. I was like, that's crazy. I was like, yeah.
Well,
at this point, I think everybody is at this point. Wait till those nuclear bomb sounds go off.
Nah, it's just something. It's like a clown world that we're living in. It's like it's upside down, and it's really not. It's right side up, and up is down, and down is down.
It's a Hollywood clown.
Just like right is wrong and wrong is right.
Everything is flipped, man. They love to. It's called a dichotomy. The duality is the actual term, but whatever.
You know something crazy?
It is crazy, man. OG, man. I want you to get that through your head, man. Is that once you pass through and you're like, oh shoot, everything's upside down. Up is down, down is up, left is right. It's like, whoa.
But you're using but it's like a metaphor. It's not like actually the metaphor.
Well, truth is stranger than fiction.
Actually, man, this is not like, if they say it's bad for you, it's probably good for you. If it's good for you, it's probably bad for you. And that's it, man. I mean, just you gotta kind of flip everything and find out for yourself and say, don't believe it unless you've experienced it, man.
Yeah, that's exactly the whole point here. Is to think about the things that you consume as information and critically think about it.
It's no different than saying, hey, man, would I like snowboarding or would I like skiing better? I don't know. You gotta see what's gonna work for you.
No. I do know though. Like the thing is like if
that's funny. I do know that. He's like, I do.
Yeah, I do know. If you actually mastered both of them, you would definitely like snowboarding better. Like, no doubt about it.
No doubt, right? Yeah.
I like how we went from serious topic back to snowboard. Like we went from snowboarding to something else and then back to snowboarding. Yeah, this is
great. Think about how easy it is to. It really is something that you should do. You should enjoy life.
But
it's fleeting, man. But don't let shit make you live in fear. Don't live in fear of anything. No matter what the news tells you, no matter what anybody tells you, just don't live in fear. That's what.
Be surprised.
The main thing.
Don't even listen to the news at this point. It's the crazy thing. Is like,
you know what? Don't live in fear is funny when they just like Stanford just said that you're not supposed to use the word brave anymore.
Fuck off, Lou. No, I didn't see that one, man. No.
Wait a second.
Brave.
Wait a second. What?
Oh, wait. Isn't that our national anthem?
Be brave.
Home of the brave? I mean, isn't that...
You're not supposed to use the word brave. You're not supposed to use brave. And here's I didn't even question them, but I'm guessing on this. So this is speculation, but you're not supposed to use brave. You're not supposed to use brave because it could offend like Native American braves, right? Like that's it. So like just like in the same list, they said you're not allowed to say American. You shouldn't say American anymore. They didn't say you're allowed. They say you shouldn't say American anymore because, and I'm again guessing the reasoning. But because they gave a replacement. They said that instead of saying American, you should say citizen of the United States of America.
That makes no sense, bro.
That's consent right there. That's what, if you do it, that's consent.
Yeah.
Don't consent.
Well, but the reason I think that they actually are trying to sell to the people, though, is because American could apply to all of North or South America or Central America.
I mean,
right? So
okay,
so
but like,
so when you're talking about an American, you should
Okay.
instead then say citizen of the United States. But
okay, that just
that's
feel like
get it?
Weird,
You
man.
get
I
it?
mean, I get it, but
You're disenfranchising people. You are a bigot. Get it?
Yep.
oh fuck, who's gonna like? I mean,
Oh,
my
and-
thing is, don't you remember? I could have promised. They said that I listened to something one day. It was saying that you get in the state. It's this state where you can get I think put in jail for saying the word gay or something like that.
What? No.
I'm not even joking. I think it's in New York, actually. It was
I
like
don't know.
a senator passed a
If it's
bill
gonna
where
be
you
somewhere,
can't
it's
say
gonna be New
you
York,
can't mark
California.
genders. You can't mark genders or something like that. You can't mark people as genders like a he or they. Or
No, but
whatever.
you
It's like, you can't say
the idea
gay.
is to not offend anyone. You're taking it too deep. You're worrying too much about like the reason for it. Like it's like there's a directed reason. No, it's literally just like we don't want to offend anybody, so we shouldn't
That's some
say that
bullshit.
anymore.
I'm sorry. Sometimes you're gonna have to offend people. In my opinion, you're not gonna. It's like if you're a perfect world where people are not gonna be offended, but people are gonna, but they're still gonna be offended.
Yep.
It makes no sense.
Yep.
Because they're gonna get offended
right.
by you not like. I mean, it makes no sense if you're trying to make a. That makes no sense.
You're a smart
Yeah,
kid.
you're gonna limit your
God.
freedom of speech because you don't want to offend people. That's on
I
them.
mean, I still go around saying
whether or
gay.
not
I mean,
they
it's some
choose
bullshit.
whether or not they choose to be offended. That's on them. Because
That's how I live my life, bro.
sticks and
I live my
stones
life
may
every day
break
like
my
that.
bones, but words will never hurt me.
Hey, Saints.
Unless it's the word
What
of
up?
God.
There you go. We got OG hanging out with us. Lou and I are
What up, Lou?
helping the youngster see his reality. That's all.
See the cheesy way. This is how a cheesehead fucking gets it.
Cheesy way, bro.
Yeah, cheeseheads, man. They know what's up, man. I've hung out with a lot of cheeseheads, man. And these people are solid as fucking concrete. Tell you right straight away.
Hey, if
What do you mean by like by cheesehead? What do you mean?
A Green Bay Packers fan.
Green
You talking about
Bay
like green
Packers.
behind the ears? You talking about like green behind?
No. We're the dairy state, and the moon is made of cheese.
The moon is made of cheese. Everybody
You guys
knows.
ever heard that song goes, "There are no cats in America, and the streets are made of cheese."
I've never heard that song.
It's on 50 Goes West.
Don't ever sing that again. Whatever you do.
Hey, so if people have to respect, if that becomes a law, as you're saying, and it becomes nationwide, and people really start following that, anybody can get away with anything. Like somebody can go in a liquor store, not have any money, walk out with a beer, and be like, "I identify as a customer." You know what I mean? You could make an arrest on somebody and be like, "I'm identifying as a police officer." You know what I mean? Think about how ridiculous and how far that could go, and where would you draw the line?
Do you?
I go to take a piss and I come back to here and identify as a customer.
Yeah, like if you went in the store, you had no money, and you stole a beer, you can't get arrested because you identify as a paying customer. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Why not?
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. Dude, I think you're on to something here.
Dude, that's how I got my last 30 pack, man.
Right.
That is
That's good. That's abusing the system.
I identify as a paying customer. I'm just taking the shit.
Man.
I swear I'm a paying customer. I totally am. I paid. I all in my heart. I paid with my heart. I'm a paying customer.
It would be offensive if somebody called you a thief. It'd be offensive and it would be disrespectful to what you identify as.
Right now, I'm picturing the short haired like leftist lady that's always like screaming like with the glasses. Come on, damn it! The meme, like Just read a new meme for that picture. The leftist lady. Just be like I'm a paying customer.
Identify as a paying customer.
Wait. Guys, I got surgery done to change myself into a paying customer.
It's the most goofiest fucking server.
It's basically the Karen meme, isn't it? Like it's essentially that.
I mean,
this is a goofy ass server, man.
We could be goofy. We could be musical.
All year, right
Some
there,
of us
man.
play music.
Identify as a paying customer.
We got music.
Give me your Porsche, man. Give me your Porsche. Yeah. The Ferrari.
Remember, I said I was going to make an appointment at a gynecologist, right? And go in there and sit and completely identify as a woman and see how far I could take it and what they would do, right? But my Medi-Cal expired and I forgot to renew it, so I couldn't make an appointment anywhere, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it's like $250 for an appointment.
Yeah.
So, but I was going to go through with it. My Medi-Cal didn't expire.
But I identify as a
What
paying.
the hell is Medi-Cal? You said you identify as a paying.
Medi-Cal.
No. You don't have to say if you say I identify, then you sound ridiculous. You have to just literally full send back to snowboarding. Check this out. No, hold on. No. It's full send. It's full send or no send, right? So like you're gonna do this, or you're just gonna fucking back the fuck out like a gammon, right? If you're gonna do it, you just be like, I am a paying customer, and they're like, you didn't pay me shit. You're like, no, I'm a paying customer.
I can see like the store owner being like, okay, I got a guy here in the club, but he's a paying customer. Like that's gonna be weird, bro. With just having that conversation.
No, yeah, you gotta own it. You gotta wear it. You gotta wear it like a badge on your fucking shoulder. You gotta yeah.
Calling that in to the 911 dispatcher though is gonna be fun. Like we got a guy here,
dude,
he's a
you gotta sell that. You gotta sell that shit when you're tossing bullshit around. You gotta sell it. You're gonna go. Go hard or don't go at all, man. You fucking do it. You're like,
it's literally in my name. It's
you
literally
can't pull
in my
it off otherwise.
I change it every time I change it. So I'm really almost old enough to drive a car.
You'll always be known to OG as me for me, bro.
He's so young.
OG, killing it, bro. Welcome to 24/7 Discord. You never know what you might hear around here.
If your family was Amish, if your family was Amish, would they be famished?
His family is Amish. Is there even a such thing as Amish in America in this point?
What?
Pennsylvania.
They're everywhere. Amish people are all over the place, man.
Yeah,
I think they're smart.
They're everywhere, man. I don't know, man.
They figured this shit out long before we did. They were definitely onto something, man.
They didn't need
their people know how to get by without this nonsense that we're going through right now.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, that's true.
What was
Wait, like, can you just become Amish out of nowhere? Like, you could just like go into the woods for like 5
No,
that's crazy.
Unfortunately, it's a learned trait. You gotta kind of live it to know it. You don't gotta you can't just be like, I choose to be Amish. Like, it doesn't work that way, does it? In the real world,
right?
It ain't easy. I mean, you can't just become something. That's why we play. That's why we have video games. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Hey, does playing Call of Duty help build your immunity up?
Nah. Hell no. It weakens it, if anything, in my mental state.
You know, Trump had a meeting with the head of EAS Sports, or for Rockstar Video Games, when the first year he became president. They had like some crazy secret meeting. They didn't even talk. Yeah, they didn't really talk about what they were talking about at the meeting. But I know they use video games to control people.
Who doesn't know that? Why do you think people are so addicted? Not even joking, man. I mean, that's the point. if you could control people with like, I don't know, let's say TikTok, for example. People be on that damn thing for 5 hours a day. I'm sure. I mean, probably even more. You could control a population by that. It's gonna be easier to take them down if you think about it. I'm just saying. Think about it. If you control a population with like something that they really, really like, or are addicted to, you know, sex. For men, example. For men. You know.
Oh, go ahead. I want to hear what you guys say. Come on. Sorry. You're in the middle of something.
I think he's piffing, man.
For example, men. Okay, we like, you know, we were attracted to sexual things. Okay, you got these girls on TikTok, right?
Right.
That like share their bodies because, you know, I don't know if it's like something they gotta make money.
Yeah.
You know, something like that, which it weakens the men instead of the society. It makes us want to, like, you know, go after that or not be with the girl because, you know, they're like, okay, we don't need a girlfriend if we got this over here. And then that weakens the men's mental state and takes them from being a strong man to become a weak man. And that breaks down a society. Not trying to say that men is everything in society, but I mean, last time I checked, not trying to be, if there are any females in the channel, not trying to be rude. Last time I checked, I don't think of, like, I saw a female like go out and like hunt and shit. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are females that did stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but like the beginning of civilization and whatnot, I'm sure.
I know.
I mean, like if you go back to the Bible, last time I checked, when Eve did something, she didn't get in trouble. It was Adam who got in trouble. So, like, I mean,
Eve had.
I mean, like she got in trouble, but she didn't really get in trouble because, like, it's like everything happened when, like,
trouble.
My bad.
You're saying like it's in trouble, like
you get in trouble, Kim. It's all your fault.
I'm so in trouble.
No, I'm joking. I'm not trying to. That's why I don't like talking.
I'm just.
Okay. Well, I'm not making fun. I'm just saying, like, it's different than trouble. It's like humankind had to, like, suffer death because of that. So now we all die, and we're dead. If you're going,
but basically, what I was trying to get at
in Jesus Christ, in that same narrative, in Jesus Christ, you are vivified, no matter what. You died for your sins,
basically, what I'm trying to get at is that you have a weak society, weak-minded men.
Yeah, I agree, man.
That's what I was trying to get at.
I had the same conversation at dinner tonight. I had the same conversation with somebody. I was like, hey, they're really trying to make these men into girls and the girls into men. And I'm like, what do you think of that? You know, and that was my question.
Like, dude, what's funny is, you know, this kid, what he just said about the hard times create strong men create, you know, like, I forget the whole quote, but I literally just had to, like,
that's literally I
literally had to cite it to my own family tonight at dinner. Like, it's funny that you bring that up because it's absolutely true. It's something that I was just looking at even tonight, trying to point it out to the rest of my family.
I mean, now I look back at even like my family. Okay, when I was with not to say anything, when I was with my father, made me walk to school. It made me actually experience life. Okay?
Right. I
went through life. I'm with my mom. And I don't get that experience.
Right.
But my dad is like, he's not gonna like give it to me easy. Now that kind of sounds sus, but he's not gonna like let me just I'm gonna take you everywhere. I'm gonna do all this for you. He's gonna make me. Oh no, you gotta work for it.
Right.
And that's how life is gonna be. I'm not just gonna put it down on your fucking hand and just let you do it if you want to.
I love. Yeah.
So, I mean, that's how you create. In my opinion, you was create a strong man.
Yep.
Yes.
That's why you're here tonight on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and
right. But you have to also understand that, like, you're still like a major minority. It's not just you. Like, you're the start of the upswing. So, like, people need to recognize that right now we're at the bottom of that cycle. That is a cycle. Like tough times create strong men create easy times create lazy men. You know,
We're at the lazy men part.
lazy men. And lazy men create bad times. And then so
The whole process restarts.
Yeah, and then it just all restarts, and we're at the bottom of that trickle down right now. So your young generation, that's why they're focusing so hard on the Gen Z and the Gen A, because in fact, your Gen Z and all of us, we're throwing they're focusing on Gen A. That's the restart. Gen Alpha. They're Gen Z. Gen Z is the end. Gen A is the beginning. It's the Osiris. It's the Ouroboros. It's Shiva. It's tearing down to restart. This is their opportune time to strike and to indoctrinate a generation of people to start them on the next phase.
He's not Gen Z though. You said he's Gen Z.
Oh,
Gen Z.
Gen Z, generation
zombie.
Generation Alpha.
Generation
Zombie.
Yeah, I call him.
And then you got Generation Extra.
Do you think the day that pigs fly and
Wait a second. Why you call it Generation Zombie? What? Because we're brain dead?
I just made it up. I just made that up.
That'd be a good. Actually, that's
Dude, that's not that far off, man. That's not that far off.
Oh my god, that's right.
I think I'm
the day that pigs fly and the day that ticks start talking, I'm gonna catch the swine flu on TikTok, dog. Seriously.
Oh my gosh, bro. What else up, buddy? This is probably the only social. And I think I actually like it, man, because I don't get on TikTok. I don't like being in other people's lives. That's just annoying.
Look, you might be taking it lightly so far, but this is the most real conversation is going to get for you online. This is
That's true.
Yeah.
Close, man.
Yeah, no, I'm in gaming community. I mean, the conversation gets serious, but most of the time it's just funny. So
yeah.
Hey, Professor, you know why you say the zombie thing is because of everybody's on Fetty. Now look at these pictures I took in the grocery store, dog, of these products, bro. Watch, I'll post them right now. They all say Fetty, and they all say Fetty.
They all say Fetty. Oh,
watch, dude, trip out, bro. They're like promoting it hard.
Oh, this is interesting, man. Hey, I've had an interesting conversation this year regarding the Fenny thing with a lot of people, and none of us are into it. It's a fascinating thing, man, to see this stuff is this synthetic fettuccine.
It's got mRNA in it.
It's got what?
mRNA in it.
Oh yeah. And you
know what that is?
See?
Yeah, that new, you know what I mean?
What else you got in your basket? You got some
talking code.
Dude, look at that. Look at the names of these products, dude. Funfetti.
Why do you have donuts, sodas, and what are you eating here, bro?
Oh, I just fill up the shopping cart with interesting products and take a picture of it, and then I just leave it, and then I use another shopping cart to do real shopping.
I love it, man. Dude, you have to do a series, man. And it's like, hey, man, check out.
I go in the grocery store a lot. Watch, check this cart out. Look at all the names of these things on this cart. It's so crazy.
Holy shit! Look at that little happy.
Fettuccine, Funfetti.
What the hell is that, man?
It's upside down. Whoops.
And they got some like
cartoon food,
man. Like a
Neato.
There's a Baphomet right there, dude, on the Funfetti, bro.
Right.
It's cartoon food
right there, man. Yeah, thanks, assholes. And then you got the happy cookie over here on the right, underneath the 40 mini pancakes. 40 of them. Yeah, we're happy pancakes.
Just before you eat them, they start to giggle at you.
They gotta giggle at me. Come on.
I can't believe you're doing this. I just got done saying this is the most real conversation you're gonna have, and then you went and did this thing. What is this? Shut the fuck
I
up.
didn't do it.
No, man, we're just breaking down the products that they.
Fetty? What the hell is that?
That's all we're doing. We're not like Funfetti.
Oh my gosh.
Funfetti. Really?
What in the world is that?
Very dope.
That's how you get actually real. Like all I'm saying is like, man, it takes a time and place. Like everybody's gonna speak to you their own individual, like how they see shit. Like they're speculative or.
But all I have to say is that I don't talk in this motherfucker, especially when they're talking about controversy.
Dude, that's what we talk about. That's what we talk about. We talk about controversial shit. That's like why
I don't talk because I don't know shit. I'm not even talking.
That's why we're censored on the internet. You should just go look up this on YouTube and see the context box.
Hey, Latter-day Saints got tattooed. Right there, bro.
Yeah, tattoo. What does that mean?
Picture in the live
In the
stream. Yeah, take a look at that picture. It doesn't get more real than that, man. In my book.
This server is funny, I'm telling you.
Dude, it's funny. Yeah, it is funny. Because you got a bunch of people who say what they're thinking instead of being afraid. You got a bunch of people who like, yeah. Like, you're going to get, if you get real people, you're going to get really funny shit. Like, real life is funny as fuck. You're going to have a blast if you just join real life.
Yeah, that's
if you want to fucking if you want to play along with their games, you're not gonna have much fun.
No, think about it. I've had more girls.
If you pizza when you mean to, what's the other one? God damn it, I'm not scared. If you pizza when you want to. Damn it!
Now think about it.
Somebody else.
Now think about it. When you're real and like serious, like you talk to girls and like we real and serious about yourself.
Dude, we get the girls way more than the Globers do. You're not gonna get any girls being a dweeb. When does that become a thing? Like you're not gonna get girls like.
Just flat.
I mean, most girls. Shit. I don't think no girl's gonna be thinking about that, man. At least not most.
Earth is flat.
Hey, the Earth is flat.
The
Earth is flat.
It measures flat. It is flat.
Hey,
wait a second. So I have a question. If the world is flat,
yeah.
I know this is a stupid question, and like a lot of people say it.
Go ahead and say it, and we know it's stupid, but go ahead.
How does water not fall off? Like, is there like countries on the bottom, or like?
How does water?
Like, I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
How does water?
Do you think that we're just a flat disc flying in space?
The water's falling off. Kim, help. Come on, help him.
Sorry.
I need help. God, I really need help. I'm not even joking.
It's not bad.
Well, I should point out to you that, when you go really far south beyond the equator, really far beyond the equator south, that you get further away from the sun. And as you get further away from the sun, eventually even salt water turns to ice. And so the ice would be something you could, I'm just saying, like, that there wouldn't be any like waterfall. And as far as, keep in mind, we do live in a closed system as far as we know, which is the opposite, different from an open system. It is what is required in order for us to have the consistent gas pressure that we breathe, the air pressure we breathe, a fixed volume and a continuous.
Wait, sorry. Like, I know, I see you have president in your.
Yeah, I'm president of the Flat Earth.
For real? That's crazy. So you made the Discord? How long have this Discord?
No, I'm not president of the Discord. I'm just president of the Flat Earth.
Wait, say what? Hold the fucking train. This is going nowhere. What did you just say? What did you just say?
I'm just joking around, man. I'm kidding.
No, I'm hoping.
I'm really confused there. Yeah, I'm more confused.
No. Anybody, and look, this should be a lesson. This should be a lesson. Like, check this out. Anybody who tells you that they are the voice of anybody or that they represent a group of people should automatically be thrown out of consideration for truth. Like, they are now no longer about truth. They're about controlling people.
Wow, who in the hell goes somewhere and say that they represent? Makes no sense. That's just my opinion, though.
Yeah. Orion, that was a fucked up thing to say. You really fucking laid your shit out right there.
It's trying to be funny when he's like pointing out the fact that there's president in him. What?
No, I just
President. Well, who would name themselves that?
That's what I'm like. I mean.
I'm the president, bro. I'm the president of the Orion fan club. How about that?
Lou, I'm not sure if you were here that night, but a month or two ago, there was an evening where.
No, I don't care. I've told you my opinion. I've told you my opinion. I don't care about the reasoning.
Lou, I think you need to improve your sense of humor.
No, I've got a good sense of humor, dude. I get lots of laughs. You unfortunately, when you tell a joke, don't get any laughs. You don't have good jokes.
Okay, whatever.
Fuck, I had a question. Never mind. I don't have a question.
Oh God, that's so funny. Oh man, I got the best laugh and.
Hey,
I gotta do this more.
OG, man, come on in here more often. You're a bright young man. You can make us laugh. We can make you laugh. We can all learn from each other. Please come back, man. Don't be shy, man.
This is funny. I'm sorry. This is funny.
We've been out here for like 7 years doing this.
And y'all been out here for 7 years, man, in a Discord? I've never lasted in a Discord that long. I'm sorry.
Look at my profile, man. I mean, in 2017, I was in here on
2017. Damn, that was a long time ago. I'm sorry. It don't seem like it was a long time.
It was a minute ago, man. It was a minute.
Yeah.
So.
Man, time's going by fast every day.
You listen, check it out. You know how it doesn't seem like a long time ago, but it really is a short time. Like, that's the way it works. And that's just the way it works. Like, 2017 isn't that long ago. That's true. It's not that long ago.
It really isn't.
No.
The amount of time and effort and
when you're young, it is a lot of time.
Shared since 2017. I mean, it's been amazing, man. The countless schoolings I've had personally. I think you guys have all had some schooling too, man. I would suspect. And we all learned a lot of shit on here, man. We all have, right?
I guess that's first one.
Point. That's the point.
There's just some stuff that I knew already, but I mean, I learned a little bit. I guess you could say. I know a lot of stuff. The nerd.
Since 2017.
How old are you, bro?
It's in my Discord, dude.
Yeah,
it's OG Fam 14
on your name and shit.
Yeah, I got
okay.
that stuff on
Okay.
my
So
name.
if I had access to
Because see, it used to
information.
be OG. You say you have access to my information.
No. If I had access to the information you have access to right now, you know what I mean? If I would have been in that position, that blessed, I would have made teachers have nervous breakdowns. They would have been quitting their job, dude. All kinds of shit I would have been suspended from school. You know what I mean? Because I was already a smartass in school, the class clown. But if I would have known what you have, the information you have access to through this server is what I'm saying. Like this is golden jewels, bro. You might not even realize it right now, but you know what I mean? Because
What?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to get kicked out of school, bro.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I would have. I'm saying me. I would have.
Do that.
I would have done it.
Nobody here is going to say, get kicked out. No.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying the teachers would have been quitting.
You can play along with the program, and you can have some fun.
I want to go to college.
Hey, I got a suggestion for you. In high school or something? What?
Mm-hmm.
Say that again.
Are you still in high school?
Yeah. Actually, I just started. That's crazy.
All right, cool. So
I hate this. I hate fucking high school. Bullshit, man. Everybody's mean. Worse than middle school.
Do you know? Oh my God!
Well, here, hold on.
Do you know why they're mean? Do you know why they're mean? They're mean because they're all trying to fight for their own place in society. Okay, so like when you're going in as a young person, you have to always fight. You have to always be the dominant person. You have to be the alpha. You have to fucking do this. Like that's how you do it. Like you can avoid fights. You don't have to always like knock it out. But you're gonna have to stand your ground. And that's a major thing. Like,
well, you can stand your ground on principles and reality and facts. Those three things together, man, will take you a long way, man. And the reality is, if I ask you if you're sitting in a chair right now, and if you actually are sitting in a chair right now, you would say,
some bullshit.
I'm 100% sure I'm sitting in a chair right now.
Oh, there's some crazy people. That might sound like it's out of the blue, but you got to understand, if you hang around here long enough, you'll see that there are some people that come in here where we'll ask them if they're 100% sure they're sitting in a chair or not, and they'll say, no, I'm only 99% sure, which is insanity by definition, I think. But I
wouldn't give a 99. See,
what the fuck? Like I said, I just had something weird happen in my. Y'all asked me to.
I would give
and I have to think about it.
I would give a 0.00001% chance that I am misled. I would give that.
I have to actually.
Well, yeah, but you gotta understand. You gotta understand. Listen carefully. When somebody doubts their eyes but does not give a logical reason to do so, that is by definition insanity.
No, I understand. I understood the argument before I said what it said.
I mean, because you would never that's something that you do every day. Why would you want to think about with something that you do so often? Like, it makes no sense.
You got it. Exactly.
Anyway, the suggestion I wanted to make to you in high school is when you get to physics class or whatever, wherever you're going to go, or whatever, geometry class or whatever.
Science sucks.
Just when the teacher starts talking about the globe or the vacuum of space or whatever, just ask them the three questions that we ask often here. Do you know of any time that anyone's directly measured the Earth and detected curvature, and the method of how they did that? Directly, not that Eratosthenes nonsense. And you should really learn that so you can point out to your teacher and the whole class when they get around to
my teacher, she teaches at college. Okay, she's a dual teacher, I guess. Whatnot. I don't know what the fuck to say that. She teaches at a college, I think. And
this is your science teacher you're talking about.
I'm talking about my science teacher, so I don't know. She's weird. I think she's actually. I think she's a biology teacher. She really is not. Well, biology has to do with the Earth, so.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm not really sure. She just weird.
No.
Some
Hey,
most science teachers are.
I just say, man, there's a lot to do in high school. You can have a lot of fun.
Not in my high school.
Now you have to make your own perception of what you got to get into. You got to get into what they're teaching you and be able to distinguish between what they're telling me is 100% for sure, without a doubt, or it's maybe possibly interpreted in many, many different ways, man. And
The truth is, no matter how much you realize, it will not help you. It'll only probably hinder you. So go ahead and learn how to snowboard, skateboard, and have fun.
Okay, now how the hell did we just go?
You'll be good, bro. Just smoke weed and snowboard, man. You'll be good.
Oh my god.
No, don't.
I think with DM.
I just saw it, man. What's up?
Okay. No. I just wanted you to check it out.
I did.
When you're free, like on your own. All right. Okay. Cool. All right. That's all I gotta say.
I got you. I got you.
Real sus, bro.
No, you're in high school. You're learning. They're teaching you. You're trying to pass their fucking tests. Get the grade. I get it, man. It's a lot of work.
One asshole English teacher, bro.
I get it, man. You're in the battle. You're trying to fight it, man. You have to stop fighting it and just embrace it with a newfound knowledge of the earth is flat and stationary, bro. And once you have that mindset, you'll be golden. I promise you, bro.
Golden. I know what golden means. Lucky that I read that one book.
It doesn't matter what book you read. It doesn't matter. As long as you can walk out, look at the sky, look at the horizon, look at the car.
Why? This sounds like something you got.
You have
outsiders.
I'm just saying, man. You're gonna be golden. You're gonna be walking around looking at everybody, going,
"You guys have the freshest pile, man.
You'll have
the freshest pile."
Yeah. Dude, I'm telling
you. This sounds like something you got from a book.
You're gonna be like walking around laughing that hard every day, dude. You're gonna be like, "Oh my god, that dude is such a cock fuck."
You're gonna be shredding the nard. You're gonna be shredding the nard day in and day out. Just nothing but fresh pile every day.
Every day. You're gonna be like smooth fucking sailing, bro. You're gonna laugh at this shit, dude. Really, you're gonna take this shit and fucking piss on it and go, "Yeah, here you go. Here's my homework." Yeah, I did this shit, while I was taking a crap. Okay, that's how easy that was.
Yeah, I made a doodle of the flat Earth on the back.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Hey, wait, so y'all been in this shit since y'all was in high school? Hell?
I wish.
I wish too, bro. But you're in it.
Hey, I'm gangbanging flat Earth out here, though.
Have fun.
Gangbanging is crazy.
I'm gangbanging flat Earth.
Man, that is crazy.
The fact you ended up here this evening with,
No, wait a second. Hold on. Lou, how come you called out me for making that joke of saying I'm the president of the flat Earth, but you're not calling out Flat Earth Day Saints for saying what he just said? You are inconsistent, Lou.
I dropped my fucking headphone. What did I miss?
Oh shit.
Yo,
you missed it.
Man.
Shit. You missed a lot. Hey, Or telling our OG friend here, man, to go out and enjoy high school, man. That's what you missed. And
that shouldn't be missed. That's the biggest point of that. Like, don't miss.
No.
Yeah,
Flat Earth Day said he was gang banging for flat Earth.
I'm gang banging day in and day out for flat Earth. Like, you know what I mean?
Saints is a gang.
Okay, so you're allowed to say that in jest. So let me get this straight. You're allowed to say that in jest, and it's okay. But if I say in jest, I'm president of the flat.
You're a stick in the mud. Shut up. You're a Republican and a conservative and a skier, most likely.
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
you probably ski. You probably ski. Like,
I'm not even those things.
Yeah.
He said you probably ski, bro. I thought you loved skiing.
No, I told you I retired that shit for the better life.
He said you retired it.
Snowboarder, dude, man. Fuck off, man. So yeah, you want to be a snowboarder, bro, man. It's like totally cool, man. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah, no, skiers are lame. You can't get around it. Skiers and cops are the same. You know what I mean?
Like, skiers are gay.
No, I didn't say that. You gotta be accepting of that. You gotta be like,
where are we going with this, man? Oh shit!
Where are we going? I wonder. Where are we going with this?
Out of Compton, man.
This is jumped around
no,
so many
skiers,
times.
Skiers are the worst. Skiers are the fucking.
Just jumped around more than my
Silver spoon fed motherfuckers on the slopes. Like, this is my mountain. Don't fuck yourself. We're gonna fucking take this shit from you.
Hey, listen.
My sister heard me talking to you guys.
If it wasn't us on skis, you guys would have never invented the fucking snowboard. So fuck off. Okay?
Valid point, but we stylized it and made it better. And you are no longer useful.
I think waterboarding is better than snowboarding, bro.
Never having a goddamn argument about skis.
You guys,
don't you think getting waterboarded or waterboarding is funner than snowboarding?
The waterboarding thing, man, is so outrageous, bro.
I can do a whole gallon on my head with a towel over my face now. I've trained myself. I can put a whole gallon over my head with a towel over my head.
Oh, there you go.
I'm good at waterboarding, bro.
You have to practice to be perfect, man. You guys know this, man.
Right?
Practice.
It's not easy, bro.
This shit
I
is
always
funny. He's talking.
Wait, so can I get you to say it, Flatter Day? You waterboarded yourself?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
He was practicing.
You got one already.
He was practicing, John.
I also got Witsit when we were on Hollywood Boulevard. I got Witsit to waterboard me in front of the gym where they filmed Jimmy Kimmel on the Masonic Steps. I got him to waterboard me.
No.
Yeah, I did.
No.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck. Send me the tape of that shit, man. I gotta see that.
I put there's like little clips of it in one of my videos. Level never means curve, but I should post a video.
Yeah. All right.
I'll edit it. I don't know.
Man. So
You said send me a tape.
OG, welcome to Flatter Discord. This is our second Discord because the first one got destroyed.
What happened to the first one?
No, dude, we were getting up to like 100,000 people on the Discord. They were
shut up! Don't be stupid. All right, so we're approaching 30,000 people, not a million.
I said it's 100.
Hey, Matthew's in the house.
Oh my God, Matthew Learns. Oh shit! Matthew Learns. We measured the sun together with calculations. How far was the sun from us that day back in June?
I don't remember.
June.
How the hell did you? Okay, see, bro.
How far was the sun measured and calculated? How far was it?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 3,500 miles.
Wait, was it actually measured or calculated?
Calculated. Completely calculated. Matthew will agree. It was calculated, right? Off our angles, right?
Matthew, I want to cut to the chase. So, like, based off of like what you know, does it take assumptions in order to believe in the globe or not?
If you're going to calculate the distance to the sun, then yes.
Like we did.
For both calculations,
together, Matthew. We did it together, right? Did we not? Yeah. And we did it both on the globe and flat.
All I'm asking, no, don't obscure. Does it take assumptions to believe in the globe?
Yes.
There you go. Love it, man. Thank you for being honest, straightforward.
This guy's a glober.
And thank you, Matthew. Love you, brother. I've hugged you in person, man.
He's not just a glober. He's not just a glober. He's a glober that has over he has over 500,000 subs to his YouTube channel.
I don't care if he had like 10 million. It doesn't matter, man. I met
I found the calculation. We measured the sun to be 3,448 miles high.
Yes.
Or the radius of the globe to be 3937. Depending on which assumption you use.
Right. Exactly. It's a calculation, assumption thing. Maybe, possibly, could be.
Matthew, how can you still believe in the globe?
Oh, shit. Oh, man.
Wait, I want to hear from Matthew himself. Matthew, how many subscribers does your YouTube channel have?
600,000.
600?
600,000 of people in the world, man.
600
grand.
That's a nice. Let me ask you this, Matthew. If you started a video tomorrow and you put it on your channel with 600,000 subs, if it was about, whatever, carbonation in a soda, or it doesn't matter, whatever it was, you put that video up tomorrow, how many views will you have in one day, do you think?
About 10,000.
I would say less than that.
So how much do you make off of?
He doesn't make money. He's not monetized.
He's not. You're not monetized?
He's not monetized.
Not for some of them. For some of them are.
I
have one video that has 120 million views. So
120 million views?
Yeah, no, you have to monetize that one. I'm sorry.
Fuck out of here. You got a video that has 120 million views?
Yep.
Really? Can I have your autograph?
I'll give it to you next time.
I'm curious.
No, dude, just take pride in the fact that you don't give a fuck about his views. You get the fucking
right.
Mm-hmm. Can you sign my chest?
I know that, Matthew. I had no fucking clue. You had a 120 million view video, man, on your channel. Damn, that's impressive.
This is so funny, man.
Impressive. Dude, next time I see you, man, I'm gonna give you a big hug because that's
so. Matthew, I'm curious. What that video that has 100 million views? What's it about?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, what is it about?
Probably is it like video gaming? Or?
Oh, there it is.
Nah, it's just a prank video. It's just a short.
I remember this video. It is very cleverly done, Matthew. I'm gonna give
thank you,
bro. It was great. It's good editing, bro. Thank you. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what we Globers need to learn how to do is a bunch of editing for our proof.
Yeah.
Dang, Matthew.
I gotta tell you, man, of all the things in Flat Earth that I've ever done I did Flat Earth Hollywood. I interviewed, astro physicist, quantum physicist. For 6 hours, man. I got to hang out with a quantum physicist, and he's like,
"Fuck no."
Hang out with him. I got to hang out with you. But the coolest thing we ever did, man, was to measure the distance to the sun using, shadows and measurements. It was fascinating, bro.
How the hell? I'm sorry. How do you measure the sun by using fucking shadows, bro? Like what? I can measure the size.
I can tell you, Matthew can tell you. I can tell you because we did it together.
I'm confused myself.
All right, he's a math professor. I'm a a luthier. I build and make string instruments. Yeah, string. Anyway, so I'm interested in geometry and different things. Matthew's into mathematics, obviously. That's your name, Matthew. Mathematics. Anyway,
that's right.
That's a good joke right
Actually,
there.
I have a quick question. Seeing as how you base your life off of whether or not the math works, like let's say we proved mathematically to you that the Earth was flat, how would you accept those results, like that data?
Yeah, then I'd have to look at it closely and see what's going on. But
But you've done that. We've done that, and you've looked at it. So
I've looked at it, and I don't think you have done it. That's but why I don't believe.
That's cool. That's cool, man.
Yeah, so you're talking about the black swan take, for instance, right?
Right.
Yeah. Question: do you think it's refraction?
Yeah, I think it's possible that remember the difference between what Globers say is happening with the black swan and what flat earthers are saying with the black swan is that we Globers say that the light could bend 0.03 degrees, and flat earthers say no.
What is the black sun, Mr. Matthew?
It's one of their common arguments.
OG's kind of new here, man. Hold on. Go ahead, Matthew. Go ahead.
It's a picture of some oil rigs off of Santa Barbara, which I've seen with my own eyes. That
me too.
At certain times of the day or certain times of the year, it seems like or you can see more of the oil rigs than would be possible if the Earth were curved and light traveled.
It isn't necessarily about the oil rigs. It's about the horizon behind the oil rigs.
Right. Exactly.
Well, Matt. All right. So mathematically, you could possibly prove a situation where this would be possible, right? Like,
kind of potentially, right?
Like potentially, like mathematically, you could figure anything out, right?
Yes.
I'm not sure what
for
I want him to answer. I want him to answer.
Mathematically, you could figure out anything. What do you mean? I'm not
okay,
sure.
So 3 guys go to a hotel, right?
No, hold on.
Those were
That's what I asked a question.
anyway.
Oh my god, that's so funny because 3 guys go to a hotel.
I got a seriously mathematical conundrum with 3 guys.
Go to a hotel.
Okay. I'm gonna leave it there. If you guys want to hear the rest of the story, let me know.
I don't want to hear the rest of the joke.
I want to hear the rest of that.
This better be a joke.
A mathematical conundrum.
That gotta be funny.
This better be
has
funny.
to be funny.
This better be funny.
That's what I'm saying. It has to be funny because he said 3 guys.
Listen up. 3 guys go to a hotel. It's $30 a night. They all throw a $10 bill down, right?
Okay.
$30.
No.
Right?
Okay. Wait.
You guys tracking with me?
Say that again. Say that again.
3 guys all throw in $10, and 3 guys go up to their room. The clerk that took the $30 said, "Hey, man, I overcharged those guys. I want you to take these 5 $1 bills and take it back up to their room." Right? And he goes, "Okay." So the guy's riding the elevator, the bellhop guy, and he goes, "You know what? I'll just give those guys back $3 and I will keep the $2 in my pocket. You know, I'll just tell them,
is it who made the most money?"
No,
Like
we overcharged you. So he gives the 3 guys $1 each back, right?
Okay.
Technically, and in reality, they all chipped in $9 each for the room. Technically, without a doubt, right? So 3 times 9 is 27, right? And the $2 in the bellhop's pocket makes 29. Where is the other dollar? Where is it?
Wait a second. It's $3. You just said where's the other dollars?
Yes.
Where's
Okay.
the other $3?
They each chipped in $9. 3 guys. They all chipped in 10.
Who the hell
Got a
gave
dollar.
them $10?
They each got a dollar.
You gotta pay attention.
These are the facts, man. I'm just laying out the facts.
Well, I'm so confused
got a
here.
dollar back. So technically, 3 guys put in $9 each for the room. 3 times 9 is 27, plus the $2 in the bellhop's pocket makes 29, man. There's a missing dollar. It's missing. And that's how magics can deceive. And that Matthew will back me up on this.
If you want to look it up, it's called the missing dollar paradox.
Yeah, there you go. Look it up. Check it out. Don't believe me. Right, Lou? Fuck.
No, it's not. It can be explained. Mathematically, it can be explained. It doesn't.
But my point,
it doesn't make sense. You're right. No, that's why they call it.
My point is that mathematics can be manipulated in many different directions, and they can be interpreted in so many different ways, man. It's just like it's an amazing language, that math. I'll tell you.
Even to where you can dispute Einstein himself.
What's that?
You can dispute Einstein himself.
Well, you can dispute anybody. I'm sure.
Matthew.
Yeah, no. If you're a skilled troll, you can fight anybody all you want, all day long.
All night long.
Matthew, nice
I like
skunk.
it. I want someone to sing all night long, louder.
Okay. Let's see where we're going.
The only person that's allowed to sing tonight is Kim.
Dang.
Who else is allowed to sing, by the way?
Damn.
All night long.
Yeah, don't even try, Lou, man. I'm not going to try. So.
What do you mean?
Don't even. Matthew,
he's like, why are you talking to me, man? Oh my god.
OG, man, you're not familiar with Skunk Bay, but it's called atmospheric refraction.
What the hell is that?
And yeah, it does some weird stuff, man. Atmospheric refraction.
Wait, the thing is, isn't it looming though? Isn't that what's going on there?
Dude. Where the fuck is the horizon in the whole picture, man? That's my point.
The point of Skunk Bay is that it's unreliable.
Everybody's
so far in the distance, bro. It's way above the land.
The thing is, I got to point out something on Matthew here. So, Matthew, you see, dicking around, you and I, and bickering around, going back and forth between. There's something wrong with the audio? What's going on?
You're good.
I thought I heard.
Go ahead, Orion.
All right. So what I was going to say is you and I bickering around with us saying we've falsified the radius, and you saying, oh, refraction. Like, what I'm saying is, you know what would really prove the globe? I mean, it is, after all, where my standard of evidence lies. Is
a picture from space?
Solid. No.
Picture from space.
definitely not a low standard of evidence like evidence. If a simple arc segment measurement, say up to 5 miles of the alleged curvature of the Earth, done with solid materials, done with either wood or steel, either one, just a simple arc segment measurement with a straight edge above it, an arc segment measurement of the alleged, fictional mystical, somewhere out there supposedly exists curvature of the Earth. And so I'm just pointing, like, it's lovely, these conversations, but I just want to remind you, like, it's not where my standard of evidence lies. Like, it's good reason to doubt it by simply falsifying the radius of the globe Earth we're taught in school with long range observations. But as far as demonstrating the Earth to be a ball, anyone with a truly high standard of evidence, every word you ever say is just, it's meaningless. Well, I mean, it's meaningless as far as definite evidence goes.
Yeah, there's no evidence of any curvature anywhere.
What are you saying? I got pictures from NASA. We've been to the.
My God, there's some pictures from NASA.
Come on. Hey,
NASA. I used to want to be an astronaut, but
everybody did.
at this point,
Everybody did. We did too. And then we found out reality, and outer space doesn't even exist. So fuck them.
Here's the reality. They say, hey man, when I was a kid, when I was 7, 8 years old, man, we'd already landed on the moon, man, a couple of times, apparently. And it was like, wow, that sounds cool. But in all reality, man, only a few hundred people have ever been to actually to low Earth orbit, which is, there's only been like 24 people that ever actually went to outer space. 24 people out of all.
It makes sense because most people would be able.
That's the story. I'm just telling you the story, man. I'm not trying to make it up or anything. They went to the moon. They orbited the moon. They traveled around the moon. Apollo 13 fucked up. They went around the moon.
Apollo 13.
Yeah, there was a lot of man. It was only 24 people that ever like actually left what they call Earth's orbit.
And 12 of them landed on the moon.
Low Earth orbit, right? Everything else is, but 24 people, entire human history, have been to outer space, man. That's it. And there's so many billions of people like, oh, I saw Star Wars. Wasn't that amazing? It's an amazing movie. For the time period, it's very technologically. It looked good on the movies, on your TV, on your.
This is so true. What he's saying is so true, though.
It looks cool.
It made people think something that wasn't.
Yeah. 24 people have been to outer space. That's it. That's it.
And two of those people have spoken out.
Wow, that was the buzz off.
Well, there's another one that swore on the Bible that did when no one else would. The first three.
So
Neil Armstrong.
You're right. And what?
Yeah.
Was it Armstrong that swore on it?
No, it wasn't Neil Armstrong. It
wasn't Neil.
It wasn't Buzz Aldrin. It was the third guy.
Mike Collins.
Wasn't Collins. It wasn't Collins either, right? I don't think he swore on the Bible.
Okay, well, one of them did, but he literally kicked the guy out that made him.
Have you guys ever experienced a championship press conference?
I have never been in a championship.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, have you ever watched one on television? We just won the championship, and they're like, "Well, how does it feel? What's it like?" These people ask questions.
It's like every fucking regular human, right?
When they came back from the moon and they had the press conference, man, these guys were like all slouched over and kind of, they were kind of dazed and confused in a lot of ways. They were extremely, I don't know, It's weird, man. You just watch the video, man. Watch the press
Yeah, they're
conference.
lethargic. They're very lethargic.
They didn't see stars. There's no stars. There's no stars in space. Remember that?
Wait, what the fuck do we see at night then?
So conveniently, there's no stars in space.
There's no stars.
So you only see stars at nighttime.
Wow. Michael
And they were-
Collins.
and they were in the daylight the whole time.
Like
Michael Collins orbited the moon for like 2 days, straight. Yeah, and he said, I don't remember seeing any stars. I'm like, well, that's an interesting statement coming from the guy that orbited the fucking moon for fucking couple days. Yeah. That's weird.
Well, then my fucking question is...
That's a weird answer. Yeah, it's very weird. Go ahead, OG. Go ahead.
Who the fuck? Wait a second. So then what are those things we see in the goddamn sky then?
I'm not sure what that meant, but we see a lot.
You just said there aren't any stars.
Things are.
Do you see anything in the sky? Besides the
I mean, I see.
Besides the
I mean, I see goddamn light in the sky. So then what is it if it's not a star?
There you go.
Yeah. Why would you want somebody else to tell you without evidence what it is?
Good point.
Good point, Cam.
Well, I mean, why would we not blindly believe everything that our curriculum tells us? If you look behind who funds the curriculum, follow the money. Always follow the money. Who's benefiting?
Like they say on what was that show called? Rush Hour 2. Like Carter said, he said follow the white man with all the rich money.
Yeah, well, just follow the guy with the suit and tie. You follow the guy with the suit and tie that has way more power than you do. And what would he fund when it comes to science? If for like just humor me for a minute.
Go ahead.
If something like gasoline was abundant, and it was really abundant, but you wanted to go and make sure that scientifically it was something that was finite, like you couldn't. There would be a point where it would run out. In other words, you could upcharge that to the public and then make a lot more money off of them, and not only make money off of them, but control the flow of money more with something like that. If you're a businessman, wouldn't you want to do that? If you had the opportunity to make gasoline something that wouldn't be abundant but finite.
You said it wouldn't be abundant but finite?
Yes, if it wouldn't be abundant, it wouldn't be
you only get so much.
Unlimited resource. It would be a limited resource.
Versus limited, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I would, so that people could buy. Because if people think that it's abundant, well then they wouldn't want to buy from me. They would just get it themselves.
Well, you wouldn't be able to charge so much if it was abundant, because it would be like a free market where people.
But then you could just lie if you think about it. Just say it's not
true. There you go. That's what I'm saying. What if you lied and said it was a finite source, and it wasn't something that was abundant?
Hey, just like diamonds. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of them. I think it's the De Beers family. Oh my.
Yeah, De Beers in South Africa.
Yeah, they control a lot of the diamonds. They're not so rare as we think, but what they do is control the distribution of them, basically. And
basically, like they have people put them in places.
That makes it rare. Guess what? That makes it rare. And
what makes it rare?
Yeah, it makes it rare because somebody controls that finite of a substance, the diamonds. And if one entity can control the distribution of diamond. And wow, what a market! Damn, that's a good one.
Yeah.
So a good way to make money.
And I got diamond.
Well, not just a good way to make money.
I love diamond saw blades, man. I love those things.
What if the same people that did that also own the World Bank?
Oh my God.
Like the same people are like, okay, I see where this opportunity is to not only own the currency for the world, but also like control their power, like their energy.
If I was a
It's
diabolical,
a huge power grab.
if I was a
I mean,
diabolical, narcissistic, self-indulgent, cock, then that's how I would do it. That's exactly how I would do it. Of course. I mean, come on. Everybody would do it
it's
that
not
way.
even just that though. Here's the thing, man. As much as we sound like we're a bunch of crazy goons that don't know what we're talking about,
We're far
we
from crazy.
actually know a
You
lot
said it, not me.
about what we're talking about. These same people don't only own our banks and our energy, but they've worked very hard to own our minds through media and
shit.
Hollywood.
Oh,
These same people own all of these things.
yep.
They own Hollywood, man. So the propaganda is real. If anything that you can see more than 10 times that you really like, your mind will start believing it.
Well,
And I just wanted to quickly point out that Matthew Learns is the craziest one of us all because he's a globe earther that hangs out in the Flat Earth Discord all day long. He's a globe earther that hangs out in the Discord all day long.
But you know the same people.
In here.
But the same people that lobby our government, these are the same people that lobby what is scientifically proven. So they lobby the peer-reviewed courses. So all of the peer-reviewed are their selected members, so that the results that they want to bring out are going to be the ones that are brought out.
It's accepted into the curriculum through many boards of education, through the from Congress all the way down to your local school district. The curriculum has been set, boys and girls. That's it, man. Who set the curriculum? That's all. That's the only question I have. I mean, like,
you know, there was a point in time where everybody used like natural methods.
People that do that, man. I met those guys.
But there were people that said this doesn't make us any money because you can literally get your medicinal needs out of the forest, off of the ground, and off of the trees. Like I'm saying, like these were the norms back then, and they ridiculed that to the point where it was not funded in science, and the opposite was funded in science. So they're these people that are behind their lab coats and their goggles and their beakers and their flasks. I'm telling you, I can tell you how I see it, but I'm not going to say that because that's just the way I see it. Okay.
Right.
We appeal to the experts in this day and age. Nobody ever does any kind of work or like takes any responsibility. We've been put in a system where if you have a car accident, you're not even responsible. Your insurance company is. You're put into a position where like, you're never held responsible if you are mistreated at the doctor's office. Some insurance, some claim, some lawyer, something is going to take responsibility instead of who actually should take responsibility.
Yeah, but you know, insurance
So we're put
already
into this
pays.
conditioning. Sorry.
Oh shit.
Wait, so where do you work?
Me?
No, Hopkins.
Where do I work?
I
Yeah.
want to work.
Are you asking me where I work?
Not where, what?
That's kind of weird.
I mean, I've been a bartender for a long time, but I don't work now. I'm a take care of my family gal. Like
Ooh.
clean the house, make the supper, make the breakfast, make the lunch.
Yeah. How about Matthew?
Why is your
I
name?
work as at a university, and I teach.
Dude, I saw your video about the Bitcoin thing.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I like that type of stuff. That using math to talk about how Bitcoin and digital currencies work.
Nerds.
It's the future, man.
Cool fucking people, man.
I mean, maybe not Bitcoin
Well, that was
itself,
a big
but
spectrum of people. That kind of spectrum that you just witnessed from one person to the other was huge. I majored in music in college, so I'm a musician.
Wow. Well, what I majored in high school? Oh my god, that sounds so stupid. I sound so stupid right now. That's funny.
Wait, is this a trick question? You said you didn't start high school yet.
I am in high school.
It's what diploma you're on when you're in high school.
God damn. I want to become a law enforcement officer, so I got to go to college. Or actually, no, technically, I could go to another county and then work law enforcement. But
Just
I
don't
don't want to do
police
that.
your people. But don't police the people, you know? Like, lawfully police people, but don't, you know what I mean? Like, don't turn on
Yeah,
the people who aren't doing it,
don't
you know?
like be an
Don't
asshole.
turn on us. We're not like unlawful. We're just people that question the system going on.
Oh,
And
I see what
these
you
are the
mean.
people
You were
that will
like,
be
why would
targeted
you?
in the future. You know what I mean?
Why would I want to? Why do I have any reason? That's like trying to silence
some people
somebody.
will.
You can't silence
some people
somebody
will.
for telling the truth that they see. I thought that's like our First Amendment.
No, but you're gonna be in
Well, you
body
know, I
cam.
appreciate
So.
you saying it, but I'm just saying that's gonna
Bro,
happen.
what the
probably.
fuck is happening with this game? Goddamn video game. Like, oh, that's why. Damn, who hacked this motherfucker? They hooked this one up. Man, they got it like. Or like, did it get that while it? See why they
Hey guys,
sold
I
this
gotta
motherfucker.
It's nice talking to everybody tonight. I love you all. Peace and grace, to all of you.
I'm kind of scared to download Doom. That game fucking scares me. But you know what? I'm gonna download it anyway. Cause
You're gonna be a cop, you said?
yeah, I guess that's what I plan on. Or first responder. One of the two.
First responder.
If not a cop, firefighter. Or emergency medical technician. I already got my mind.
Yeah, are you in college?
I just gotta get there. Nah, man, I'm not.
I don't think you need college.
I wish. Yeah, you don't need college for neither of those fields, but oh shoot. See, I'm not just trying to stay in one position. I don't like staying at the bottom. Stay at the bottom,
It might,
you get
so
treated wrong.
it might be different around other parts of the United States, but in order to be a police officer in this, Portland or Beaverton, either of the two cities that I live in, you have to have at least 2 years of college in order to be hired. As a police
Okay, so it is different actually. My county, it is you have to have a bachelor's, or even for my sheriff's office, you have to have 60 accredited hours of college. So it just varies.
So what kind of cop are you gonna be? Like, you can make a lot of money. Like, in terms
Yeah, I
of
know.
under the table stuff.
I'm trying to go into. I don't want to be a traffic patrol officer, man. Dealing with people.
And then you gotta pass the polygraph, which 30% of people can't pass.
Polygraph? What the hell is that?
Lie detector.
Polygraph? That's not true.
Yeah, I swear, no, they're gonna give it to you if you want to join the law.
They're not gonna do that. That's more of the military, if anything.
No,
They don't need to know if they can.
There's another one.
That's why they have background checks.
So we
Literally,
have to
I'm not
talk
even
in
joking.
code about this, you know, so we can't say certain words, but you know what the jibby jab is? You know what I'm talking about? The juice that people put in their arms.
What?
Juice.
What I'm saying is, in order to be a cop, you might have to take the jibby jab, and I'm not entirely sure if that's something you're willing to do.
Well, what are you saying?
You know what I mean by jibby jab? Like I have to speak in code
Dude,
because
just
YouTube censors us. So when you know how people are like afraid of this thing moving through the air, it rhymes with Cocoa Pops or whatever the hell, and like people are going and taking this juice in a needle and they're putting it in their arm. You know what I'm talking about?
like I said, dude, you have to either say it or.
Well, no,
Wait a second. This shit. Is this on YouTube?
Yeah. That's just it. It's on YouTube, so we have to speak in code about certain. There's only like 2 subjects that they censor, but whenever we talk about,
Wait a second.
right? And
So
so
we've
like,
been on YouTube this entire time.
yeah.
Wow, I'm on YouTube. Oh, it's not the first time.
Wait. So yeah, they do
Well,
give
hey
you a
man,
lot of
if you're on a radio, you might be talking to a million people, you know. But anyway, it's like what was I saying? Oh yeah. Well, what I was just saying is like, in order to become a police officer, you might have to take the jibby jab, and that might not be something you want to take if you want to have your good health intact.
About like weed or
Oh, I think I know what he's talking about. Should I say it?
yeah.
No.
You have
Always,
to
you
DM
can't say
that shit to
like
me, bro.
dude, if like seriously, do you not understand what the fuck I'm talking about? Stuff that people are sticking in their arms. It's advertised all the TV and radio. You know what I'm talking about? Seriously, like the last 2.
I know what you're talking about. Nah.
No, he's basically saying.
What you talking about?
I know what he's saying.
I've never heard of cops.
No, basically they want to like fuck you, right? They want to group fuck.
Listen, buddy. Listen to me. The Portland Police Bureau, every single one of them that didn't take that got fired. So think about that. I'm just saying.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Is that real though?
Oh, you're talking about that. Well, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Is that
Anybody who didn't do the little thingy thing, that didn't, they got fired. So yeah. Or you get demonetized or whatever the fuck it is. If you go against it. It's part of the new world. There's no way we're actually on YouTube though, right now. Who the fuck is recording?
Wait, so do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, me personally, shit, I don't know. I just come. They have a lot that I don't understand sometimes. So I just come here really just to chill most of the time, bro. Because this fucking server, I mean, it's pretty. It's like a lot of cool people in here, man. And in my opinion, I mean, why not come chill in here? They're pretty cool people. So.
Oh, okay. We'll have to go.
Well, that's sad. Am I the only one in here now? Oh, Lowell, you're back? Well, looks like I'm the only one in here. Oh, no, I'm not. It's the only one that's talking. Lo, are you talking?
Oh yeah, so I just remembered something funny I want to say. Earlier today, driving back home, some brisket in my car, and on the side of the road, like I watched this guy. Like I've seen a lot of guys like this, where he's just walking down the road. He's a street guy. He's a street person. Homeless people call him homeless people. I call them street people. Whatever. And he's like, he's really angry, and they sometimes smash stuff and do stuff and break stuff because they're just angry and like yell a lot. This guy, he goes and he kicks right as I'm driving in front of him, he kicks a yellow cone that's like not on the street, but like on the side of the sidewalk, like away from the street. And as he does it, his shoe comes off. And then I'm like driving past him as I'm watching him put his shoe back on. And it's like, this is kind of a funny thing to watch,
You're evil, man.
It's kind of a fascinating thing, though, because like a few minutes before that, I saw another guy, not like that kind of guy, but he's more like just like a normal-looking guy or whatever. But he got a backpack on, and he's going across a crosswalk, and he had an American flag sticking up out of his backpack and just hanging as he was just walking through the rain. And I was like, yeah, why not? Go USA, right?
I'm coming back in here now. You guys were being.
It's like people who have
smart.
American flag off the back of their trucks. Maybe he didn't have a truck, but he had a backpack.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Wait, what were you guys talking about? I left for a second.
Yeah, nothing much.
Oh yeah, and then it kind of gave me the idea in my head when I was sitting in the car watching the guy. I think I saw something when I was a child, like some video somewhere of like a guy on a skateboard or a longboard, like with like a flag attached to him, like kind of going down a hill where it's kind of just waving behind him. But I'm just trying to remember exactly how it was attached. But like I feel like there's a way where you can kind of like get it like clamped onto your body, where just the wind itself kind of keeps it up. Although, kind of think of it, I think I'd rather just hold it as a pole and just ride with it, because I'm afraid that if I had it like attached to my clothing or whatever, that it'd just get wrapped in the wheels and I'd just end up in an accident.
Main question is, what are you guys talking about right now, though?
Nothing really too special. Just traveling down the side of the street with a flag in your hand or on your backpack.
You said on the back of your trunk?
Yeah. People do that a lot around where I live. Fair amount.
God damn, top of Alabama country shit is that? Yeah, I see people do it. No, that's from Texas. No, I can't say that's from fucking Alabama. I say that's from Texas, bro. I see some people do that shit in Texas. It was going down the street or fucking. They were going down to my mom, bro. She was like, "What the fuck? They're out here doing this shit." He saw my dad. He's like, "They're out here doing this shit. Get the shotgun ready, bro." It was funny. When she said it, it was really funny. It was something like that. I don't remember exactly what she said. She was like, "Get the shotgun ready" or something like that. So what do you do, Mr. Oren?
I just work at a restaurant.
Which
I've seen
restaurant?
it before. Orion.
IRL?
No. In a Discord server called Calm. It's ran by Anon Ghost or something like that.
What? You talking about me?
No, Orion.
That's what you talking about me. I'm about to say you. I was finna ask, are you in roleplay servers?
Right.
What'd you say?
It's the name of a constellation.
It's the name of.
It's not. a constellation in the sky. You know.
I don't know what that is. No, I mean on a Discord server.
Oh yeah. I think you're mistaking me for somebody else. I haven't actually gone to another Discord server in several.
Yeah.
Hey, it happens sometimes. You know, like they say, if you gotta fake it till you make. I'm joking, guys. So how like do you guys usually stay up? You guys like stay up on here at night, go to sleep in the day?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go talk about going to sleep. I'm gonna do that shit myself, catch some Z's. I just hope they don't just start talking about important like actual serious shit, bro. Because for the most part, tonight has been really fun, and like they'll just like get on like really serious stuff.
Yeah, I mean you can look at the serious chat.
Yeah, they start to getting on serious shit, and then I'll just be like, okay, that's my key to leave, bro.
It should be your key to listen.
Well, I mean, it is sometimes, but sometimes I'm like, I really just I choose not to hear.
I mean, if you listen though, I think you start to deviate towards the flat Earth side because they always win the argument.
Well, you shouldn't be convinced because people are talking, but it should plant a seed, and you should spark an interest and look into things for yourself.
Possible.
I disagree
that's
with
not
that.
how. But that's.
I'll tell you
is
why.
that how most people's mind work, though? That's my question. If you're crazy enough or dumb enough to listen to the news, right? What's going to think if somebody tells you something, right? And they're like, okay, this is the truth. But then somebody else is saying something is the truth. You believe the other person or the person that said, oh, this is the truth, not the news. Are you really going to go look into that? No, most people aren't going to do that, right? I'm just saying. But people that are broken out of the matrix are going to go look into their stuff.
Well, yeah, but even beyond that, it's the people that would themselves be seeking out the truth and would accept the truth for what it is. That's actually the people that become flat earthers in this present day. That's us here. Like, really. Like, I mean, I'll be honest. Like, you want to know how I figured out the Earth is flat? I was, learning about the quote-unquote New World Order, the Bilderberg Group, the Illuminati, and the Republicans.
What is with that? The New World Order.
The big ones at the top, the really big Republicans, the really big Democrats, they're bought and paid for by the same corporations behind the same things, Like, so I was, searching for the truth and trying to show people that they've been lied to. And that's when I found some flat earthers at various points that told me the Earth is flat. And I accepted the truth for what it is. Because I was in that state of mind where, hey, it was shocking to me to find out the Earth was flat. But, it wasn't really hard for me to accept the Earth is flat at all. Like, not at all. But,
I tried to tell people that they're being brainwashed. But you know what happened?
It's going to be acceptable.
They said you're fucking crazy. And they tried to say that I was a demon or some shit like that, or they said that I need to go to fucking church. I'm like, bro, it's fucking in the Bible, literally.
Well, I have a question.
They're taking over your brains, bro.
Wait, are you in high school right now?
Yes, man.
Yeah, and then when do you graduate next year?
I won't tell you that. I just say I graduate soon. Yeah.
Alright. Okay, you don't have to tell me. But no, my question was, I know Andrew Tate. Do you know him? He's had a huge impact on your.
Yeah, I know.
Your age group has been your value system in your age group has been changed by that one person. I don't know if it's for the good though, because it seems like
It's not a good impact. I like Andrew Tate to an extent, but like it's really I think he's really more of a meme and really not a.
I personally I can't take him seriously, but a lot of people do in your age group. So
Oh man, I'm not tripping. I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is, brother.
You don't have to be concerned with people, trying to convince them or anything like that. Like it's.
I mean,
it's
Andrew
okay.
Tate, he's an okay guy and everything.
Mention one thing he has said that you actually took note of.
Oh, sure. No idea.
wait, say that again.
Two, I'm not really paying attention right now. I'm a game. So.
What was the question?
He was like, he said, state something that Andrew Tate has.
No, I said state something Andrew Tate has said that you have taken note of, because he said Andrew Tate is like a good guy and stuff, and so I assume that yes.
Cool guy. I never said he was a good guy.
Yeah, but what makes him cool if you cannot recall what he has said that you have taken note of? How do you know that he is a quote unquote cool guy?
Cool isn't like he's like somebody I hold as a valuable. I mean, I listen to the guy sometimes, but I mean, if he's a cool guy, he's like a person that I see, I guess, as like somebody mellow. I guess somebody like that doesn't really have an impact in my life as much as like somebody like my parents or something. He's a
Like,
cool
because of
guy,
what
like
he
he's a
says?
mellow person. It's not really because of what he says.
Okay, because of
No,
the way he looks.
He's just a cool person. It's not the way he looks. Just, I mean, in my opinion, he's just a cool person or a
'cause
cool
he's
guy. Because I guess I don't know, man. Right now, I'm kind of tired. Truly, bad time. I'm trying
There
to
must be
find
something that qualifies him as being cool, right?
Yeah, it is something that qualifies him to being cool.
Dude, so you're actually gonna be a cop?
Yeah. That's
Like,
my plan.
have you ever committed a felony?
No.
You've never committed a felony?
Never.
Never. Are you sure?
Never
Have you taken
thought
any
of.
drugs?
Not that he's been caught for.
No, well, he's gonna get caught in the lie detector test.
There is no lie detector test. They do a background check, bro. Why do you keep
You don't
saying
believe
that?
me?
This
They
is
give
not-
you a polygraph. I swear to God, they do.
Bro,
They
that
give
is not
everybody
even.
a polygraph.
I promise to God, bro. They do a background check.
Yeah, they
don't
give
do
both.
a
Here, the guy's making.
polygraph.
Hold
That's-
on. Let's hold him to his claim. He's making a claim. So, can you show us at least some citation? Some kind of at least maybe not even definite evidence, but some kind of evidence for this polygraph test you're claiming? Can you put that in the live stream voice text?
Literally on the
Yeah.
fucking application process, it says we do a background check. I'm not even joking. I looked at like the application or the requirements. They say you have to have no felonies. You couldn't have taken drugs in the past 5 years. That's for like any emergency or first responder. What's the name? You're not allowed to do drugs.
Okay, I have the
In the
source.
last 5
I'm gonna post it now. I can't
Okay, if
post
it's
it.
not a valid source, I promise, bro.
Here,
It's
I
like I've
posted it.
never,
It's a government. It's a government website. You can read that. That's a border
It
custom.
has to say
I'm gonna find.
custom.
one.
Okay, yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'm
If
no,
it's
I'm
federal,
finding
they're
one.
gonna
I'm finding
do
one
that.
for police. Hold on.
Police, they do background checks. Police and state patrol, something. Okay, so if you're going through federal law enforcement, of course they're gonna do like I could see that. But if you're not going through federal law enforcement, they're not gonna have you do that, dude. I'm telling you, because they need more fucking LEO. Why would they just add more of a requirement? Now, don't get me wrong. Like,
There's for
what
the
they
San
do
Diego.
is
There's a San Diego Police Department polygraph exam they do.
I promise you, bro. I don't think I still like you keep saying that they do this polygraph thing. I still don't even think that that's.
Dude, I know 3 police officers that had to get. All of them had to take the. Now, some of them can get a waiver depending if they have a health condition or something like that. They can waive the polygraph exam, but for the most part, you're gonna have to take it. And 30%. And this is, it's a serious factor in your career because 30% of people fail it. So
you have to take. And lie detector test. Take count. Like I said, dude, I don't just
you don't have to take it for the firefighter, but it could be.
I don't think you have to do it for law enforcement, at least not like regular law enforcement. I do know you have to go through your state's like a law enforcement academy.
Yeah, you have a written test. You also have to take with the fitness.
Oh, that's why the server shut down at 11 p.m.
And by the way, the written test, a lot of people fail too.
Of course, I know a lot of people definitely fail the written test.
No, it's literally because they're dumb.
Military police trial.
Anybody else here? Anybody want to talk about the New World Order?
Yeah, I would like to talk about that. Seems like an interesting.
I don't even know what it is.
To talk about.
Does it relate to flat Earth? Does it relate to flat Earth? Does it relate to flat?
I mean,
I guess it could.
In just the sense of, it's like, I mean, there's obviously a conspiracy to brainwash us to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum in space, when in fact it's not. So the point is that with the colloquial term, I mean, that's what it is. We should point it out for what it is. It's a colloquial term, the New World Order. For the many different tentacles that this metaphorical octopus may have, brainwashing the public that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space seems to be one of them. Seems to be one of the bigger tentacles, maybe like the biggest tentacle. And it's not to say that these individuals wouldn't do other nefarious things. But remember, we're on YouTube, so just be careful what you say if you're going to say something that's not flat Earth related.
But I thought it was flat Earth because you brought it up earlier.
Oh yeah, I know. But I'm just saying, like, we were just talking about the term, the New World Order, the colloquial term.
Yeah, but that is related to flat Earth, isn't it? In terms of world,
the way that
because I've heard it before. Right, like twice maybe. So that's why it interests me.
But just keep in mind, there are other people that will use that term that might claim other things at other points in time and say other things that I think a lot of people in this chat would not, like believe. Like they might believe things and say things that we don't subscribe to, and wacko things.
How about Alex Jones?
Oh yeah, so that's an example. So it's not that everything he says is untrue. He says a lot of things that are true, and it's not. I'm not even going to try to like pull out. I'm just saying like we wouldn't. Like I mean, take for instance he himself. He says he believes that he lives in a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and I'll be honest, I kind of believe him really, because I mean one of my best friends believes it, and he's around the same intelligence level, maybe a little bit higher even than Alex Jones. And, he believes he lives on a spinning ball in the vacuum space. The only time he ever, stutters, the only time I've ever heard him stutter, this friend of mine, is when I talked with him about the subject of flat Earth. When I talked with him about the surface of the Earth and proving that it's a ball. It's the only time I've ever heard him stutter in speech, which is really kind of fascinating thing, right? You know of someone for years, you talk with them for years, so many different things. The only time you ever hear him stutter, trying to prove that the Earth is a ball. Come on, we can prove this. But anyway, the point is other people say other things, and just use your own discernment. Recognize that even though if other people say other things other places, it doesn't mean that we're saying those things here.
Surviving 500 days in a medieval Minecraft.
No, I left for a second there, but truly, I mean, I used to really be on the fact that, about the New World Order and everything, but then, I mean, being around people who aren't on the same level or agenda will deter you from what you think of and stuff like that, unless you're a strong-willed person, which I guess I wasn't, like, a strong-willed person. It just really deterred me from trying to spread that out there to people. So, yeah. So, I mean, just explaining the New World Order is a really controversial subject in my opinion. Because, I mean, it could be many different things.
That's quite some background noise you got there.
Yeah, man. Try to get hang your microphone or something.
You said get my microphone better?
Yeah. You're rubbing stuff against it or something.
Well, I'm on my phone now, so it's gonna pick up on more sound than my headphone does on my Xbox controller.
Yeah, but this is just out of control.
Yeah, I got you. I guess I'll switch to my Beats.
How can I forget that? Love on the ballistic basket.
Yeah, whatever you're doing there, that's the noise.
The hell?
You got like a TV in the background, man. Like, come on. Just put yourself on mute until you talk or something.
Yeah, I got you.
as I was saying earlier, you don't have to worry about trying to convince people of anything. It's okay to talk about flat Earth with people if they're open to the discussion. But if they're just going to call you crazy, leave it, let them go. Don't worry about it. They're the ones that calling you crazy when they're denying their experience of reality, and they'd rather believe what they read in a book or see on TV or what's dictated to them by a lecturer at an educational institution. But definitely, when it gets serious in here and you're serious about this discussion, then you should pay attention. Just let some of it absorb, just listen, let some of it absorb, then you might develop a question, based on something that you don't quite understand, and you might be able to look into it a little bit yourself. It could be explained to you in a way that you could understand it better.
Zombies, why are they all on fire? I don't
Do you
know.
go to Harvard?
We're gonna go inside, check this place out. They're not gonna attack me, are they? Oh, that's a zombie. We got him once. Watch the tower. Let's go to the headquarters.
Who goes to eat? Where am I supposed to go?
No, this guy said he went to Harvard.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Right?
That's really smart, man.
Oh, that's a zombie. I think these bikers.
I don't think you really did though.
Can you put yourself on mute, buddy?
Do it again.
So what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about the curvature.
What curvature?
The one that's
or the lack thereof.
It's the curvature that starts from north to south.
Oh, the imaginary one. The one that goes north to south and east to west and west to east and south to north and...
Yeah, it's a circle. Circular.
Have you found it?
Yeah. Basically, okay, here, you know what gravity is? Basically pulls everything into a ball.
Let's not go to that. Let's forget about that. Let's just go right. Let's cut to the chase. Do you know of any time in the past of when anyone has ever directly measured the Earth and detected curvature and the method of how they did that?
Well, you couldn't measure the curvature directly, right?
See, I kind of like what you were just about to say, because you said that gravity pulls things into a ball, but now you're telling us nobody's ever measured the ball directly. So we can't find the ball, so I guess gravity doesn't do that and probably doesn't exist.
What? What do you mean? Like it's still undecided.
Well, what ball? What ball? Gravity pulls things into balls? Okay, well, what ball? Go outside and measure it.
Yeah, so you were told a story, you grew up with a story, and I believed it too, man. I believed it for the first 24 years of my life, that gravity in the universe gave birth to space balls, and that the Earth is a space ball, the sun is a bigger space ball, denser space ball, and that the Earth orbits that other space ball, and that the universe is full of space balls. But that was just a story you were told. Like, you understand that? It was just a silly ass story. Like, I'll be honest, at this point in time, I think it's kind of funny, really. Like, now saying it out loud and thinking about it, like, it's kind of hilarious. But it was just a story, all right? The Earth is flat and stationary, and the necessary antecedent for gas pressure is a container as far as every demonstration we have up to this point.
You know, I don't think you're ever going to change my mind.
That's fine.
Yeah, we don't change minds. Earth change minds. Earth changes your mind.
So, do you all have a similar theory on the flat Earth model?
It's not a theory and it's not a model.
It's not a theory. What is it?
Reality. It's what you observe and experience reality to be.
A theory can reflect reality, my friend.
Yeah, but we're not dealing with theories about what we experience. We're taking what we experience
so you're
as reality.
So it's a law?
what you experience is what you experience, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
You
that's a
observe
law.
things.
That's a law if you're observing. If you have a law, then demonstrate the law.
You mean law of flatness?
Yeah,
That's dumb, bro.
I mean it's not dumb. If you,
Yeah, he's right. It's kind of dumb.
what do you mean it's dumb?
It's not really a natural law. I mean, is it? I don't know. It's just the way that we're directly observing the Earth. We can't find any curvature anywhere. I wouldn't say it's law.
So you don't
Natural,
you don't have
a
measurements.
natural law. Yeah, we have measurements. A natural law, by the way, is a natural phenomena that is observed to occur always.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
no exception.
Like the flat Earth
With
law.
no exceptions.
But you said it was in a theory, so it must be a law, right? If it's reality.
No, it's not a theory. It's not a theory. And it's not a law.
What is it? What is it?
It's
What
an axiom.
Axiom.
Yeah. We can't measure any curve. You don't see any when you go to the beach. You don't see the ocean dropping away from you at 8 inches per mile squared. You don't see the horizon where it should be on a ball. You don't observe or experience any of that. So axiomatically, it's just flat.
But
Topographically speaking, of course. But go ahead.
An axiom doesn't demonstrate a conclusion, though. It's a mathematical.
It's just the baseline.
Okay, but can I have the measurements? Anybody can send them to me.
Sure. Go try to find a curve, and you'll see what we're talking about. Try to measure one of those, and you'll see what we mean.
We have a plethora of information channels down the left-hand side of the channel list.
Oh yeah.
You scroll to the bottom, you'll find a list called additional information. Under that heading, you'll find various topics relating to the subject. You'll find laser tests, horizon, long-distance observations, curvature, water. All those things are relevant to the way Earth measures flat.
Alright.
Did he just bounce?
No. Wait. Who were we speaking with? Name? Or was it?
Name.
Yeah. I think he did.
Dang.
Maybe he's going to check out those channels I suggested.
Think we overwhelmed the poor buddy. I really tried not to, but all I said was, we can't measure a curve, and he's like, fuck, my worldview. I better not listen to any more of this worldview destroying stuff.
Is the measurement of flatness a law?
Yeah.
Flatness is a natural phenomenon occurring always. Eh?
It's a natural law.
Yeah, it can be a tough one to accept that, despite what you've been told about where you live, that it's contrary to what you observe and experience. It's easy to forget. We forget it as soon as we're told that we're living on a spinning ball, and then that's reinforced with all the media propaganda.
And it's one of the first things that you learn too.
Right.
One of the very first things, they start showing you like little cartoon books of solar systems and stuff. It can be hard to shed that kind of baggage.
Right, yeah.
I get it. But once you do, it's so much fun. I mean, some people say that it was like really tough and disillusioning and just horrible, but I didn't really find that. I thought it was cool, to be honest.
Oh, you mean people went into depression because of the truth?
Yeah, they're like, oh, there's no space.
Oh,
And I was like, space was dumb anyway, and I was never going to explore it. It was too vast.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it happened for me, but not because of flat Earth, but that was because I was like 16, 17 years old, and I was starting to look into stuff like 9/11, and back in those days, there was a lot about the Illuminati stuff. I know it's kind of cringe and a meme just saying the words, but it was more about the symbology behind Freemasons and all that kind of stuff. And I went in a small, I won't call it depression, but I was definitely like, what's the right word? It's not confused, but I was in a state of, I don't know, I'm lacking a word here, but I think you know what,
maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of had that. I was like, whoa, where am I?
But because I had been in, that was like in 2003, 2004, so 10, 12 years later, being introduced to flat Earth, it was not like, something, groundbreaking. It was just like, oh, well, the information makes sense. I know all of this shit from 10 to 12 years of looking into these kind of things. There could be something about this. So I will definitely do my, apply myself in an honest way and look into this matter, because the information I have been looking at here, for example, 200 proofs of the Earth is a spinning ball, some of it made sense, like it was not like outrageous at all. So it was not hard to look into at all.
Yeah, as soon as I gave it a chance, it was like basically just a few minutes until I was like, oh man, it must be flat. And I spent some time like double checking that, going back to the globe arguments and seeing what they had to say in response to the stuff that I was finding out. But like pretty quick, I was like, yeah, there must be something to this.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, at first I laughed before I knew anything about it, of course. Like for years I did, before I'd even bothered to find anything out about it. But when I was finally like, all right, let's just check this out, like within a few minutes, they were mentioning stuff like, well, why don't we observe the Earth rotating underneath like a drone? I was like, huh, yeah, interesting. And the main thing, why don't we measure any curvature? Yeah, that's huge. So, I mean, I had questions like, is that true? Like,
yeah, kind of like the same questions you had as a 6-year-old child, but your teacher pretty much just hand waved away.
Yeah.
Like, why does water stick to a ball? These kind of questions. Like, they started to rise up again and started to actually ponder about them, like legit
Right.
in an adult state of mind.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
I
they
knew
give you
a little bit about it.
give you a story
Oh.
about how that happens, but you never really think to ask, like,
No, that's right.
does
Yeah,
that actually
That's
happen though? Like,
that's what I was going to say. Like,
Yeah.
I kind of knew, I knew about the circumference. I'd never really thought about the radius, but I knew, it had a 40,000 kilometer, roughly, it was claimed to have 40,000 kilometer circumference, and I never really thought about the implications of that and the natural consequences that would have in reality that I could observe or measure. Never.
yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you don't really
For
think
face-
about it.
No.
By the way, I want to ask,
Yeah.
is it safe if we observe solar eclipse without any equipment?
Sorry, I didn't catch that.
Observe solar eclipse.
Oh, you mean look directly into the sun?
Yes. Is it safe or?
I wouldn't do it if it's high noon, but in the morning and evening, I do sun gaze from time to time, and I have no issue with my eyes.
Oh, okay. So
I've heard of people claiming to have observed a solar eclipse without any special equipment, any protective eyewear, and they've said that it did ruin their vision for a short time, but it came back. But but I don't know what sort of long-term damage that could have on your eyes and your retinas. I don't know. I'm not going to try it, but like I might try it for a few seconds. You know, I've looked at the sun before for a few seconds and then looked away, and yeah, it leaves these big blotches in your vision. They eventually fade, but it does blind you, like partially blind you a little bit. I wouldn't say that it is recommendable.
Because I see NASA website tells about observing total solar eclipse need using eclipse glass. I just curious about that.
Come again? I didn't hear the question.
Jumping off, guys. I'll catch you later.
Okay, peace out.
See you at what?
Shouldn't we see the face of the moon in front of the sun during a total solar eclipse?
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
But it not like.
I saw an image of what claimed to be that, but then it turned out that they stacked it with like 12 different images and then added some extra processing. So it was like, yeah, forget this. Might try to take my own picture next eclipse.
When is next eclipse?
Not too sure. Better check the Saros cycles.
Well, Google says that the next total solar eclipse will cross North America in April 8th, 2024.
Ah, sweet. One day before my birthday. Oh, in 2 years. Or
2 years.
whatever.
Too long. 2 years. Too long to wait for that.
But there should. But when we're talking about lunar eclipses, they happen like several times a month. It just depends where you are on the Earth.
Right. Well, the whole lunar analemma is a lot quicker too, right? It's like on a quicker cycle or something like that.
It's also slightly out of cycle or in a greater cycle.
Right.
It doesn't. It isn't. You don't get the fixed formation as you do with the solar analemma. It's like the solar analemma is making this perfect. Well, it ends where it starts, but the lunar one is ending slightly offset from where it started. If you're taking it, yeah.
So there's like a precession type of thing going on. Does it eventually loop back around to where it started?
Yeah, I mean, Gleason actually wrote a large book about, the 5 cyclical patterns of the sky and all these kind of things. There is like a solar cycle, a lunar cycle, a star cycle, and can't remember the last 2, but he wrote an extensive book that was flat earth based, to be honest, but also biblical based. But if you just look away from the biblical side of it, the lunar eclipses and the cycles and stuff like that, they add up to what the Saros cycle and what the mainstream is also telling you. So I think it's a reliable source for at least the cyclical patterns,
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, I can't remember. It's like 7 years or something like that. That is why some people, they think they fucked up when they made the Gregorian calendar, because it was no longer in line with the celestial observations. Because the year 1 BC was, or 3 BC or something like that, was the last year of the solar cycle, but then they started year 0, and we are already offset from the get-go. Whereas older calendars, like the Jewish calendar and even the Mayan and stuff like that, they actually have their quote unquote start point at a start of a solar cycle and stuff like that. I mean, it could be traced further back, but also predicted in the future. I cannot recite it word for word, of course, but I know that Gleason wrote an extensive book about this from a flat Earth perspective, because we know that if we were in space with all this kind of motion, it could not be so perfect for that many years, you know?
Yeah. So dialed and so synchronized on so many different levels simultaneously.
Yeah. I mean, the solar cycle is is it 223 months or something like that? That's 17, 18 years that people in ancient time was observing. And they didn't just observe it for those 18 years. They had to observe it pretty much for at least 1.5 cycle before they actually could establish that there was a cycle going on, because they needed to have the repeating patterns. So they have actually, let's just say, give it to them, at least 30 years, people have been out, measured the angle to the moon every single night for 30 years at least before they could have settled anything, you know?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
There's such a wealth of knowledge from the ancient world that, we don't really have the proper story on how they even got it, you know?
No, I assume it's like if you look at some of the older, what's it called, observatoriums, so it was like basic binoculars pretty much, but they have set up the structure in a way where it aligned with these kind of cycles over time. So in the beginning of a cycle, this pillar would just like the pyramids, where one day a year you can see the Orion's belt and stuff like that directly above them, kind of in the same way where they built these pillars and stuff like that to align with the celestial observations. So when they saw that the moon was exactly here, they knew that this was the start of the lunar cycle, for example. So first they had to observe, of course, and then they had to build accordingly. Or maybe just put up a stick as this stick is here and let's see what happens, pretty much just like Eratosthenes, but putting up sticks as markers and stuff like that with angles. I assume it's something like that.
Yeah. Well, a lot of time has passed to pay attention to the patterns. I'm glad somebody did it for us.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just the fact that there is all these kind of cycles is it's not a definitive proof of flat Earth, but it's definitely proof of geocentricity.
Yeah.
Like Tycho Brahe said, he was amazing at what he did, but he still thought we were living on a ball. But the cyclical patterns definitely indicate geocentricity and stationary.
How everything's tuned and all of it seems to reset around the Earth.
Yeah, exactly.
And all of it's in motion except for the Earth.
Yeah, it's
this
amazing
is
stuff.
The ground floor that all of it just seems to revolve around.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, also when we look into, for example, Tycho Brahe's story and the way he died and the day he pretty much died, just like with Nikola Tesla, the day Tesla died, all his work and stuff like that was confiscated. It's pretty much the same story that Tycho Brahe died and Kepler and the establishment took over all his work and they started to introduce the Copernicus laws, I think it was, into his work. So it was no more geocentricity, it was heliocentricity and all these kind of things. And then we can only speculate, was his death natural or was it forced,
Right. You can even speculate stuff sort of like that with Newton, because, I mean, he said that gravity was retarded, basically. In other words, he said it much more eloquently. But he didn't even want the idea attributed to him, right?
Yeah.
So it's like, how much of this stuff did they just hijack and then just put a name to it? And who's actually doing all of that, right?
Yeah. I assume it's it comes down to something with control, because if people are comfortable and they don't notice these kind of things, but if people think have a mindset that the world is a big unknown, they might be, what is the word, upset in a way where they cannot get on with their daily life. Maybe, I don't know, maybe easier to get uprisings and stuff like that. So they put these complete answers to pretty much everything
Right.
in people's head, so they can focus on other things like being good slaves.
Yeah, and you notice how their curiosity just shuts down as soon as they get an answer. Like, it doesn't have to be the right one. They just need an answer, and then they'll just stop asking the question and move on forever.
Yeah, I often tell my brother that, like, we don't need answers for everything. Some things are just meant to be unknown, and we should learn to embrace it.
Yeah, that's where I've gotten to. I've realized that it's better to have unknowns than answers that are not right.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, yeah. A wrong answer definitely doesn't help anywhere.
Oh, it's worse than not knowing.
Yeah.
Because now you've got this wrong answer in your way of knowing. It's better to just be like, yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Well, at least the ability to discern, like we are pondering about ideas, and we have to go out of this branch of the trees, and there is smaller branches of these trees, and many of these are dead ends. But we don't have to take these dead ends as truth just because we don't have a better answer.
Right. Which is what so many of these Globers do, because the very first thing they ask you is, do you have a model? What's yours, right? Well, give me a news story.
Yeah, exactly. They have to get a replacement for whatever they believe because, again, they cannot embrace the unknown. They need this comfort of knowing something, I guess.
Yeah. The sense or the idea that they know something.
Yeah. And also, it probably also go into social behavior because we are a group and we kind of think the same, so we're all brethren, or something like that. In that kind of sense, on a psychological scale.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely an in-group thing for it, for sure. I think, like the Globe, most of what holds it together is peer pressure and status quo. Because nobody really thinks about it. Like, nobody goes to the beach and starts squinting at the horizon and checking, is it 3 miles? Is it curving at 8 inches? Nobody does that.
I mean, critical thinking pretty much has been removed from curriculum. Like, I remember tales from people just maybe just 30, that would be 50 years today, like in the 70s, that was actually having classes of critical thinking. Like, even if you take a logic class and stuff like that today, or philosophy class, they have all the answers pretty much. Sure, there is the argumentations in the classroom itself based on the text, but the final answer is still there. Yes, we have just spent 5 hours discussing these kind of things, but this is the answers. This is what you have to write in your exam and all this kind of stuff,
Yeah. Right. Well, yeah, going through school just basically trains you to just memorize things, just program information into your head. You don't really question it. You just have to have it down pat, memorized, and be able to regurgitate it.
Yeah, because it's a business. Because the more they pass, the more money they get from the state or the government or something like that.
Yeah,
that's how it is here in Denmark. For example, I remember when I was taking, there was a 2-year pre-class before college or university, and you could pretty much don't do any homework at all in the entire year. Just listen to what the teacher was saying, and in the end of every single class, she would fill the blackboard with notes. If you wrote those notes down and you remembered what you have listened to, you could go up to the exam and get straight A's pretty much. Yeah. That's how I did it. I got a few B's or some B pluses because I'm not I'm not the most fluent linguist, so the speaking ones where we had to speak English and all that kind of stuff, I failed a bit in, but all the other stuff it's super easy. The only class that actually makes you think a bit would be math, because integral calculations and all that kind of stuff. A good calculator, of course, helps, but you have to be able to work the calculator also.
Yeah, you got to understand the steps involved and the logic of it.
Yeah, exactly.
To some extent. Yeah. Yeah, that's good. It's better than just sitting there and just brainwashing yourself with some stuff that you just have to regurgitate onto a paper. I mean, it's okay to be able to know the story and to retain some information like that, but to just take it as gospel and never ask any questions about any of this stuff you're supposed to regurgitate, that's a problem, and that's probably why so many of the Globers we talk to are the way they are.
Yeah, I mean, I again, like I could refer back to when I was in school myself. Most of these guys, they were spending their entire class time sitting playing fucking bubble gums on Facebook and stuff like that, and they didn't care about anything. All they cared about was when it became Friday, so they could party from Friday to Sunday. You know.
That's right. Yeah, that's how it was when I was in college too. Yeah, that was the main thing people cared about. Was it's the weekend parties and whatever, and just doing good enough in school to get by. And I don't know. Some of them cared about their classes, but yeah, it's the Globe anyway. Is definitely a social thing mostly.
Yeah, I also like to bring up this kind of comparison with man caves today and how they were like maybe 200 years ago. Like a man cave today is, you know, a bar, pool, PlayStation 4, and everything you need for a good time with drinking. But back in the days, at least in some areas, a man cave would be pretty much a library with some nice chairs in there, maybe some whiskey and stuff like that, and people would get in there, discuss matters like real life matters, politics, physics, and all these kind of things. And I'm not saying that is general for everyone, but it's a decent comparison for people who had the funds to actually have these kind of things. Like the people who have the funds today will build this bar room and stuff like that. People who had the funds back then would build up a library and knowledge.
Right. Yeah, I know. Right, that was recreation back then. Having ideas, thinking about stuff, learning, you know, having good conversation.
Yeah, politics.
And now, like you say, it's drinking and playing PS5 and, you know, telling stupid jokes all night and stuff like that, which is great here and there. But, I mean, yeah, that's become the focus over, what you're talking about.
Yeah,
so what you're describing is a library with a liquor cabinet in the corner. What we have today is a bar with a novelty book hanging from the shelf or hanging from the wall, and no one even reads.
Nobody reads it.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah. I mean, we can all agree that having a good time is definitely a necessity in life. Pretty much. Well, not a necessity, but it's definitely an important aspect also. But there is also a level of, you know, applying yourself to the overarching society and what is going on, which I would think is actually more important, so we don't end up in the situation where we are, where big businesses can pay politicians and stuff like that, you know?
Right. Everybody's asleep at the wheel, and, well, not everybody. A few people have been paying attention, but most people have just nodded off.
Not enough for a quote-unquote revolution. I'm not inciting for revolution or promoting it all.
What I mean mostly is the ones who have been paying attention are the ones who have actually taken the wheel and are steering it for themselves, you know?
Yeah. Like the cheat codes to society.
Yeah. Yeah, they're with it. They're paying attention to what's going on, and yeah.
But also like the establishment or they're also much more protected today. They're pretty much unknown to the public. But back in the days, it was easy. Everyone knew who the nobles were. Everyone knew who the royals were. So if anything was wrong, and in that country, you can look at the French Revolution, which incited revolutions all over Europe, was the reason why we got quote unquote democracy in Denmark, for example.
Isn't that funny though? We're in this high information like internet era. And we're less aware of who's running things than people were when all they have, you know, was newspapers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Like in that kind of sense, when people are saying that we're devolving, we definitely are, but not in the grand scheme of things. If we use these tools in the right way, we would be way ahead of what people were 200 years ago.
Yeah, we would be. I wonder what it is like. Is it an oversaturation of information that just gets people to a point where they shut down? There's just too much stuff. There's too much TikTok, social media, and garbage just grabbing your attention left, right, and center that you just can't focus on anything that actually matters.
I think it's a matter of comfort, and when people are comfortable. Like they seek not distractions but entertainment, and over time that entertainment had just like left the quote unquote serious part out of the equation, and we are where we are today. In simple terms, pretty much. I think it's something like that.
So it's kind of like the old "good times create weak men."
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Well, that means that strong men are coming.
Oh, for sure. But shit has to hit the fan first.
Yeah. Which means that good times are coming. Which means that weak men are coming.
But then again, like that depends how things are going, because if things are going and people are still comfortable but completely slaved, then nothing will happen. The weak men will just keep going on while they're controlled in some sort of way.
I think something's got to give here. At the same time, I mean, I wouldn't say the times are too difficult.
No, I mean, there is this saying that we are, 9 meals away from a civil war. So, that's a saying, of course. But if you are thinking about that a bit, like as long as transport and food is available for everyone, like there most likely won't happen a big paradigm shift, But if
there's no need for it.
Exactly, because they have their steak on the table. Maybe they have to be fake meat, but they're still full,
Mm-hmm.
And that is also when I can't remember who said that, but one of these Rothschilds or something like that said that. No, that was about money, I think. And then that was also a fake quote, but there was someone who said like, as long as we control, the transport of food, I don't give a shit because nothing will happen. I can't remember the exact quote, but something along those lines. But I know the Andrew Rothschild quote about "give me the power of the money creation" and stuff like that is actually not attributed to him. It's a fake quote, but it still gives you food for thought,
That was the quote I was thinking of when you said that, is the one about controlling the currency and I don't care who runs the country.
Yeah. Well, as far as I know, it's a quote-unquote fake quote, but...
Yeah, I've heard that too.
But it doesn't matter if it was said at all. It's more what it implies, and if it implies truth... Yeah, if the principle is true, well, then it doesn't matter if anyone said it, we have to consider who is actually controlling the money supply,
That's right.
Money supply, transportation network, like control these kind of things, and you pretty much control what is going on, who is getting fed and who is not.
Yeah, you're beyond the rat race. You own the rat race at that point.
So people out there, buy local, support your local farmers. If you have room for it, make a little bit of a homestead back into your backyard. Not a huge one. You don't need a lot. Couple of chickens and you have eggs for life.
Throw your TV out.
Oh, for sure. Or at least not give it a central place in your home.
Yeah. Make the TV not the focus of your reality.
Yeah, make it feng shui.
All sorts of absurd beliefs.
Yeah, exactly.
Make it. People. Go to the beach and see if it, the water's curving away from you. Think about it.
Yeah, that was a good point you made. Like, get people to know your neighborhood, especially your neighbors. Don't make your neighbors shouldn't be your enemies. They should be people that you are conversing with and communing with.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. That's where it starts. I mean, those are really the people that you can influence, are the ones that are actually around you, that you interact with, right?
Yeah.
That's where it all begins. So if you don't have the structure there, it's not going to happen on any level. So, but I mean, this is a community and none of us are anywhere near each other physically.
Yeah. again, we can go back in time and see how their community were. And back then, it was a lot of small villages, but everyone within that village pretty much knew each other, up to a scale of, let's just say, 250 people. That was all communing every single day, trading with each other. Over time, that diminished a bit, and suddenly it was more like the family farms and stuff like that. So it was still great because it was uncles and aunts and grandparents and stuff like that. And then we go further ahead in time, and it was pretty much just a nuclear family and the very, very near area of your life. You know, like if you're living in social housing, it would pretty much just be your staircase, that the 9 houses or apartments attached to that. And now it's pretty much like everyone for itself, and it's a negative progression.
Yeah, there's a lot of degradation. That's for sure. That whole structure has been, I guess, systematically, I would say, eroded.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could also argue that it's a semi-natural progression in terms of...
Could say.
No, yeah. Natural in the sense of course, there has been a leading hand. But yeah. But this is, again, like, this comes with comfort again. Back then, people had to work together to get things to work. Today, a single man can work for himself and not give a care in the world. So still doesn't justify that we're not coming each other near, but it could explain it away, you know.
It's a better foundation if we work for ourselves. More security in that.
Yeah,
and this
for
has
sure.
perks in a way, but I mean, we don't control anything.
But then again, if everyone is just working for themselves, they will not, you know. That is where we are today. But I don't know. I don't say I have a perfect solution, but
no,
I wouldn't mind going back in time, and it would actually be, you know, instead of having, you know, a government controlling a full country, we'd go back to state or smaller communities where, let's say, there is taxation. Instead of this taxation going up to the state treasure chest, it is staying in the near community, and they have to pay for whatever, and they could still work together with other regions of that country. But like if I'm here in this city, why would my taxes go to pay roads in Copenhagen, which is 200 kilometers away? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. There's something like that, like less centralization. I guess that's the right way to say it.
Yeah. Break it down into smaller units.
Yeah. Well, still working together on the grand scale, but decisions made near community-wise.
Closer to home, yeah. Let home decide how home's going to be run. Not some asshole 3,000 kilometers away.
Yeah. And also, like, I mean, if you ask most people would actually say that one of the biggest investments that should come from a government and stuff like that should be, for example, in education. It should not be something that is ignored. Like, good education also create a strong foundation. You can see that in imagine that every single guy was brought up with the idea that they had to become the best at something, you know, the best engineer or something like that, and everyone had that kind of knowledge. Remove all the indoctrination and all that brainwashing, but actually, you know, critical thinking and being the best at something. Imagine a society like that.
Yeah, but it's more for the private sector to handle that than the public sector, because the public sector does not handle the education of people very well.
Yeah, I get it, but yeah, I guess I'm just thinking utopia-wise, but yeah, but better
private
education.
Sector has incentive to have the best of the best working for them.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm not even saying that the private sector is perfect. I'm just saying the public sector's proven itself to fail consistently.
But that's the centralization part, because they don't actually make the decisions themselves. They have a curriculum that has been given to them or something like that. But yeah, I mean, sure, the private sector could definitely fix a lot of issues around these kind of
Public
things.
sector doesn't really have the same incentive to thrive, because I mean, private companies, I mean, it's do or die, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're more accountable for the dollars that they spend and the hours that they spend with the students in the classroom. They have a lot less time to waste doing nothing.
Yeah, they got to get it right, and they have to either sink or swim on their own merits.
Yeah, they have to show results.
Yeah, and beyond, and to bring that thought even further, they can be fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can get the axe if you fuck up.
And to bring a different perspective to what you were saying earlier about efficiency with government, keep in mind that for 4 years during the 1800s, the United States federal government was not not charging anyone, not bringing in any taxes from. It wasn't running off any taxes. It was running exclusively off. What's the word? Tariffs. Yeah. So it was operating, still remaining fully functional. The United States federal government was operating by just funding itself off taxes on imported goods into the country for 4 years. So just keep that in mind when anyone says to you, "Oh, we need to spend a lot of taxes, otherwise we won't have paved roads."
That's dumb. Yeah.
It is dumb because I mean, look at the amount of debt versus how much tax people pay.
There is this guy here in Denmark.
Like it even matters at this point. Like
there is this banker guy here in Denmark. He has been working for Goldman Sachs for like 20 or 30 years, and he has broken out of that kind of matrix, and he's now a truth seeker, and he has come up with this plan where, if it was implemented, we could remove all income tax and all these kind of things and all these extra tariffs. And what we have to implement instead was like a small percent tariff on all electronical transfers. Like let's say 1% of all transfers. So if you pay $100 down in the store, 1% of those $100 would go into the as quote unquote tax. What this would implicate, is that the right word? What this would result in is that big businesses couldn't live in tax havens anymore, because if let's say McDonald's wanted to take out $1 billion from the Danish market into whatever tax haven they have to, or whatever, they would have to transfer that in some sort of way, and every single transfer would actually be paid tax off. So it would be first time in history where these kind of big businesses actually, paying tax in the country they're actually operating in full scale. I might butcher this, but it's pretty much just like a 1% transfer tax on all electronic transfers. So no income tax, but yeah, and everyone would pay tax from small to big and the same percent. And you could also, yeah. And well, he has much more extensive work on it, but it's in Danish. But it makes sense. That's the most important part of it, and it feels very human because, the non-empath companies would also pay their fair share.
Yeah,
I hope it makes sense, but
I mean, with all the income tax and whatnot that they take, I mean, none of these budgets are even close to balanced anyway. It's like, if you're going to just drown us in debt, then why not just make it all debt and don't take anything off my paycheck?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, well, that's another issue.
What the hell? Like, you're taking my money and mismanaging it all to hell. Like, exactly. I don't want any part in this.
Yeah, well, that would lead us into, money creation and private investors and all that kind of stuff, which we all know is nefarious in the baseline and pretty much a scam.
Yeah, based on debt slavery, that's the goal anyway, so that's why it's working out like that.
So if we, the people, could remove that aspect of the money creation itself and remove, income tax and have like a 1% tariff on all transactions, the money is there for everything, like to good schools and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There is also but this is more a social idea, and it's not the quote unquote Great Reset idea, but there is also an idea about some sort of basic basic universal income. I know it aligns with what the Great Reset and stuff like that is proposing, but if everyone also have the basic needs, like there will also be a paradigm shift in terms of wages. So now shitty jobs pay shitty salary, but if everyone had like a baseline for,
nobody's going to do the shitty job for the shitty salary anymore.
Exactly. So the manager, he would not be able to earn 7 times the wage of a garbage man, for example, and and people would also be able to work less hours, and there would be no unemployment and stuff like that. It could be a result of these kind of things. And if we needed workforce, we could take it from outside. But if all had this basic need, there could also be a paradigm shift and level out or flatten the curve in terms of the 1% owning 80% of the world, like that kind of sense. I know it's a semi-social idea, but I don't really look in ideologies when I'm looking for these kind of things. I'm just looking, this makes sense. Invest in your own people to get a stronger baseline of the country. That makes sense.
Right.
Good education, no criminals, because everyone has a baseline and all that kind of stuff. So why would you be a criminal?
Yeah, there's no need to resort to it.
And if the money creation came back to the government's hands, like the government could give people interest-free loans, so everyone could be a homeowner, for example, like a guy 18 who is still under education could take this loan because they know that throughout his lifetime he would be able to pay it back, and he is now a house owner and stuff like that.
I got a better idea. So there's a lot of quote unquote red tape. It's it's a figure of speech kind of term, it's a colloquial kind of term. So there's a lot of red tape. I'm not sure about your country, but here in the United States, there's a lot of regulations that are put in place by the government that make the process of buying a land and constructing a house on it, or paying people to construct a house on it, very, very expensive and difficult. In fact, the regulations themselves basically equate to about half of the cost of the entire freaking house by the time you're done building it, by the time you're actually moving into it and living with it, living in it. All right. So what I'm trying to say is, instead of that solution, why don't you just, put an end to the problems that I'm describing, and then see what the world looks like afterwards?
Yeah, that's a good idea too. Well, a lot of issues had to be dealt with. I mean, we were just talking about money creation and maybe a new thing instead of income tax. But yes, what you brought up is definitely a legit talking point also, because that's also an issue. Yeah.
The real tragedy, the severe tragedy of it, is that it's an issue, but it's one that's just drastically overlooked by approximately basically 99% of the population. I mean, it's practically, it falls into the category of flat Earth, in the sense of it's something people should know, but most people simply just don't, and most people just don't seek out the truth and really pay that hard attention, to things.
But yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of things that should be talked more about, but creating a strong baseline, then I would consider that as the very most important, and then we can start to clean up in all the other mess that is also around. But yeah, I guess it's a long battle, and there is many things to quote unquote fix,
It just seems to me like it's like we have this epidemic of priorities and not getting priorities straight. It's like, I mean, I just hear so many people, and I don't know, maybe it's because I'm in like Oregon, which is like kind of one of the funkiest states in the Union of the United States. But like, I see so many people picking up so many causes in so many ways, and it's like, oh, save the trees, or stop global warming, or this thing over here, you know, like, we got to pay attention to that, you know, or raise awareness about this, even though awareness may not do anything. And it's like, you know, like, there's so many just regulations themselves that just are so detrimental to mankind. Like, I'll give you another example. There's another example of just absurd laws and regulations. Like in Texas, I'm not sure if it's all of Texas or it's just a county, but I think it may be all of Texas. Yeah, at least somewhere in Texas, it's illegal to pay someone to braid your hair unless that person has a license to braid your hair, and it takes money to get that license. Like, think about that for a second. Think about how crazy that is.
We have something similar here in Denmark too, where pedicures and hair styling and all that kind of stuff. They also had to have these papers, and yes, that certificate also costs money to get into the course of. We have that. What you're talking about, we have that here in Denmark too, with these smaller, quote unquote, smaller professions. Well, you can also consider them as hobby profession. For example, like, why wouldn't a lady that has been doing nails all her life be in the position of doing these kind of things without a certificate? Yeah, that's another wrong.
You know, like building houses is so expensive. You have to get extremely creative in this modern era in the United States if you want to like afford a house and not get like so financially, hard hit by it in the process. And so my brother, that's an architect, he's doing this himself, and he pointed this out to me, that instead it's actually much cheaper than buying a plot of land that doesn't have electrical and sewer hooked up to it, and then paying to have that installed, and then paying to have the house built. It's much cheaper, rather than doing that, to buy a house that's basically already, old and destroyed just by time itself or whatever in use, but it's already got sewer and electrical hooked up to it, and then simply tear it down to the foundation. And if the foundation's still good, you can simply just build a brand new house on top of that older foundation if it's still good, and not have to spend the $30,000 on having electrical and sewer hooked up to it. But I mean, just the fact that you'd have to go as far to do that, just the fact that you'd have to strategize to do that. Like, you got to understand, like, between the year 1950 and the year 1980, nobody was thinking about things like this. Nobody was strategizing like this. Like, there was no need for it, because the economy was not quite as effed up as it is with regulations as it is today.
Yeah. Well, again, like, take the power back, strip down the government to the very basics. All these regulations and stuff like that would also diminish at that point. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely not designed to be easy for the common man.
I'm just trying to look at the bright side. At least I don't live in Hong Kong. Like, I don't know if you're aware of it, but I think it's something like maybe 10% or something of the people that are over 30 in Hong Kong, like, have the ability to buy a house or something. Like, it's kind of rough, the economy there, with the amount of people they have and the amount of land space they have, and their regulations and such. That's rough.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
I can't even buy a toothbrush.
Yeah, there is always a brighter side, and depends how you look at it, for sure. Like, I think it is in Thailand, you don't own anything there. Like, you rent your land or your house for like a 30-year period or something like that. You will never be able to actually own these kind of things. They're state owned. So we definitely have it better than some places in the world. I guess that's the brighter side, but that doesn't mean that it's perfect at all,
Yeah, the collectivist nut jobs, they just keep grabbing power and holding power, but, they kind of lose some here. Hopefully peace and prosperity shall prevail, I suppose. low taxes, low spending. Let's start by cutting NASA. Start with them.
Yeah, that would be a good start.
That'd be one hell of a way, like someone, an actual politician running on that as a platform. Like, that would make me smile. But if they didn't follow through with it, then it'd be like, oh, hell with you. Not vote for you, good.
Tim, you bailed from Tartaria?
Well, I'm back in there, but yeah, I did.
Okay. Yeah, I won't press you about it on the live stream.
Oh, it's not a secret. Like, they did some changes and stuff like that. I was a moderator over there, not because I care about the powers, but I was the only one who I feel like did the job objectively. All the other mods was pretty much acting based on the bias. And because, I don't know, I just got annoyed with the situation, and I pretty much just did. There is also some things I'd rather not say here, but...
yeah, fair.
Yeah.
It's kind of a fun server, but like, I really have to be sure I'm ready to commit when I pull the trigger to like even just commenting in the text lobby, just because there's so many malding globers in there that I'll be tied up for hours once I do.
Yeah, I have seen you over there. It gets out
and
of
you
hand.
You just say one thing and there's like 10 of them just triggered as hell, all jumping on you. And like, I'm not the type who can just kind of shut it off and walk away. It's like I've got to take each one of them on,
Yeah. Well, it's because the leader over there, David, he's a bit special. He's very socialistic in his sense of running the server. He built the server up with this 50-50 policy where the mods had to be 50-50 represented from both sides and stuff like that. And yeah, and there's only been issues with that. You can see Negator. He is, for example, he's just doing whatever he wants. And
and as soon as anybody argues the flat Earth side, he just labels it dishonesty, and he wants you banned. It's like, well, how is that useful as moderation?
Yeah, that's the thing where the other mods, like they weren't objective, like in the ruling at all. Like, for example, like I when people were discussing things in the VC, for example, I wasn't even I knew the arguments because I've heard them before. I was more talking about how are these guys conducting themselves. So no matter who would start to name call, for example, that would be the one I would moderate, in that kind of sense. But yeah, maybe that's just me.
Well, the audience shouldn't even know what your position is.
Yeah, exactly. And I try to do my quote unquote duty as objective as possible, but I went unclear with Mr. Electric Ocean. I've clashed with David several times because he's a concaver. He believed all of history is fake and made up by Freemasons. He believed that Star Wars pretty much resembles reality. He says there is the timeline in all the 6 or 7 movies that aligns with, like, oh, this is biblical times, this is Tartaria times, this is the times we are in now, this is the future times that will come. He has this all mapped out and stuff like that. So when you're dealing with such a guy, you will clash with him a lot, because if I would I would be referring to let's say a text from the 1500s, he would be like, oh, but how can you know that these sources are true and stuff like that? And we had to take this discussion every single time that anyone was talking about anything. I remember, I think it was New Perspective or Flat Earth Data that was talking about the Romans and some of their things that they were doing, like bathing and all that kind of stuff. And there was, and David had to bring this up every single time. We had to have the discussion about how do you know that these sources is true? Anything, the same with Miggy is pointing out a lot with the Globers that they like to talk about, like, but how do you actually know that you're sitting on a chair? That kind of sense. And
right,
just some funky business, dealing with such a guy.
Well, I don't really know about the concave argument. Like, all I've heard from it is that, like, deep underground, there's like diverging plumb lines or something like that, and it's only been observed once.
It's actually a little bit different. It's actually like
he talked about like deep underground diverging plumb lines, and he said it's never been replicated. I was like, okay.
It's actually a bit different. Like, it's more like we have a ball. We are living on the inside of the ball, but in the bottom of the ball, pretty much.
Yeah.
That is where the land is residing. And in the middle of that ball, in the free space, that is where we have the celestial sphere. And it's kind of like, it's not like we would consider in the globe model or flat Earth, where it's like a sheet over or something that is encompassing it all. No, it's a sphere out there. And because of super magic bendy light, you can see the stars in the positions they are and all that kind of shit. It's very funky.
My reaction to it is it just seems like an inverted globe.
It is in a sense,
inverted globe ideology.
Yeah, it's definitely a very finite cosmos, if you want. There is a clear-cut line of barrier and stuff like that.
It reminds me of what our drinker buddy used to say, which is that the container could be a globe. Which, I mean, it's not ruled out, but...
But then we're going into the disk land. But then we're going into the disk land. If the celestial sphere is a sphere all around the landmass, like we're talking about, pretty much the disk in space,
Yeah. Yeah, we're back to space. It seems to borrow quite a lot from the globe, but it just kind of flips things around.
Yeah.
They make the plumb lines argument and stuff like that, but they come up with the opposite conclusion. And plumb lines are a goddamn mess for the globe anyway, so I don't know how they're going to work for the concavers.
Yeah, I mean, David was actually almost debating with, I think it was Sean G. Doesn't matter who he was debating, but it was pretty much not a debate. It was like 1 hour of David trying to explain the concave Earth view. And in the end, because it was still a debate, Sean G, instead of asking questions to get knowledge about the belief, he started to ask, very critical questions about it, like how would this work? And immediately...
I did catch a little bit of that. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Immediately, David was being really hot-headed. He started to say that Sean G had a dishonest approach, and he pretty much ended the entire show in that moment when Sean G started to ask, the critical questions. It was like he couldn't handle it or something like that.
Well, I mean, if you're seriously going to argue something, then it should be able to withstand some criticism.
Yeah, exactly. At least discuss it, and if you have this worldview, you must have spent some time pondering about these kind of things, and it's okay to say I really don't know, but all the other things make sense, and I rather discuss those, or something like that. But yeah, he just showed colors of his character at that point, like. And then there is also like many of the things, like he's banning people left and right because they touch his feelings or something like that,
Yeah. Well, I've seen that at that server they tried not to be too ban happy, and it kind of made me like rethink some of my bans here.
I'm
I
like,
mean,
man,
the
these guys-
majority of the bands over there is by David because people have stepped over his feet.
Yeah, even David though, like the amount of bans he has, and everybody over there is complaining about it and being like, "Man, he's banning a lot of people." I'm like, "Shit, I banned a lot more here. Maybe I need to kind of reel it in."
Yeah, well, we are also dealing with a lot of trolls here, you know.
Yeah,
a lot.
24/7 trolls.
And many of them is toxic in the lobby. I assume that is where the majority of the bans come from.
No, like, yeah, I mean, they just come in and right away they're like insulting your whole family or something, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So it's like, well, why keep him here? Is there any point? I mean, like,
No.
they do keep the most toxic trolls in there forever at that other server, which is why I have to be careful when I post, because I'm like, all right, do I have 3 hours to burn?
Yeah, exactly. It's the same. Like, I mean, we have talked about this many times. Like, it's the same Globers that is asking the same questions. They're getting the answers, and it's like when they have slept, it's like rinse and repeat, and everything that just happened the day before has never happened, and they come in again, ask the same questions. Well, they're actually just baiting and hoping that one flat earther is taking the bait, so they can, you know, circle jerk the same questions and the same. You know what I mean.
I had those bozos tripping over each other so bad one time in there. Like, you know that picture that they use from the Black Swan oil rigs, the one with the horizon is closer?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a total Black Swan because the horizon is almost at that closer rig, and it should only be 1.2 miles, but it's somewhere like around 6 or something like that. And Hoimer's like, well, my working theory right now is that horizon must be at 1.3 miles and no further. And then Professor Phil comes in. He's like, what idiot told you that should be at 1.3 miles? You know? He's like, no, you say, he's like, I would guess at least 3 miles for that. And so then they all came in with totally different answers, and they're all tripping and stumbling over each other. It was absolutely hilarious. I didn't even really need to argue. All I had to do was just set them up against each other, and it was just a gong show.
I love it.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
You got
That's
5,
really fun.
6, 3, 1.2. What is it, guys? Get it together because you based your simulations off of this. It's kind of important.
It's like they see a picture and they make up this story around the picture. They're actually not considering all the factors that is in play, you know, from perspective, angular resolution, precipitation in the air, magnifying effects, and all these kind of things, you know. They just see, oh, look at this. The water seems to obstruct something. Curve. You know?
It's got to be curved, yeah. And they've got that Earth is Life guy in there. He's got dozens of pictures where he's just taking pictures of waves, right? He's got some swells and stuff like that, and it's really obvious that they're just waves. And and he's trying to pass that off as like a geometric horizon.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these. Like, there's also these GIFs of this mountain range where one of the pictures is taken from 50 miles away and the other 150 miles away, and he's like, where did the flatness go or something like that? But yeah, it's a lot of deceptive things, you know, quote unquote. I don't know if straw man is the right word, but it's definitely deception.
It is, because they just take a picture that they think kind of matches their expectation of what they should see on the globe. They're just taking something that's not curvature and trying to present it as if it is, right?
Yeah. Another thing they like to post is the Blackpool Tower observation, where the observer is 15 miles away from the tower, and from the tower to the mountain range behind, there is like 55 miles additionally. And the argument is that these mountains is lower in the picture than the tower, and they say, oh, that's because of the curve. But they're not adding in, you know, like the different differences. I don't think forced perspective is the right term here, but it's the same essence, where you have something in the foreground looking much bigger than whatever is in the background, you know.
Well, what curve? I mean, is there a geometric horizon in the picture that they can point to? Because they would need that to argue their curve.
Yeah, exactly. But it's just things like this, so yeah.
I love that. I love just asking them. Like in the Canigou shot, they say that there's some mountains that are hidden by the expected amount on the globe. I'm like, all right, just point to the geometric horizon that's blocking them. Nope, can never do it. There's no horizon in the picture, you know.
Yeah, exactly. The horizon is, if there is one, is so far away that it has been blurred out.
Oh, so there's some mountains missing, but the thing that you say is blocking them is not in the picture. That's a cool story. Great.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, yeah, that's what I said before. Like they look at these pictures and they make up this story in their mind, base it on their assumed worldview, I guess, and they're ignoring all the factors. Like, I mean, just the simple perspective thing. It seems like most of them don't understand it or completely ignores it, you know, and how much effect it actually have on things when you look in the distance, and also the appearance of water freaking appear to block something, you know, like just that alone, without the precipitation in the air, without angular resolution, without these kind of other factors, you know, it looks like curve must be curve, you know.
Yeah, if it kind of sort of matches their expectation of what curve should look like, that's it. Shut it down, case closed. That's the curve. We found it. Don't ask any more questions. Everything else is refraction or whatever it needs to be to explain it away.
Yeah, it's funny. Well, it's actually not funny at this point. It was funny in the beginning, but when you see it every single day and it's the same guys with the same questions, same arguments, it's getting obnoxious.
Just because of how incoherent they are, too, is another way that you can tell just what bullshit it is. Like, they all come in with a different answer. They're all tripping and stumbling all over each other to respond to anything. It's like, the truth isn't like that. You know, when you've got the right answer, it's just going to line up on every single level. When they all have to come in with different answers and none of them quite work and they're totally incoherent, you know.
Yeah, and they don't agree. Like you said, you made them stumble over each other the other day or something. That was so funny.
Yeah, because if they have the truth, there's just one truth. There's just one answer, right? And you don't have to grab for all these different ones that all kind of conflict and clash with one another. You know, is that horizon at 1.2 miles? Can you measure it to be there? If so, then anybody should be able to come in and just say that and show it. Not have all these different arguments that are all totally wacky and just not in touch with reality or with each other.
Yeah.
So funny. Yeah, and so there's some mountains in the Canigou shot that should be blocked by a mile of Earth curve, right? There should be an extra mile of drop above them, but somehow there's some other mountains in the picture that did get affected to the Earth curve that we also don't see the geometric horizon for. Like, how does that work?
I couldn't tell you.
It's there and it's blocking some of the mountains. It's not blocking some of the other ones. No horizon. Like, what? Yeah, it's just loopy.
Yeah, it is.
Tim, are you typing in the chat? It's been saying you're typing for like 2 hours.
It's because I pushed the talk on, and so every time I press that, it's yeah. If my Discord is up, it seems like I'm typing.
Gotcha.
This is my push to talk button. But yeah.
Oh man, I've been waiting 2 hours for this.
But normally I'm doing other things, but I woke up, so I'm just chilling a bit right now, enjoying my second last day of the year, I guess.
Oh yeah, let's come to this.
But yeah, I mean, the Cosmology Tatara server is decent, but that's more because of the traction it has though over there. Like there's content a lot of the times. Also, these kind of events, they can be funny. Some of them are
They really are.
For example, Cyrus, when he is teaching people about the basics of electricity and stuff like that, super entertaining, and you can refresh your memory without going through it all, and ask a guy who is working with it.
The Fight the Flat Earth ones are pretty funny too. It's just a complete gong show.
Oh yeah,
A shit flinging fest basically, but it's funny.
Yeah, it's decent entertainment. Also
Yeah.
obnoxious at times, but yeah.
Oh, he's completely obnoxious nonstop, and then he leaves all cordially at the end. Oh, thank you very much. Very glad for my time.
It's like
You
a
know?
show he's putting on.
Just after insulting people for like 2 hours. Okay, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, all he really does is spaz and spiral. It is kind of a show, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to his rebuttal or response to all the Richard Einstein and Lorenz and all that kind of talk. What they actually said and what they meant, and they all claim that Richard has the wrong conclusion. So I'm interested in seeing what they're coming up to. They have had plenty of time to work on this because Richard have been talking about this for like 5 months now or something like that, like in depth. So it's about time that they actually come with a legit response.
Oh, they say they're going to just bury him. But
Yeah. I mean, the expectations are high, so I'm
familiar with
curious.
that. What is the thing with Witzit and Einstein?
Let me see if I can.
Tell me what's up with it.
It's a lot of it is surrounding the Michelson-Morrison experiment, where this measurement device is contracting time dilation and all that kind of stuff, and
So they can never actually detect the orbit from within the reference frame of the orbit.
yeah, exactly, all these kind of things. And then he is pulling up their works and their quotes and their letters and stuff like that to see that they actually didn't do anything, and they had to, what is the word, like quote unquote, change all of science because of this failed experiment. Oh, not failed experiment.
Yeah, well,
but the
I mean,
timeline is-
that they were trying to detect the ether. That's what the purpose of the experiment was. Then they
wasn't it to detect rotation, and it would be rotation or movement through the ether.
Well, what they thought that they were going to detect the orbit. That was what their idea was at the time. They didn't. I don't think they thought the They had a theory that how fast the Earth was moving through the ether, and that the ether had its own velocity. So they had an idea about it. So they thought that they were going to go out and measure, how fast the Earth is moving through the ether. And then they got the so-called null result, which actually isn't a null result. They actually did measure an interference pattern. It was just smaller than they expected. And it was within the precision of the instrument, right? So the instrument, the measuring device was only so precise. In the deviation of the interference pattern was within the precision of the instrument. So you could say, well, the instrument is imprecise, so it could be 0. It was something like 0.6.
Yeah, less than the width of a hair.
Yeah, it was really small. It was a really small measurement. But then some Dayton guy, he reperformed the experiment something like 100,000 times and got he actually who talks about this? Lemonbird has talked about this. That this Dayton dude actually got interference patterns, significant interference patterns. So I mean, they have a hypothesis that the Earth's moving through the ether. They did not detect that Earth moving through the ether except by this little teeny amount. I mean, the point is that they had a hypothesis, and the all of relativity comes out because they had it supposedly debunked the ether, but their hypothesis of the ether velocity is what it actually debunked. That particular hypothesis. It didn't debunk the ether per se. You understand what I'm saying? Is that they didn't just say, oh, this will detect the ether. They said that this is going to detect the ether at X, Y, Z speed. And that didn't happen. You know,
Like a
the ether,
particular
then they
concept.
came up, there was like this entrained ether hypothesis that the Earth is like embedded in the ether and it's dragging the ether along, and that's why they got such a low reading. Right? Like if you had like a ball moving through a fluid, right? But part of that fluid sticks to the surface, has like a what do they call it, laminar flow or something, a slower velocity against the edges. So like you would pick up a lower speed at the surface, but if you did the experiment off the surface some distance, you would get the true velocity of the ether. So they come up with all these ideas.
Well,
I mean,
there's so many assumptions that they're testing for in that. That they're on a moving ball in the first place through an ether.
Yeah. That's the other supposition, right? That they're on a moving ball in the first place.
Yeah.
You know, another thing they say is the Aries failure test, right? The water-filled telescope. And whenever you bring this up to a Glober, they're like, that was about the ether. If you just read his paper, the ether is not mentioned in it a single time, right? That test, what happened was the person that came up with that wanted to use it to test the ether, but then Airy used that effect, it's called the Fresnel effect or something like that, how light is deflected if it's moving through a refracting medium. So it'll get deflected. So if you have a medium of one refractive index, say air, and another one, say water, and they're both moving at some speed, it's same speed, if it moves through the water versus the air, it'll be deflected more. So this effect is a real effect. But the person that came up with it wanted to use it to detect the ether, right? So that's what Globers latch onto, right? That this person tried to use it to detect the ether and he didn't. That's not what Airy was using it for. Airy was trying to use it to detect the thing they call stellar aberration, which is that the Earth is in the orbit and the light is hitting it sideways, right? And he didn't detect this, which also disproves the motion, right? Because if you look through at a star through an air-filled telescope, and then you look through it through a water-filled telescope, and the Earth is orbiting the frickin' sun, that light, that starlight, should be deflected by the higher index refracted moving medium, right? So if you center the star in the telescope through the air, then I fill it with water, and I don't move the telescope, it should not be centered anymore. It should be deflected. But guess what? It was still centered. And what the star he used was Draconis, and it, like, through some weird coincidence, it was almost at a perfect freaking zenith to where he observed it, right? So you can't complain about refraction or any other thing. I mean, we could just observe this anyway because, according to them, right, that, you know, everything's being refracted all the time and the Earth is in orbit. At one side of the year, we should see all the stars refracted one direction, and the other time, in other 6 months, it should be refracted in the other direction. But nobody observes any of that stuff. So, and this experiment is also explained away by general relativity, right? That, because there is no absolute reference frame and the motion is all relative and the speed of light is constant from all observers, we can't see this. That's their excuse. The same thing as the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Yeah. Gotcha.
You know, general relativity just fix everything by just saying we can't know anything. Bendy rulers, bendy clock, or clocks that don't actually work. Look, it's crazy what they had to come up with. Think about how crazy the theory of general relativity is from a logical standpoint. It's like, yeah, you don't really know what size the ruler is. You don't really know if your clock is actually accurate. Because if you're moving around, you know, all of a sudden, or you're in a gravity well, or you just sacrifice the freaking chicken, then everything doesn't work. Like it's silly, man. It's totally silly. But what are they supposed to prove what's it wrong about?
Well, they say that all the things that he's saying is pretty much correct. Like these guys, they were saying these kind of things. They were also looking for all these kind of things, and the results was as they were. But his overarching conclusion was wrong. I can't remember the exact word, but it's something along those lines that he is correct in all these in everything that is leading up to the conclusion, but his conclusion is wrong, and it's based, because he's.
Do they have a reason his conclusion is wrong, or is it just like these other guys said his conclusion is wrong, and they have a different conclusion, so his is wrong?
If the FE was so honest to say that I don't know enough about this topic, but I do know that you're wrong, and that is when he said that he was intrigued because Widget made him think, and now he is researching these matters, and he has come out with the promise that Widget will be buried, and this is what we're waiting for.
Right, he hasn't made any kind of argument yet. He's just said that he's got it and just wait.
He basically said, "Nuh-uh."
So he is pretty much reading up, and he is talking with professors and all that kind of stuff to really make an argument. So
he claims he's got a great argument, but just wait for it. He's not going to let us know just yet.
I'll hold my breath.
Yeah,
or I won't hold my breath, rather.
And they're just they're parroting that Bryant guy, right? That astrophysicist he keeps debating. Isn't that where all the Globers are getting their stuff lately about this?
Yeah, he's the new priest.
Yeah.
I think I've seen about 30 seconds of a clip of him of one of his first so-called debate he did with somebody. I can't say I was impressed because I can't even remember what he said, quite honestly. He's got a master's in physics. Was that it?
Yeah, astrophysics. Yeah.
Astrophysics. Oh, Jesus, even more useless.
Yeah.
I actually have more respect for people with master's degrees and PhDs, like in the sciences, because typically they're more competent. Because usually they I'm good with the master's. I want to actually go do work in my field. As opposed to the guys with the PhDs, they just want to talk about it.
Right.
You know what how does that saying go? Those who do can, those who teach can't, or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Those who can do and those who can't teach.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the ironic thing is I had a freaking teacher tell me that. I'm like, what are you saying about yourself?
Yeah, why'd you do this to yourself?
Yeah.
You know better.
There's honest teachers out
teaching
there.
me computer networking. Like, you're like, why should I trust the guy teaching me computer network that says he can't do it? Like, get out of here. But anyway,
don't make the same mistake I made. Get in there.
That is kind of what he was telling us too.
Yeah.
It's so weird. Yeah, I mean, like, it's that test, right? That experiment, Michelson Morley. The result is ambiguous. The conclusion is ambiguous, right? Like Eratosthenes. Depends on your starting assumptions.
Right.
It's just a data point. The data point doesn't say things one way or another. It's just, hey, we did this test and this is what happened. Do it again, same thing happens. It's just a data point. The conclusions are like anybody. I'm sure there's third conclusions or 10th conclusions. You can create a hypothesis to fit it to have this data point, shoehorned into. Doesn't mean it's correct.
Well, it's like that with everything with the Globers. I mean, they just take something that doesn't mean globe and they just interpret it to mean that.
Yeah.
Because there's no globe, so that's the only thing they can possibly do.
Yeah, you were mentioning that earlier with like the Blackpool you guys were talking about, and like they take any random picture that might kind of sort of, or their and then they confirmation bias it to death.
Yeah. Yeah, that's all they can do. There's no actual curvature or anything to measure, so you just have to take something that kind of looks like it sort of matches it and say that that's it. or anything that they do, shadows, right? Just interpret them to mean that.
Curve from a plane, right? Curve from a freaking hot air balloon, curve from a weather balloon, curve from a hang glider, curve from your porch. Like,
right.
Anything that shows curve. This is the curve, Earth curve. And that's why I just ask him, I'm like, well, do you actually do math or geometry? Like, you would have to live on a tiny Earth for that to be freaking Earth curve.
Right. Yeah, it's curve until you scrutinize it enough to explain to them why it can't be. And then they've got an excuse and something else will be curve.
Yeah, this Jesse Gordon dude, he keeps posting the thing like a boat. So the boat sailed across this field of view in a straight line. And he, like, quote unquote, measured the height. He measured the angle that the thing subtended above the surface. So he's been posting that for a while. And I just was like ignoring it. And I said, I'm going to just like finally just look at it, like the data that he's got written down.
Isn't he just kind of misrepresenting perspective as curvature?
No, he's just an idiot. I mean, he's just like, this is an example of the confirmation bias. I'm going to tell you why. So I look at it, right? Okay, we're going to look at the farthest distance and closest distance. One is 6 miles, and the farthest distance he observed the boat is 16.9 miles. Okay, he says he's at 58 feet. His first measurement is the boat is 37 feet above the sea, or above him, right? So the boat is 37 feet higher than him. Okay, so let's go look at the math. Okay, the boat's supposed to be dropped at 6 miles, 24 feet. Okay, what's it at 16.7 miles? 198 feet. Okay, what's his data say? The boat dropped 50 feet. Hold on, the total, right? So between 6 miles, so he measured 34 feet above him at 37 feet above him at 6 miles, and he measured 14 feet below him at 16.7 miles. The globe math says it's supposed to drop 167 feet. That's a difference. So he observed a 50-something foot drop. He should have observed a 150-something foot drop, but he didn't look at that part.
Close enough.
The funny thing is, on his little freaking graph, like, how did you get that graph? How did you get that graph that you have of showing curve when freaking it's obviously just looking at the numbers that it doesn't match the Earth curve, dude? Like, see, because if you type in, right, you can just do you can go on Google and just go, okay, curve fitting, right? And you can throw in your data set and it'll fit a curve to it. Well, you can also do line fitting, right? I can say fit a line on that and it'll fit the line that's the mean of all those data points, right? And it'll make it a line. It's like, these are like little games they play. Like, they're not lying, right? But they're manipulating presentation of data to give an impression.
Yeah, every single time. That's the only thing a glober can do when there's no actual globe to represent. You have to just misrepresent something else as a globe.
I don't know why he did. Like, he's been flashing this for months. Like, I can't believe he didn't look at it. Look at his own stuff and go, hold on, this is kind of doesn't really match.
He's done that a lot. Like, I mean, he took that picture, the black swan one I was talking about, that Bislin, one of the ones that Bislin based his calculator on, like the one where it's, the horizon is closer.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jesse showed me that picture. He's like, why is this picture here showing me the same expected drop that I would get with 8 inches per mile squared? Something like that. I was like, well, where's the horizon in the picture? Not where it would be if the Earth is dropping at 8 inches per mile squared. What are you talking about? He just wouldn't answer to that. I pressed him on it for like weeks, and he just did everything not to respond.
Yeah, like cherry picking data points, and
it's not. They don't even cherry pick properly. It's not even where it would be if it was actually curving at the rate that he says that this picture shows it. Like,
yeah, the horizon is always messed up. The horizon almost never matches where they say on the globe.
Yeah.
You were talking about the Canigou, right? There should be a horizon in that image. That's the thing, is that there's no horizon, but there should be one.
Yeah.
The horizon should be just at the far shore. It should be like right there, right? So
he's tried to use that one against me too. one time when I showed it to him, and he claimed that some of the mountains are blocked by the the predicted amount on the globe. So it's just like, well, just point to the horizon that's blocking them then, because that's what has to do it. Nope, couldn't do it. Next, had to come back with his little cartoon or whatever he had.
The opposite shore is it's like a flat, slowly upwardly sloping plain, and then there are some hills that are about 1,200 feet, and then they kind of go down again, and then it's flat for just a little while, and then they go up into the Alps. So, there's stuff in front, right? There's foreground mountains, hills. They're gonna block stuff in the back. It's the same thing with he was talking about Blackpool. Oh, the tower is higher than the mountain. Like, there must be earthquake. Like, oh yeah, walk up to you're like 10 feet away from the tower, right?
Well,
the tower is going to be way higher than the mountain. If you're 10 feet away from it, right? It's going to be straight up over your head.
It's the same that what he's posting right now. This picture I just posted in chat, he has been spamming that for like at least a month or more. And his question is always, what path does the light take to hit the camera so the building is lower than the red lines? Because he's like, oh, the light is traveling from the top of the building and swooping down and up and into the camera to get that effect. And he has also admitted that he has forced this very much, like played around with the settings like a lot. Flat Earth Data had like a 35-minute conversation with him where Data pretty much explained him all about optics and the different kind of illusions and all these kind of things. And Jesse just hand waved away and keeps spamming this shit, even though it has been rebutted.
Yeah. Oh, that's. I was listening actually on YouTube, and when you said that they go to sleep in the morning and they wake up and they start all over again, man, I was saying that like 5 years ago. It's like you freaking totally destroy whatever they said. They go to bed, they wake up in the morning. It's like you didn't say a goddamn thing to them. They just start over right at the beginning.
They just come right back like nothing happened.
Yo, it blows my mind. It's Groundhog Day every day for them.
Like, you're not going to just give them the same argument and response that you already did the last time. Like,
that's funny as shit, dude. They reset like an NPC. That's so fucking funny. Right, like what is it, like a video game where you leave the town and then you come back and all the NPCs are back at what they started
they're just looping the same script. They've only got a few scripted lines that they can use, and they just can't deviate from that.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
I can't even believe that they would try to argue that some of the mountains in Canigou, though, are being blocked by curvature, because it should be consistent. All of the mountains then should be blocked by curvature. They should already know that we see some of them, right? Whatever, Tête de Garnissier, right?
Yeah.
That one, a mile under the curvature or something like that. We see that, but another one's actually blocked. Like, it would all have to be being blocked by that curvature if it was there. Why would they even try that? They'll just try it.
And like that image is compressed a little bit. Like it shouldn't. And the reason I say this is because in the panorama, you can see like stuff on the shore. So there's like towers, windmills, right? So you can take that, go into Google Earth, draw a circle, draw lines to each place, then take that, stick it in GeoGebra, then you can measure that angle. I've done this. So then you got, okay, here's the angle. How many pixels is that across? Okay, let's flip that vertically, right? So you take, okay, let's just say, as an example, 100 pixels is 1 degree. Okay, so I'm gonna count 100 pixels up. Well, you can see that the horizontal scale and the vertical scale doesn't match. But we know like the horizontal scale has to be on. It's like it can't be off. I mean, it could be off, but I doubt it's compressed or stretched horizontally, right? That's not really realistic. But it's like 10% compressed. We're talking about the infrared. The visible light one's even more compressed because he did take a couple visible light shots at the same time. So that's even more compressed. But even then, even with the infrared, it's compressed about 10%.
Oh, well,
Because you can actually measure. You can measure it, dude. You can just take do the pixel count and then measure from something on the ground and say, hey, what this angle? I actually did this. I just modeled everything out in GeoGebra. Measure. You can just draw something and just measure the freaking angles.
Oh no, you can't do that. You have to just declare curvature.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the point is that way too much mountains is showing. But if you actually had like a pure, if there was, you sucked all the air away, right, on no atmosphere day when Al Biruni did his, his test. If you go on that day, those mountains would appear even higher, right? They'd be 10% higher than they are.
Which is the opposite of what they need.
Yeah, exactly. It's even worse for them. Like this compression thing. I mean, it's been demonstrated over and over again. So he's Carmody. He lives somewhere where there's a ferry, and Ranty has also done this, right? So the ferry's got lettering on the side, and it sails right straight across this field of view. And some days you see the ferry, and some day the ferry is squished, right? And you see this, the oil rigs. Sometimes the oil rigs are squished.
Yeah.
But you never see them stretched out, right? Like Gumby stretched out vertically. You never see that. But somehow they think that that's what's going on, is that things are just being picked up.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, this is what they're claiming is happening, and you don't ever see that.
Yeah, like that graphic. I don't know if you've seen what I just thought of this the other day. I never thought about it. Well, they'll show a diagram, right, of refraction, right? And they'll show a mountain or a tree, right? Then they show it picked up, right? This is where it is, and then this is where it appears to be because of bendy light.
Yeah.
That's not how it would be. Because check it out, right? If you saw it elevated, when you looked at it, it would appear as if you're underneath it. So the light you would see would be coming from the bottom of the object, right? If I pick up a freaking, let me think of something, a bicycle, right? And I'm looking at it straight on. If I pick it up, right, I'm looking at the bottom from an angle at the bottom. So the light goes in every direction, but I'm detecting the light that's coming off the bottom, that's at an angle coming off the bottom. If that's what was happening, that's what you would see. You would see it picked up and be seeing it at a different angle.
Right.
But if this shit's reversible, so you just say, okay, what actually should you see? It should be you that's picked up. It should seem like you're looking at whatever that is from a higher elevation.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, but like tilted kind of. So you should be seeing the light rays that come at an angle from the top should be curving down, right, and into your eye, which makes the angle is as if you're looking at it from a higher elevation, but it's elevated in your field of view, right? So instead of if I pick myself up 50 feet, right, something that was at eye level is now under my eye level, but it'll appear elevated, but the light that I would be looking at from the elevated position would be what I'm looking at, would be the same light that I appear elevated.
Well, that screws them
it
up.
would appear as if the building had turned, kind of twisted.
That screws them up pretty good, because they like to argue all the time that something that's above you could never appear below eye level.
Yeah,
they do that a lot.
Well, this is the problem they have with curving light. If the light's curving and taking like these basketball shots, these parabolic arcs to your freaking eyeball, right? You can't be seeing the light that's coming from directly in front of you at eye level. That ray of light, even though we know light is not a ray, has to be like landing at your feet.
Right.
Right? And so something 6 feet over your head is the light that's reaching your eye. So it's going to appear to you as if you're higher than your actual position. It isn't going to appear if that's higher, and then you're looking at it from below. That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, gotcha. And this is one of the things. Well, like Jesse and the Gator and people like that will bring it up all the time. That like if you got a lighthouse that the elevation of it is higher than yours, that it could never appear below eye level unless the ground is actually curving.
That's dumb shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're not trying to. They just don't get. I don't know if they get it or don't get it, or freaking they're just trolls. I don't know. Especially people like Negator. Like after all this time, he's a freaking. He should know better.
He's upset.
He's been upset for about 5 freaking years.
Yeah.
Could stay upset.
Yeah, there's a lot of sunk costs going on for him, I think. He probably thought he was going to win this 5 years ago and still thinks he might. He's mad.
Yeah. Oh my God, how many hours has that guy wasted? He used to lurk in the Globebusters Discord like way back in the day when there was nobody in there. I think they had like not even 100 members. He would just wait for some flat earther because, flat earthers go, oh, there's the Globebusters Discord on Discord. I'm going to go in there and say hi. They'd say hi. No one would answer except for Negator. He'd be in there lurking. He must have had it like the Discord freaking sync to his freaking personal beeper.
Yeah, he pretty much does.
And then he would instantly start, doing his thing. Right, to any random that entered a server with 100 people on it, like what a weirdo.
Yeah, he's obsessed. He's a stalker.
Did you see them yesterday in the YouTube chat? They're like, "Yeah, this is the same shit every day with them in BC. It's so boring." Like, why are you? Why are you in the chat, dude? Why are you here 12 hours a day doing boring shit then?
Yeah, I just can't stand this, but I'm going to spend my whole day every day doing it.
Tell me, I'm going to complain how boring this is and just keep doing it.
Can't get enough. Yeah, it's just so boring. I have to do it constantly.
Yeah, it's like, are you punished or something? Did your mom like go in there and watch that Discord freaking channel and be bored?
Yeah.
You're punished.
I don't want to, be too conspiratorial about it, but like, I mean, if they are bored and just sitting there making comments like that, like, who's paying?
Exactly. It's at this point, I don't like the agent Culver thing. Like, I'm not a big fan of that because there's really no evidence for it.
Yeah.
I just think about it. If they are agents, fine. If they're not, holy shit, you're doing that for free. Like,
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious about it. Like, I don't.
Yeah, I mean,
it doesn't really matter
why would you do that for free? Why would you do something you hate like that for nothing?
Yeah.
And they do like I've seen them do like shift changes.
Yeah. It seems like sometimes like a certain account will start to have a different tone at certain times too. They'll make different arguments and.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm like, there'll be Globers in the chat for like freaking 6-8 hours. Like then another set will come in, and then the other ones will leave, and they'll all like say, "Hey, bye, have a nice day," like whatever, and the other ones will leave, and then the other ones will troll for the next 6 to 8 hours. Then when they get done, another set come in, and they like it's like they're having a shift change in the chat. I'm like, what the f- going on?
Have you noticed the same account on like the same shift day after day?
Yeah, it's the same time.
Crazy.
I mean, like, are they all paraplegics and they can't do anything else? They're just like stuck in their wheelchairs, and it's like they can't reach. They don't have sticky keys enabled, and they can't reach how to freaking change off of freaking Discord, YouTube chat. I don't get it, man.
It could be. Yeah, we can't necessarily know who's on the other end of it, but I really do have to wonder. I mean, it's one thing to the subject and just want to talk about it, but to sit there and just harp on it all day, say you're bored and just try to trash it, like, why would you be here?
Yeah, I like that theory in India. They're all paraplegics.
It's like I can't think of anything else. I mean, they're all in wheelchairs or they're in a hospital or something. They can't get up to do something else.
Yeah, they're paralyzed.
But I mean, like, why does them being paid agents? Why is that the far out theory? You know,
Well, I
that
mean,
seems completely normal.
It's
to
on
me.
the table. I just don't know. Is all.
yeah. We don't have like the hard evidence. We don't have a pay stub.
Oh, I know. We never will. But I mean, that's a far more logical conclusion from everything we know about the world.
I've had a
than them just
Glover
being
tell me he
random
got
trolls,
paid.
you know.
Yeah, we've had a Glover tell us he got paid. That he gets paid like can't remember what it was. It wasn't a great amount. It was like $12 an hour, and it was like but it was like 5 years ago now. It was like in the beginning of the day. He said he got paid to like come in and like harass our chat or something.
Of course.
In the beginning of the other Discord, they were definitely using a script. I had Gobers tell me that they had a script. They had like a base a Google Sheets with a spreadsheet. But like we had figured it out anyway because they all come in and like say the exact same thing. Like we like knew the next question. Like, okay, do you want me to answer all the questions right now and save us all some time?
Yeah, I've got the script. Where is it? Let me post it.
Well, I mean, every Glober seems like they're on a script to me, pretty much.
Well, yeah, I know, but they had a specific script, like an actual real thing that they would go through, like almost like a flowchart thing where when you call tech support, if he says this, then answer this. If he says that, then answer this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you meant. Yeah. I meant I've got like the programmed responses from the cult. You know, that's what I'm posting.
Well, you know,
in a second.
If you're a masochist, you can just like leave the town and come back, and then the NPCs all reset, and it's so sad, dude. That these are human beings. Like, what the hell?
What are they doing? We see it with Matthew the most, man. In here, just resets.
Oh my god, this is a work of art. I love this.
I don't know who put it together. It might have been CB, but yeah, it's brilliant.
Wow. I've been like messing with. We have a Facebook thing which has been sitting there for like 3 years. I haven't been really posting everything. I've been posting memes like the last week. I might actually post this. This is crazy. Or on Twitter or something. This is embarrassing.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm sure that's just a snippet of the. You know,
oh, that's just a fraction.
Yeah. You couldn't
1/10 of 1% of
book, you know.
Yeah, exactly. 1/10 of 1% of like all the responses. That's a thing. I wish we had analytics for like how many people have actually come through this server, like come in, because we don't ban everybody, and a lot of people like I guess leave because we still get like 100 people a day, 50 to 100 people a day join the server.
But they don't care about it at all. And they hate this topic, and they think it's boring and stupid.
Well, I think it's spark curiosity at first, right? When they join, I got to go in there and like these flat earthers got to be batshit crazy. Like, I don't know, and then they find out that they're the batshit crazy ones.
It's mostly like young teens just like passing the link around in their obscure subreddits and 4chan and stuff. Yeah. Like, it's a server full of flat earthers. Fucking check it out, you know?
Well, some of the trolls, if you handle them calmly and in the right way, like they'll just leave depressed.
Oh,
yeah. That happens a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Well, how about the other communities?
What other communities?
Isn't there like another community for Flat Earth?
Well,
there's a few.
Okay, so there's Flat Earth Official, which is a community server on Discord, which I'm not very happy about of their existence because they're not a Flat Earth server. They're a Globe Earth server. They're Globers that run it.
I mean, most of these groups also on Facebook is run by Globers, even though they have the Flat Earth tag. And it's very biased when you're actually engaging in discussions in there, because if you're missing one point and you cannot substantiate it, you will pretty much get banned. But if the Globers, they can throw around with name calling and all that kind of stuff without getting anything.
Oh, I got banned. Yeah, I'm banned from Flat Earth Official. Just like one day the server's just not there anymore, because I was going in there like once a day and just trashing them, and then not insulting them, because when I'm on another server, I'm just careful. I don't insult, because they'll kick me out. So I just don't do it. And like I it's their server. Their rules are whatever. I'm going to obey their rules. Like the server, this is a different freaking story. You know what I mean? I'll put my feet up on the table in my house. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But I won't go do it at your house.
Yeah.
I don't trust any other Flat Earth Discord, because like when I was getting into it over the years, I discovered who the main content creators were. Putting stuff out on YouTube, and everybody congregated here, essentially, all led here. So that's how I finally got
It
here.
started as an ODD TV thing.
Yeah.
Someone
So I was
started
like-
for him.
So in my mind, it's like if you're not here, you're not like of the super serious.
So who's the official
of
owner?
Flat Earth.
That's confidential.
Yeah, isn't that like a big thing though?
Well, the reason that's confidential is because we don't want a zombie server, because what'll happen is they'll mass report the account. I mean, you can figure out what the account is, but that account will never post in a chat that anybody can see.
That's smart.
But
Well,
you
we
all
had
know
to
the
do
owner?
it after what happened to the last server.
That was because of COVID, right?
No, the last server. Okay, so if the owner account does not post in a Discord for 30 days, anyone that can see the audit log can go to Discord and say, "Hey, our owner's gone. Please transfer the server to me." And after they send the owner an email, and after 7 days he doesn't answer the email, the server's transferred. That's what happened to the old. That's what happened to the old Discord. The person that ended up getting possession of that Discord was the fucking douche nozzle, so we all left. We made this server. So now the owner account is basically, no one will ever see it. You can't report it, but it posts regularly in another chat so that the account's active and no one can try and take over the server.
Kind of a sidebar, but who is that dude that took control of the old one?
Human Cheapo.
Oh.
See in this one?
He's a dude from Cyprus.
Yeah, I think.
No, he's not in this one. Fuck no. What do you mean is he in this one? You crazy? No, dude, he's not in this one.
Burned his bridges there.
Well, what happened was, basically, he's a renegade. So dude, it's a long story, but I'll go over it real quick. He was a mod in the old server. He was cool. Everything was cool. Then we had to get rid of him because he kept talking about one of the other mods, specifically Karen B, in the chat about her personal life, right? Because she was going through a divorce.
Good God.
But he's always sitting there talking about her personal life and about this, that, and the other thing. So we're like, dude, you got to chill, dude. You can't be talking about that shit in a live stream. Some person's personal life. First of all, it's classless. And he's basically socially retarded. He didn't or maybe that's normal in Cyprus, but it ain't normal like in the rest of the civilized world.
I don't know. I run into people like that every day for some reason, who want to just get right into personal details and ask me all sorts of personal questions. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Why? But anyway, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I don't want to know yours either. Like TMI, dude. Like I don't want to know. Like got enough problems. Like I want to deal with your problems.
It baffles me. It literally happens every day, but I don't get it.
Yeah, so he kept doing that, and then and other stuff. And so he ended up being banned. Time goes by, old wounds heal. We got him back on the server and modded him. And then he just used that. He had a plan the whole time to try and take over the server. He found this Discord loophole. And the owner of that server, this was actually the best thing that ever happened, because the owner of that server was gone all the time. Like he started the server and I don't know if he was in prison or what the hell he was doing, but he never showed up, and we couldn't change a lot of the permissions. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff we couldn't do. Couldn't change channels. So basically that was like a server with an absentee owner, and we couldn't do anything because no one, even the admin didn't have the ability to even create or delete channels or like do anything. So, but he figured out a way that this dude's gone. I'll apply for the server, and then, but he was deceptive about how he did it. He was like, "Yeah, I did it," but he had already done it. He told us that he just did it when there was 1 day left, so that like, so it couldn't be stopped. You understand?
Yeah.
Blessing in disguise.
Yeah. So then
Yeah,
this is the first thing he does when he's owner, right? We have a mod meeting. He had coded a bot that would mute everyone in a VC. And he freaking sent a command to the bot, and every like 30 people in the VC, mute. He muted all the mods. We're like, fuck this guy. Dude, like, serious, man.
The hell did you do that for?
Because he was power tripping. He was just he just had this crazy power trip. Because we had like 32,000 people on that server. And he was like just crazy fucking power tripping.
Goal in life, become Discord boss.
Yeah, so we're just like beat feet, dude. That server don't even exist anymore.
Yeah.
It's like because he freaking ruined it because he's crazy. He can't, like, he's a renegade. Like a total freaking, he's unreliable. He's not, no one should ever follow this person, right? This person just can't, he's not a leader of men or women or even fucking children, okay? He's not, he can't control himself. He can't control his impulses, let's put it that way. He would just do things, say stuff about, Jews, say stuff about, like, go too far. He used to, like, in Cogdis, he'd send, like, this image of, like, an x-ray of, a fucking dick down someone's throat. Like, he would just, that's not, like, a leader type behavior. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's just,
you don't want a guy in charge of everybody. A total fucking degenerate. So, like, we just all left and made this server, and, like, it is what it is. So...
Yeah, I mean, that's the junk that the kids in Cogdis would be posting if they could, not the person who's supposed to be running it. Like,
yeah, he just like a super troll, dude. He banned people for like, they come in the VC check-in. Do you clean what is your floor cleaner? This is the questions he's asking them to check them. Yeah. What's your floor cleaner? He's like, pine or orange? Oh, I use orange scented. Banned.
Yeah, he's just on a crazy power trip.
So this girl comes in, he's talking to her. For some reason it got on that she was a vegan. So he changes her name to Grass Eater. Which is funny as fuck, dude, but still, dude, like, what are you doing? Like, you're just, like, it's not like she'd been on the server for a while, right? This is her first impression. She comes in, she somehow comes up, she's vegan, she gets her name changed to Grass Eater. Right, so she's getting ridiculed and stuff. He just did stuff like that. He always changing people's names. We actually had to take that permission away from just him. We had nothing but problems with him for when he was a mod, right? From when he was a mod on the server, before he came back, before he was banned. It's not like the Karen thing was the only thing he did. That was just the worst. He was always doing, like, pushing the boundary in the envelope of, like, what was, like, acceptable. Crossing the line a lot of times.
Some servers before.
I'm sure you have. He was on Icewall for a real long time.
Right.
Like, almost 2 years. He got banned. He was gone for, like, 2 years until he came back, which was, like, obviously a big mistake. Not real, like, it wasn't a big mistake because we got rid of the actual owner. Basically ripped the Band-Aid off and created the server. Now we can actually do stuff. We had no control of that server. And that guy was talking about trying to monetize it and do, like, all sorts of things. He saw, like, he's a flat earther, but he had, like, ulterior motives because he had a drug problem.
Oh, that'll do it.
That's what we deduced. At least I deduced that he had a drug problem just from the way he talked. Let's put it this way: not the way he talked, the way he talked one time, and then the way he talked a different time, And then the way he talked on next time you talk to him, like there was not like a consistent level of enthusiasm. Let's put it that way.
Right.
It's
Yeah, you could tell when the supply
more
was
often
running low,
others.
you know?
yeah, exactly. Or when there was too much supply. That was more like it. It was like, whoa, dude, slow it down. The dude legit talk for 3 hours straight without taking a breath. I swear
I've
to
seen
God.
that happen here. I've seen that happen here before. Flat Earth dude literally did that.
Man.
He had something going on one time. Is he in here right now? Oh well, whatever. Yeah, he had something going on one time where he couldn't hear the rest of the VC, and he literally just talked to himself for like 3 hours. It was pretty funny.
Yeah. Pretty humorous.
Shout out Flat Earth dude.
I
It's all
remember
love.
Derek Nelson. Sorry, Derek, I have to tell this story. He
Huh.
fell out of his chair in the VC. Like he had his mic open, and he was so drunk he fell out of his chair. It was freaking fucking so funny, man. Because his mother was like, "Get up!" and like he like spilt his food or something all over himself. Like it's just funny. Yeah, I mean, you need to stop drinking when you're just like falling out of your chair. You're so drunk, like you're already sitting down. Like how can you get more drunk that you can't sit down properly?
I can't even sit down now. Yeah, usually it's standing that's the problem, but now sitting.
Yeah, exactly. I can't even sit right.
So drunk you start falling up, eh?
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty much. It
falling
was
up.
like one of those deals, falling up the stairs.
Do you all know Matthew Learns?
Oh
yes, he's a regular person here.
Yeah. What's do you have like any counterpoints to what he said?
He made no valid points, so there's nothing to count.
Like counterpoints to what exactly? If you ask Matthew if he knows the Earth is a globe, no, he'll say no. I just believe it.
Yeah, exactly. That's his premises.
And most of his
Okay, so let me
arguments
give you.
start with, like,
Yeah, let me give you an example. So, I showed there's this company called Kern Precision Scale Company. They took a little garden gnome and they took one of their precision scales and they shipped the same scale, right, from scientist to scientist to scientist to scientist all over the world, right? One at the South Pole supposedly, one at like Lawrence Livermore Labs. They sent it to CERN. This is the same scale and the same garden gnome. They sent it all over the place. Now, what happened when they weighed this, right? The weight of the gnome did not vary according to latitude, right? As the globe Earth predicts, because it's supposed to be a spinning ball, right? And if you're on the poles, things are supposed to weigh less or weigh more and weigh less at the equator. So this is not what they measured. What they measured is all over the place. Now, I show this to Matthew Learns. And he says, I'm still going to believe the globe model. He doesn't care about the data, dude. He just cares about like what he believes. And like when you show someone data that disproves their hypothesis, they should be like, okay, then that hypothesis is wrong. He was just like, nope, I choose to believe that the model accurately predicts reality.
Everything can be explained on the globe.
Of reality.
The globe has an explanation for him, and he's happy with that.
But it doesn't really.
It does. It's a concept in his head because, like if this was an actual thing, you would arbitrage gold, silver, right? You could you could game the commodities market like crazy.
Yeah, it would be a big thing. Everybody would be moving to this, whatever location to sell their goods and opposite to buy it and all that.
Well, name. What did you think his decent points were?
He's on the curvature image. That's a pretty big point. He said it was
Curvature
light
image?
bending, correct?
What curvature image?
The image that doesn't show curvature?
I think it was an oil rig.
Yeah, so the one that doesn't show curvature.
Well, he made a comparison, and he said that the image could be explained by heat bending light.
Yeah, but both of those images are of black swans, right? The horizon isn't where it should be on the globe in either one of them.
So in the Black Swan images, the horizon's supposed to be 1.25 miles away. And plus, there's actually 13 black swans, not just 2. So the person that's made these videos, he's captured these oil rigs 13 times. There's actually other people that capture them too. So Pablo's Dogs also goes to the same place, but he films from a different location. But he's also caught the same oil rigs, horizon too far, blah, 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 blah. So there's one image out of 13 that show the oil rig cut off.
And how is
that the true position of the oil rig, but the other 12 aren't?
Yeah, not only that, but that is also a black swan, and that's supposed to be representative of their standard, which only happened 1 out of the 13 times. Weird standard.
So I'll post. I got the whole playlist, but I have to get off because I got to go to the gym. Fuck.
What time is it for you?
6:27
in the morning.
Yeah.
Indio's getting his shit together early, and I'm just doing the opposite here. It's like late.
I usually go at like 5. I wake up at like 4, leave here at 4:30, get to the gym at like 5.
Yeah, what do you
because
do?
it's so good. I do it not because I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go get early and be cool. Like it just nobody's there, and I can't stand people.
Yeah, I hear that.
Well, I mean, like if I go to like a freaking Planet Fitness, so like it's not the like most dedicated people in the world that go there, so they'll like take up a piece of gym equipment, posting on freaking Instagram the whole fucking for hours, right? Like 30 minutes between sets. In between the set, they're like on Instagram, Twitter, whatever they're doing, right, on their phone. It's pretty annoying. So I go when there's nobody there, so I can just use whatever equipment I want and don't have to wait.
They go to the gym and they don't actually utilize the gym. They just go there to post it. They've, oh, look at me. I fucking go to the gym in my life.
Yeah, I go to the gym, just so they can post it on social media that they go to the gym. I got to actually go to the gym.
That's practically like the modern person's fucking daily routine. Just walking around places, not to go to the place, just to post about being in front or in the place. To make people believe they have that lifestyle.
Be jealous of me.
Well, I'm like you, Indio. When I was going to the gym, it was also like super early in the morning. You get it all over and done with early, and you don't have to deal with the people. Today, I have 2 kettlebells, adjustable ones, and I'm pretty much just home training. Have like a 30-minute session every second day or something like that, and so it's like 30-minute session and 15 minutes of stretches, and that's all the gym I have. I need now.
Well, I mean, you actually you don't have to do 1 hour long workouts. Just even 20-minute workouts is just better than nothing.
Depends on the pace, yeah.
Wait, and then do you go to work after the gym?
I'm not working today, but sometimes I do.
So
sometimes
you're a stockbroker?
I'm a stockbroker? No. Why? Like, what are you talking about?
You just say random things, name?
I thought you were a stockbroker.
No.
I used to try to get up at 6 to trade the markets because they open at that time where I'm at.
Yeah. Like, first of all, stockbrokers are nothing but glorified middlemen, salesmen, and I wouldn't do that.
I thought you said you were something. Never mind.
Not a stockbroker. Even though I know about the profession, I don't have my Series 6 license, so.
So you're in finance?
No, I'm not in finance. I just know a lot of useless shit. Anyway, I gotta go.
Okay, peace out. Care.
Yeah, I'll be back on later. Talk to you guys later. Have a good one.
See you later.
Yeah, I think he's a stockbroker.
But yeah, anyone who
got that impression.
The guy's a fucking idiot, man. Name that is, obviously.
Yeah, he just dipped again.
He knows he's sitting in here completely out of his fucking depth. So they just do that shit where they speak random crap, you know?
The thing with, like, Matthew Lawrence, I think he had some pretty good arguments. What are your comebacks to him? Like, he doesn't know what Matthew Lawrence even said, really. He's just, cheerleading for Team Globe, right? Matthew Lawrence said good Globe thing, basically. It's probably pretty much what he got out of it.
Yeah, that's it, yeah. Defends Globe, good guy, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's on the right team.
And correct.
That's my guy. The home team, the Globe team.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what do you think about someone else's points? How about your points? What do you understand about the reality you live in, you know? That's the whole fucking point here. Get you to be a thinker, you know?
He showed how light was bending or something. Therefore, Globe?
It doesn't matter. All Matthew does when he presents that side by side of the Black Swans where the horizons moved is prove that the horizon moves. It's like we asked you for how you got your R value. This doesn't demonstrate any of it.
There's another guy who kind of feels like he's clocking in, you know? Like, I mean, it doesn't even seem like he cares. He just comes back with the same lame, tired argument. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to ask him today. I was just like, why do you come here, Matthew? It's like, fucking... I don't see the point.
It doesn't seem like he... Like, does he even care? Like, just to come in and just show the same side-by-side Black Swan picks over and over? He already knows they're both Black Swans because it's all been said to him again and again. Like, well, like...
Yeah. He seems to have definitely lost his enthusiasm over the last few months.
Yeah. I felt bad for him a few times, even.
But I don't know why he bothers coming in.
I don't know.
I do notice that he pops up when
noobs are in.
Yeah, when someone that's curious is being spoken to and it's getting into the topic and getting into some depth with them and they're taking on what's being said. He pops in. Yeah.
Yeah, he's admitted it before that he says that he showed up to represent the Globe side.
Yeah, and then he'll just start posting his disingenuous crap in the chat, I don't know why people
really
keep
help.
engaging him, though. We need to stop engaging him.
Well, I mean, it kind of backfires. It's not helping them because it just gives us a chance to show the audience like what sort of arguments they actually have and just how easily refuted they are.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he's good for at the end of the day.
Because, like, when the kid was in here and we were talking about Matthew while he wasn't here, I don't even really like doing that. Like, I would rather he not hear what Matthew has to say from me. I'd rather he hear Matthew himself and listen to us go back and forth with him. Just so they can hear, like, I'm not making this up. Like, they really don't have an argument,
Well, I forget who it was that asked the question, who would you say is like the de facto kind of Globe proponent, the go-to person to defend the Globe?
Yeah.
And people say it's Matthew, and I'm like, I have to agree, because Matthew's the only one that's actually coming in and debating flat earthers, and getting involved in the topic. So yeah, he's kind of the Globe expert, to be honest.
He's the guy.
It's not like Neil deGrasse is coming in or any other fucking losers.
Yeah, no, they're not.
So, who is actually standing up for the Globe? Because everybody else is just sitting in chat channels or posting bullshit strawman videos on YouTube. Who's
There's
actually
the whole brigade of
going out of their way?
The anti-flat earther team. Like Negator and Biodual and those guys.
Yeah.
Ruhif, whatever.
Even all the fools over on Gem Pandas and all that, and him himself.
Yeah, those guys.
They aren't Globe expert. They don't come over here to debate.
They have before, but I haven't seen many of them in a long time.
It's not even a debate anyway. I hate saying that.
It's not really a debate. Yeah, there's nothing to debate. They still don't have any.
You can't debate objective reality. It is exactly what it is. demonstrate it or shut the fuck up with whatever claim you're making.
The only thing they can do is misinterpret objective reality, which doesn't make it much of a debate. It's more like, just therapy. You're just doing therapy.
That's what it mostly feels like nowadays. It's like it's more of therapy session for these Globers. It's not. It's like they're broken inside, It's not about the information. It's about how they deal with themselves, their own existence. It seems it's completely flawed and corrupted,
Yeah.
It's what's causing them to side with the globe and side with people and consensus and all this nonsense, because they're weak inside fundamentally.
Social proofing has to be the biggest reason for the globe. It's not logic. It's not like, people have sat down and really thought about the argument and figured, it must be a globe. Nobody's done that. It's just because they don't want to be the odd man out. They don't want to be the
weak.
guy.
I've been listening to him over the last few days, and he's pointing out it's feminine,
Right.
It is because it's women. Like the feminine seeks social security. It's necessary for them.
Yeah.
Because a woman without a social structure is, it's gonna have a very tough life. I don't know how to put it. I don't want to say they're gonna die out or something, but that's what they need to acquire. Men go out to acquire resources, and women go out to acquire people, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's what all these people, these anti-flat earthers, they're coming from that feminine paradigm,
emasculated,
where they cannot be socially outcast, or they'll feel like they're failing in life or going to destruction in some way or another. Whereas a true masculine spirit doesn't give a fuck about any of that. Masculine man will teach himself whatever skill he needs to acquire the resources after.
Yeah.
And keep pushing forward. And if he dies along the way, so be it. That's his story. That's the masculine spirit.
Yeah, we're not seeing much of that in the Globe crew.
No, absolutely not. They're totally feminine. 100% agree with what Mimus says about them.
Yeah, concerned with fitting in. %.
Yeah, and it ties into all the the ideas of how testosterone masculinity's continuously been attacked over the last century. We see the fallout of it now. All these soy boys running around and stuff. It's just a shame they don't recognize it in themselves, But they've redefined what it is to be a man. And I think being a man is being like this, conforming little kind of weakling, Yeah, there's nothing wrong with conforming to a consensus if it's sensible,
Phone died. Dropped out for a sec there. But it should probably bounce anyway.
Yeah, cool. Catch you after Central.
Yeah, see you again.
Take care, man.
Are you here, Tim?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave soon too. It's 1 o'clock in the midday.
Got to start the day.
Yeah, kinda. I have some things I have to get done. And yeah. pick up a package, other stuff. I have to do that before 4 o'clock, so I have like 3 hours to do these kind of things pretty much.
Yeah, it's fair.
I didn't even plan to sit here for this long. I've been here for like 4 hours now, but just have decent conversations going.
So you're not convinced the world's a globe from Jesse's infographic?
Nah. I mean, as you wrote in the chat, at first glance, it definitely looks like, oh, I can't answer that. But when you think about it and you also listen, like, I really appreciate how Flat Earth Data broke it down a few days ago, like how this forced observation cannot be used to anything because it pretty much boiled down to we're dealing with an optical illusion. It definitely helps, in the way of moving forward, when sometimes when you don't really have an answer to the question, because it happens a lot of times, because these guys, they have fine-tuned their reset answers on a daily basis, so at some point they do look like, gotcha, but when you really boil it down and really consider them, they have nothing. But most of the times I pretty much just ignore these guys. Like, I'm here for the conversation we just have had the last 3-4 hours, like us in between, and not really so much about the FE versus GE argument anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only reason the globe still has any kind of legs, is because the people that are on the sidelines looking at these arguments, looking at what both sides are saying, they don't actually understand what both sides are saying. And they don't understand what they're being presented with.
Yeah, but when it boils down to it, it comes down to deception and a lot of cherry picking. And you see this a lot in alternative, let's say, history, when people are talking about, ancient aliens and ancient high-tech technology and stuff like that. And for example, you look at these content creators, they paint this picture that the only solution is that aliens have made these kind of things. So it was some worldwide civilization and stuff like that. But then you look into it and you look at what... Yeah, exactly. You look into it, for example, let me give you an example. These granite oases that was found in Egypt, and they were like, oh, they couldn't have done that because they only had copper tools, and that makes sense at first glance. But then you start to look into it. Oh, there's hieroglyphs that is showing some form of tool that they're using to these kind of things, where they're pretty much grinding these races out. And when you start to further dig into it, and you figure things out, like the early methods of sandpapering, pretty much just water with some sort of sand or potassium or crushed granite solution in that water, pretty much works like sandpaper. So you have a guy who's making let's say a circular movement, and he continues doing that, and you have another guy adding this solvent into the mix. It's pretty much, it's not stone on stone, it's stone, sandpaper, sand water, and stone, and this is how they're molding these things out. So we don't have to use, advanced alien laser technology to cut out these vases, for example. Just one example of cherry picking within in terms of content creators and stuff like that. Hope you get my point. I know I do. I
understand. Yeah, it's just these, people always opt for these 5-second explanations because that's all the time they have available in life. 5 seconds, to give to a topic.
This is why TikTok is so dangerous, because like I used to call it like human dog training, because like whoever created the AI and the concept of TikTok, at best, it's just for content and entertainment, but at worst, there is some nefarious thoughts behind this, attention spam, dog training, like all this kind of stuff. Dog training because of the 8-second attention span, but yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty much my issue with TikTok as well. It's just how ridiculous is it going to get? Well, I mean, we had like I don't know if Vines are still much of a thing, but they were literally like 5 seconds long. That was a big thing, at least.
Yeah.
5.
But that was more like funny small videos. But these TikTok videos, they come out with like, there's this flat and here's why and stuff like that. And no matter if the information is good or bad, it's just like 8 seconds and people put it into their subconsciousness and pretty much just brainwashing in that kind of sense, no matter what information they are taking, because the AI is not working off of TOS, it's working off of pre-coded yeah, exactly. And then it's about attention. So if I post a TikTok video now and it has no likes or views in the first pretty much 30 seconds, that video will pretty much just be discarded and forgotten in the algorithm. But if a video with a good thumbnail or something like that get a lot of attention in the first 30 seconds, it will get promoted on all platforms and all that kind of shit and just getting shut out there, because it's not about content per se, it's about the attention or the public. Yeah. So, and then there is also like the different aspects of, like, for example, over in China and stuff like that, the TikTok content they're getting, as far as I know, is like people showing the best way of themselves and some very innocent comedy. And then we have here in the West where people are, like flashing gang signs, flashing dollar signs, showing boobs and all that kind of shit, really depraved content. When you really consider and analyze what this means on a grand scale, is that our youth in the West is being brought up by this TikTok phenomena that is showing people to be careless and not give a fuck about anything but boobs and money. Yeah. And on the other side of the world, we have a youth that is being brought up by being motivated to become the best version of themselves, the best engineer, the best violinist, and all these kind of things. Like, and if that is let's just look at the age 10 today, China and the West. Let's say here in 20 years, then we have a generation of people who have no education, no knowledge of anything, and they just want to be TikTokers or YouTubers or something like that. And we have a generation over in China or in the Asiatic countries and stuff like that has become engineers and stuff like that. How can we on a world scale compete with that? That would cause a paradigm shift in the West, where they will flatten the curve and be more like China, where, yeah, sure, they have a lot of engineers and it's a lot of good things, but they also have a very nefarious system, credit score, all that kind of shit, control. You know what I mean? Like, it's really, when you're looking at it like that.
China and that is that they're a highly regimented type of people already.
Yeah, but it's more like
for the people that have the their agenda for the world. The West has always been more free spirited, and that's been a problem. And they know that they can't regiment the Western people the same way as Eastern people have been, but they need to destroy them all the same, or bring them in line in some way or another. So this is how they're going to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
This paradigm shift into complete kind of depravity and carelessness, as you're saying.
Yeah, you can add
sorry, on you.
You can add one more thing into this equation of pretty much breaking down the youth of the West, and we can look at something like the overarching term of Tartaria, where there is a lot of baseless claims and a lot of like, what could this be? But the main premises of Tartaria is pretty much that our ancestors were dumb. They could not have done that in the way that we have been told. Building buildings, constructions, artisans, masters of craft. We didn't have them. It can only have been explained by this baseless claim of super high technology and a worldwide people. Worldwide people is like a Marxist thought in itself. And when you also derive where the entire theory come from. It comes from Russia, promoted via TikTok. So like it goes again with the paradigm shift. So we have a youth here that is willing to dismiss all of history, knows absolutely nothing, and all they think about is money and boobs, and they're just being destroyed, in lack of better terms, And then here in 20 years, we don't have any
Yeah, but you're not
left.
coming from the position that it's still America fighting Russia and China and all this nonsense.
Definitely not. I'm just saying, like
we know
they want
it's
us to
just
be more like
grand
them.
controllers that have an image for the world's direction, and they need to apply different methods for different regions of the world.
Yeah, it's definitely not nation state wars. That's for sure.
You know that as well, because you can't sit here. We couldn't sit here and say that like America does, for example, everything in its power to be like defended from other nation states militarily, by being the most powerful military. But we can't like just sit and think that all their like social experts couldn't possibly see that the direction the youth are being led, or the path the youth are being led down, is going to lead to the demise of like the American empire in 20 years.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's how we can tell that it's not like it's coming from higher up.
Yeah, it's definitely not China versus the West or anything like that.
Yeah.
It's more like where the information comes from, and
because this stuff would be immediately stamped out, because they would see exactly where it's going to go. It's not like we don't have history to refer to as well. This is always the end of empires coincides with like extreme decadency,
Yeah,
and
it's more the comparison. I was like,